Hello everyone and welcome to the European Regional Final of ClimateLaunchpad 2021. Warm greetings from Vilnius, the capital of Lithuania. My name is Šarūnė Smalakytė, and today with my fellow colleague Andrius Milinavičius, it's our great honor to be your host of this wonderful event.
Bonjour Europe and good morning to you, dear Šarūnė. I believe it's not only us, but everyone in all of the continents of this beautiful planet are super excited about today's event happening live from Lithuania capital, Vilnius. And I bet there are a few of you who joined us the first time and wonder, what is Climate Launchpad? It is the world's largest green business ideas competition with a mission to unlock the world's clean tech potential that addresses climate change. The project started back in 2014 with just 11 European countries in the family. We're happy to announce that today Climate Launchpad is truly worldwide with more than 50 different locations. And today will be the biggest celebration of Europe's brightest clean tech ideas. Right, Šarūnė?
Absolutely, Andrius, and no doubts that today we are going to have a tough competition with many interesting, but of course, competitive ideas. As me and Andrius are both deeply related with technology, startups, innovation, and sustainable solutions, we can't wait to hear who will grab the throne and all the winning positions. European Regional Final takes place in 3 virtual stages. 2 semi-final stages, the green one and the blue one, are dedicated for the pitches. In total, 30 startups will present their green business ideas in 7 different categories, such like circular economies, urban solutions, clean energy, and even the next big thing. Since all the stages will be operating simultaneously, we invite you to jump through them, but of course come back to the main stage and come back to me and Andrius for the awards ceremony. You can find all the links for 2 other stages in the descriptions below.
And of course, I strongly encourage you guys to stay with us on the main stage because we will have an amazing schedule filled with keynotes, masterclasses, and inspiring discussions. At 4 Eastern European time, we will announce top 13 teams of the semi-finals. At 3, best startups from each them, 7 in total, will meet on the main stage and compete for the prizes. And of course, at the end of the day, you can expect to see a magical award ceremony. And on behalf of the organizers, we want to thank the EIT Climate-KIC and the headquarters of the Climate Launchpad for this opportunity to host the European final.
And of course, the special thank you goes to the main partner of this event. This is Bank of America. So thank you very much for your trust and support. The big thank you goes to all the remaining partners that you can see on the screens for engaging and supporting in so many different ways. Now, without any further ado, let's start the event with a welcome speech by one of the most active voices in the European Commission. And we are happy that this voice comes from Lithuania. So let's hear Virginijus Sinkevičius, who is the European Commissioner for Environment, Oceans and Fisheries.
Ladies and gentlemen, you are in a competition, but you are also in a race against the clock, which is ticking down to climate tipping points. We need your technologies and we need them in place before those tipping points come round. I am an optimist. I believe in technology, connectivity, invention, and the possibility of rapid change. And with the help of people like you, I think we can win this race. At the institutional level, we are running the same race as you. With the European Green Deal, we have a roadmap showing what needs to be done. Most of its parts are now in place. The climate law for climate neutrality by 2050 has now been agreed with the co-legislators, the European Parliament and the Council. We have adopted a biodiversity strategy, a new circular economy action plan, a hydrogen strategy, a methane strategy, an offshore strategy, and a more ambitious strategy for climate adaptation. And most recently, we adopted Fit for 55, the manual we need for deeper cuts in emissions. It brings legal proposals that revise the major elements of our climate and energy legislation for reducing net greenhouse gas emissions by 55% by 2030. That means a revamp of emissions trading, of the effort sharing regulation, of the Renewable Energy Directive, and of the Directive on Energy Efficiency. Some of the proposals are radically new, like the carbon border adjustment mechanism that will put a carbon price on imports of a targeted selection of products. But they all have citizens in mind, and they all share a determination to deliver change. So a race for us as well, as we negotiate these proposals with European Parliament and the Council of Ministers. A race for a new legal framework, bringing the certainty that citizens and businesses need. With technology and a new legal basis, we also need funds. That's why the European Green Deal is backed by the largest package ever financed through the EU budget. And we are financing a 750 billion recovery and resilience efforts through Next Generation EU. 37% of recovery expenditure will go to European Green Deal, objectives such as climate change and biodiversity. Linked to this, 30% of Next Generation EU will be raised in the markets through green bonds. This represents around 250 billion and makes the EU the biggest global issuer of green bonds and an unprecedented opportunity. The recovery plan recognizes the urgency of investing in key sectors, like the circular economy, the renovation wave, clean transport, sustainable food, clean energy, energy efficiency, and preventing future pandemics. I might be an optimist, but I'm not naive. I'm well aware of your need for support. The speed of our transition will depend on research and innovation. So here too, we are concentrating support. Horizon Europe and the national research programs will fuel green technologies, keeping industry competitive and establishing Europe as a leader. That's why we set up the Innovation Fund to help bring clean tech innovation to the market, with over the 10 billion euros of support in the next 10 years. The fund will help scale up the clean technologies we need. The first call, worth 1 billion euros, attracted 311 projects, which promised to reduce over 1 billion tons of CO2 during their operating period. Projects are coming from all corners, from energy, intensive industry, hydrogen, renewables, storage and carbon capture and storage, responsible and prudent innovation which takes all potential consequences into account. Innovation and investments with a long-term view. That's the view that we need for our future, the view that will help us win the race, decarbonizing the economy by the middle of the century. Best of luck to you all. I look forward to hearing all about the winners.
Thank you so much, dear Commissioner, for your kind words. And if there is a place where you can actually get a lot of optimism, that's today and during this event, because Climate Launchpad participants and their ideas empower humanity to win the climate change race. Of course, Climate Launchpad is a part of the entrepreneurship offerings of EIT Climate-KIC. EIT Climate-KIC is a knowledge and innovation community working to accelerate the transition to a zero-carbon, climate-resilient society. We are honored that the Chief Executive Officer of EIT Climate-KIC, Dr. Kirsten Dunlop, has a message for all of us.
Well, regional finals of Climate Launchpad, funded by the European Commission and a number of other partners with whom we are extremely proud to work. My name is Kirsten. I'm the Chief Executive of Climate-KIC, and I am really looking forward to watching this progress, this session, and learning all about what you have come up with and what you're bringing to the climate change challenge. Climate Launchpad is all about inspiration, ingenuity, and access to networks. It's about building capability in ourselves to bring a sense of purpose and possibility to this extraordinary challenge. I'd like to encourage you as you go into this last session to celebrate your sense of achievement and the determination and courage that you've brought to being here. But I'd also like you to think about, look at the others around you, think about how their ideas might connect with your ideas and how together you might make something larger, greater than the sum of the parts. We are running out of time to address climate change effectively. We really, really need radical collaboration, ways in which we bring extraordinary ideas and the determination and courage to deliver them together. So we're here to celebrate you, and we're here to celebrate all of you. Please take this opportunity to look at how you could work together with others. I'd also like to thank you for your determination and your persistence and your willingness to focus in on that question of what would really make a difference. The idea of climate impact embedded right from the very start of the ideas that we develop. And I'd like, in the same vein, to thank our extraordinary partners for the way in which that they have supported this program and the courage and determination they have brought and their commitment and vision to this, without which it simply wouldn't be possible. This is all about building capability, possibility and capacity on the ground where it's most needed. And that's why the partners who deliver this program are so important. I wish you the very, very best of luck in this session, and I look forward to seeing you in the grand finals. But most importantly, I look forward to working together with you to make change happen. Thank you and good luck.
Thank you very much, Kirsten. And as you mentioned, today is the day to celebrate everyone's achievements who took part in this competition and showed their true dedication in becoming the positive change makers. So congratulations, guys, to all of you. And now let's move to our first keynote speaker, Gerrit Jan van Veen, CEO of WorldStartup, who will share how every business can be a purpose-driven business. Gerrit will talk about the current shift in our economies, from strictly profit-driven to integral and purpose-driven. And of course, he will tell you how you, as an entrepreneur, can start doing that today. Hello, Gerrit.
Hello, hi.
That's still an early morning in the Netherlands, so how did your day start?
No, very good, yeah, with a coffee as usual, yeah. But it's not that early, I tend to wake up quite early, so it's okay.
Amazing, so it's great to hear that you're all fired up and ready to go, so the stage is yours.
Okay, thank you. So, yeah, I would like to share my screen, so let's start with that. There's always these technical issues we have to deal with.
Yep, we see it perfectly. You could just click the full screen button. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
You're good to go.
Hi, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here today at the regional final of the ClimateLaunchpad. And I would like to start with a big thanks to the team that actually makes this event possible. Please give them a loud cheer wherever you are, whatever your neighbors or roommates are doing, or share your appreciation in the chat. Because I know from experience how much time and effort it takes to make events like this happen, especially during this pandemic. So, great cheers for you all. My name is Gerrit van Veen, and I'm the co-founder and currently managing director of WorldStartup. We are a global startup and innovation support organization with an office and most of our team operating in The Hague in the Netherlands. We serve a community of more than 100 impact startups across the world, and we offer them a variety of services, covering all stages of the typical startup journey, from ideation all the way to funding support, business developing, and support for scale-ups. We help impact funds, NGOs, governments, and corporates to benefit from entrepreneurs, whether they are startups or entrepreneurs. We do this by designing and implementing a wide variety of innovation programs and specific innovation services, like startup sourcing, mentoring, hackathons, challenge competitions, all kinds of events and programs. And next to this, we offer advice and management services for startup and innovation ecosystem development. Now, the title of my talk today is a very simple one, how every business can be a purpose-driven business. I have a time slot of about 30 minutes, so I would like to use like 20 minutes or so to present some of our thoughts at WorldStartup on purpose-driven entrepreneurship. And I will start with why we think every business can be, or even better, should be a purpose-driven business. And then I will work my way to the question of what you can do as an entrepreneur to become 100% purpose-driven. And after that, I would prefer to engage in a short Q&A with you all. I'm actually looking very much forward to that, and I hope that we can use the chat or any other means to do so. And otherwise, you have to just stick to my presentation and sending you more information. So let's start with the why. Why do we care so much about entrepreneurs at WorldStartup? Well, to answer this question, I have to explain a couple of things about our beliefs, about why we believe entrepreneurship is essential for future-proof societies across the world. There are basically three things we like most about entrepreneurs if we compare them to professionals like scientists, policymakers, or for instance, corporate managers. First of all, it's their mindset. They think forward. Entrepreneurs want to solve problems. They are positive, they are persistent, and they have great stamina. And they are free spirits. They operate with far less boundaries than people that are operating in larger organizations. And this helps them to start and pursue things that others don't dare or sustain. Now, secondly, what we like is that due to their drive to turn an idea into reality, they often manage to adjust and broaden their skill set. So even small teams can accomplish a lot because they are agile, generic, and even holistic. And this helps them to do and complete things that others thought were not possible because of the size of their team and because of the resources that they have. And now thirdly, they have to succeed in the market. They have to convince people, whether it's B2B or B2C or B2 whatever, they have to convince them to buy and successfully use their solution. So this means validation. This makes them ideal implementers of innovation because they have to make it real. They have to bring it to our world. So for us, entrepreneurs are essential for a faster transition towards a sustainable and equitable society because of their ability to successfully implement new complex solutions in a, by definition, conservative space. Now let's go to the old system, and I'm showing a picture here from this wonderful documentary White Cube by Renzo Martins, and the building is actually created by OMA, a Dutch architecture or global architecture firm. In the old system, it was totally okay for entrepreneurs to aim for profit. The idea was that if they would play by the book, they wouldn't harm anyone, and their aim for profit was a driver for thriving economies, for employment, innovation, etc. Any harm caused by them would be addressed by affected people and stakeholders and would, through whatever representative system, lead to effective countermeasures. For example, when you drill for oil in a delta and you spill too much oil, people notice this, speak against it, and because they ask you, or after regulations or even lawsuits, you take measures to avoid and control the oil spills in the future. Now, in this model, the profit of your business is the financial representation of your added value in society. Entrepreneurs provide the most needed solutions and are the foundation of our prosperity. Now, currently, right now, most of us know that this is a naive idea of entrepreneurship in our societies. Because too many entrepreneurs, and especially the corporate enterprises that they have produced over time, have a too narrow definition of their responsibility, which is not a personal flaw of an individual, but it is a side effect of a system that we have created. And the feedback system in this very complex international market is far too slow. And like two of the speakers before me in the introduction already pointed out, we don't have a lot of time to address some of the urgent challenges that we are facing. So as a result, it is too often profit over planet. too many businesses cause too much harm in parts of their often global production, distribution, and application systems. So while especially climate change and biodiversity urgently ask for a different approach to the way we use resources on Earth. And these resources are not just metal and carbon. It's also about how do we allocate the best people in our societies, or all the people in our societies that can add value to our systems and economies. Because the people who work in the many corporates and scale-ups are scarce as well. And if venture capital keeps backing e-commerce and fintech, they allocate our best resources to many, in this period, trivial innovations. So the old model is too slow, and it doesn't face the right challenges, or not always face the right challenges. It doesn't create the right solutions. So who should change it, and what should they do? Well, I'm not telling you a new story here. Here in the past decades, many entrepreneurs across the world started to rethink their position and responsibilities in their societies. Whether they are called impact entrepreneurs or social entrepreneurs or purpose-driven, this other story evolves around three major assumptions. And you're now looking at Peter, who's one of our founders in the World Startup community, who is actually working in this new way. First of all, profit is an instrument to deal with past and future investments and risks, to create a sustainable organization, and not the primary goal of the business. So it's not about making as much profit as possible, but about making the appropriate amount of profit. Secondly, your business should be beneficial for all affected and involved stakeholders. It shouldn't just focus on or customers' comprehensive part in the production and supply chain, often something that we can see and feel and relate to on the consumer side of things, but we take responsibility for every aspect of the production, distribution, and application of the services and product. And perhaps the most complex one, you should care about the needs you try to serve. So the starting point for this is that people don't buy what they need. We buy what we think we need because of what we are told and shown in our world. We are constantly influenced and very often by product marketing. So entrepreneurs have the responsibility to think carefully about the needs they push. I know that you can trick me into doing many things. I know that you can connect perfect family life with a new car, personal freedom with chocolate, and success at sports with potato chips. But that doesn't mean I actually need them. So for WorldStartup, this purpose-driven means that you have an intrinsic motivation to solve a real problem. You want to do this by offering a sustainable and equitable solution in the market, and you have a true interest in the effects of the production, the distribution, and the application of your solution. The outcome of your work should be positive for all stakeholders. So when we started our first Impact Accelerator in 2015, a lot of people actually approached us with the question like, hey, why do you limit yourself to businesses that have less profit? Businesses that have lower exits and even fewer exits, etc. And often people would call the stuff that we were doing like charity or a rather naive perception of the real world. Now, that has changed in the past 5, 6, 7 years because of this understanding, this collective understanding of the urgency of several of the challenges that we face, and also the understanding of how entrepreneurs can help. But still, when we look at the startups presented at the world's largest innovation events, when we step out of our impact bubble, because we are also in our bubble, and we go to even Web Summit or Slush or MWC the average startup is still quite old school, profit-driven, whatever the market asks for and society allows. And that's why we think it's also extremely important what is happening here today and this competition, and to celebrate the unique efforts that the entrepreneurs in this competition are working on. There is still a conversation in many places as if trying to care about the whole system is an option. You can or even should earn money on one side and then do good on the other side. Now, we believe that that should be different. To help people with that step, it helps to understand what it takes to start or become a purpose-driven business. And so for me personally, the key question is, or it becomes, do you dare to embrace complexity? Because three things that you have to deal with are really complex. And to be honest, at WorldStartup, we are also struggling with this. And we're also trying to find new ways to deal with these questions that I'm about to go into. The first one is limit yourself. The second one is you have to be sure that the problem is real. And the third one is you have to understand the entire system you operate in and with. And this complexity forces you to come up with a different position than what we have become used to in the old system, which is too often, hey, I'm perfect. I'm this perfect organization. I'm this perfect brand. We are this perfect team. And we're offering this perfect solution. What we have learned from many great examples in the past years, whether it's companies like Fairphone or Tony Chocolonely in the Netherlands or Green Choice, is that they start somewhere else. They start with a very honest claim where they are right now on their journey to understand better what they aim for or what they should aim for and how they do that. So they don't start at the point, hey, we have this perfect proposition and you should take it and we're 100% certain that you need it. They start, hey, we're trying to solve something. We know that we're not doing it completely right now, but we're trying to get there with you, with your help. And let's see and let's hope that we get there as fast as possible. So it's about starting a journey with your partners, with your investors, with your clients, with your team, and be honest about where you are right now and honest about your uncertainty. And the hard part is that you can't point to someone else or simply rely on a system because it's there, it's not yet there in place, not completely. You can't just throw a certificate on your website and say, hey, I am sustainable, or hey, I'm doing this right, because the complexity is too high. So you have to do the digging yourself. And this is what we mean by embracing complexity. What is the problem I serve and what are the problems I cause? And if you get back to these three questions, it's the hardest one, but also if you look at that, the startups have an advantage. Your team is smaller. So you have far less to worry about when you start doing the digging. Your product is very focused often, so it's easier to map out what your impact is in every step of your production, distribution, and application. So we think that startups and small teams are in a perfect position to actually take this step. Now, to get back to the title of the talk, and then I have to go through my slides, I shouldn't forget that. To get back to the title of the talk, how every business can be a purpose-driven business. For us, the how is to start with this journey. And that might sound a little bit strange, but oh, I need all these tools and all these instruments, etc. But I'm pretty sure that if you go out there on the internet and you reach out to your local accelerator or your incubator or the mentors that want to help you, that you will find the people that can help you on that journey. But it starts with this first step that you acknowledge that you are currently not there right now, and that you aim to make this completely 100% sustainable, purpose-driven business. But more importantly in this title is the word can. The can in this title is about you and your team making that decision to take responsibility. Because it's not something that should be enforced on you, but you can do it if you want to. And perhaps the journey will not include the private jet, the boat in Monaco, or at least not the right one, or the big one, the early retirement, or the occasional space trip, but at least not the physical one. But at WorldStartup, we do think that it's the best way to use this unique combination of your mindset, the skills that you have, your freedom to operate, the team that you are able to create, to have the best possible impact for future generations. So to conclude here, this first part, entrepreneurs are much needed implementers of innovation. And we need a lot of innovation to deal with climate change and the rapid decrease of biodiversity. For profit is no longer the appropriate model. It's no longer the driver for success or the driver of success in our societies. And we think purpose-driven is the alternative that raises questions for the entrepreneurs about what problem to embrace and what the solution really requires. What do you care about? What do you want to solve? And what does it really take to solve it? And how does that affect other people? You can start with that model by just stepping away from the position that you as a company and product are perfect. And instead, be honest about your journey to become better. And we always like this great example of Tony Chocolonely that had the ambition to create slave-free chocolate. And they immediately understood that that wasn't possible and that is something that they should work on. And they are working on that over in the past decade now. To start digging deeper for what we truly need and what you can truly offer. I think that's one of the main issues. So thank you for your time and good luck with today's competition. And if it's okay, I would like to answer some questions if that is possible. If not, I can always dig into a couple of the questions that I raised myself.
Thank you so much, Gerrit, for your inspiring speech. And of course, we do have questions. And maybe the first question would come from my side. We're having a lot of young people, young entrepreneurs or wannabe entrepreneurs looking at this event today together with us. And there is a common bias that cleantech, or let's say like sustainable projects, are not that fast profitable. And when they go for the fundraising, or when they start their journey, and when they start building a strategy how they will fundraise, what would be your tips and tricks how not to lose the focus and feel that you're doing something great, but at the same moment understand like there should be also a business part?
Well, the interesting thing is that I don't think you should make a difference between these. So they are not opposite. So the fact that there will probably less profit, the fact that it takes longer, which basically means that there is a higher risk, but we are willing to take that risk as society because we see that the solution is something that we really need. That is not opposite to, hey, I should make fast money, or I should be profitable, sorry. It is opposite to, hey, I should make a fast buck, or I should exit as fast as possible. That is true, but it is not opposite to having a sustainable and sound business, a solid business. And what we see is that there are more and more investors. And we are actually, the European Union is also investing a lot in this area. But there are more and more investors that actually understand that they also have a responsibility and need to work with in this new system that is more about the solution that you're actually providing instead of the profit that you are creating. So that is good. So choose the right, go to the right investors. And secondly, don't try to, that's also a part of the embracing. Don't turn it into your story. So don't try to, oh yeah, I know I'm a little bit slow. No, you're not slow. You're slow compared to something that we don't want. You're doing the right thing. So believe in that you are doing the right thing and don't try to compare it to something that we don't need anymore.
So for our viewers' information, we are having an investors panel right after your presentation. So I believe that's going to be a very nice continuation of the topic.
Okay, and thank you so much, Gerrit, for your answer. Thank you so much once again for a beautiful and very inspiring speech. And there, everyone, now we will be having a short 10 minutes break. We strongly invite you to stay here with us. As Sharuna mentioned, ecosystem actors from Lithuania, Estonia and Netherlands will join our stage to discuss why we should forget the unicorns and focus on zebras. Are you intrigued already? Stay tuned for our next discussion.
Welcome back, dear viewers. Thank you for staying with us on this main stage. Our next topic sounds quite intriguing and mysterious. Forget unicorns. We need more zebras. You might think that the panelists will discuss some zoo issues, but the discussion will actually focus on the startup world. This discussion will be moderated by Viktorija Vaitkevičienė, CEO of Co-Invest Capital. Andrews, back to you.
Victoria, it's a pleasure to have you here today, and maybe I can ask the first question for your discussion. So, who are the unicorns and who are the zebras in the context of your discussion?
It's a pleasure to be here, Andrews. And unicorns are well-known creatures in startups and investors' ecosystem. They are startups that have reached $1 billion valuation, and zebras, they are quite new animal in this ecosystem, and they are startups that focus not only on profit goals, but also on sustainability aspects.
Amazing. Sounds like a very interesting discussion that we are going to be having here. So I wish you a lot of insights and a lot of tips and tricks.
Thank you.
Enjoy.
So, thank you for joining us today for our short but really important discussion about new creatures in startups world, named zebras. Who are they and why do we need them? Today we'll discuss with the panelists from different countries, different fields, but with a similar mindset that we need to focus on ESG requirements, sustainability, and green economy. And it's a must thing in a startup world. And today with us, Rita Sakos, co-founder and board member of Lithuanian Business Angels Network, and advisory board member of for Lithuania's Ministry of Economy and Innovations. Rita has a huge experience in management and private equity. Rita is most influential business angel in Lithuania. In her personal portfolio, there are more than 15 companies and startups. Also, Erkki Ani, CEO of cleantech Estonia and co-founder of Beamline Accelerator. He has developed the cleantech innovation supportive ecosystem in Estonia from ground zero. He is fully dedicated to commercializing science by seeking novel ideas, helping them evolve, and invest in most promising ones. His team has supported more than 50 cleantech startups. And please meet Kees Klom, founding partner of Thrive Institute in Netherlands. Kees is also a professor of applied science at Rotterdam University, purpose business consultant, author, mentor, speaker, and entrepreneur. And as he describes himself, he is an eco-anarchist who's own his own opinion. So welcome everyone. And I would like to start this discussion with explanation which companies can be named zebras. Maybe you have some examples in which fields are they acting and what kind of services are they providing. Who would like to start this discussion? Kees?
Well, I wanted to say ladies first, so I wanted to give Rita the first, but I'm very willing to share my thoughts. Well, I would say that zebras are more based upon the creation of integral broad value rather than only financial value. So I don't make a strict distinction between sustainability or conventional, because I think sustainability is a table stake at this time in life. But I do think that there is a huge difference between the method wherewith value is created. And if you look, for instance, at a Dutch company that I think is also very well known in Estonia right now, the Vegetarian Butcher. So they are actually, they create an alternative for meat. And they are very valuable from a conventional perspective. They have been acquired by Unilever, and they have I think close to $1 billion turnover, a huge company. But their true value is in the fact that they help to decrease meat consumption, or at least that's their goal, because meat is a problematic product in the future from an ecological perspective. So I think that is my definition of zebra. So I don't think it has particularly to do with the financial value, but the financial value is captured.
Rita, would you like to chip in?
Sure. Hi, everyone. It's nice to be here with you all in my kitchen. So I think there are similarities, and of course there are differences. The similarities are that all startups are ultimately aiming to solve problems that society or big companies have failed to solve to date. So they're looking to make things potentially better, potentially faster, potentially cheaper, and potentially better ultimately for our world. I left the corporate world I guess about 8 years ago to become a scuba instructor. And what I saw was really sad. And when I came back from my world gallivanting and under the ocean, I decided to do something about it and started to invest as an angel investor. My first investment was in a California-based company called Greenbuzz. This was a company that was going to change the oceans, the beaches of the world, insofar as one of the biggest culprits of litter, and we've heard recently that it's been plastic straws, it's actually cigarette filters. So this company aimed to make cigarette filters biodegradable. The only problem is governments changed the regulations, and you could no longer advertise anything positive about a nicotine substance. So the project pretty much backfired because none of the big tobacco companies could or had any reason to change what they had already been producing. So anyway, there are big differences, I think, in the sense that both unicorns and zebras are out to solve a problem, but I think zebras are ultimately very they're affected by government regulations and where the government is moving. So in order for zebras to succeed, they need to go hand in hand with what governments are willing to do.
Thank you. It is said that many unicorn companies aren't producing billions of dollars worth of revenue. They either run out of steam or simply fail. Despite the size of the investment, the company valuation grows to the lauded 10-figure sum. That is why some people says that Silicon Valley has a unicorn problem. Is Europe any different? Can we start with Erkki?
Yes, hi. Welcome from my side. And if the audience is wondering why everybody's speaking super slowly, that's because we have a huge echo in our ears at the moment. But I think a unicorn problem is, it's a nice to have problem if those unicorns are impactful startups. coming back to the previous question, I mean, zebras or green zebras today are kind of statute due to the fact that zebras are in fact real creatures, unlike unicorns, and zebras do have this kind of a herd mentality. They're black and white, which means that they produce you profit, but also impact, or they have, like, from their inner within, the founders that have founded those companies, let's call them green zebra companies, they're from the start, they're established as startups or companies that provide impact, and the profit is kind of like a nice to have there. So I think if the question is that Silicon Valley has a unicorn problem, I don't think that's a problem. I mean, that definitely boosts the economy. But what is changing, and the problem kind of is also going to change, is that a lot of financial institutions, VCs, funds, governmental institutions, et cetera, in Europe, at least, they all have to comply with the new taxonomy, meaning that they have to incorporate the ESG policies, et cetera, in order for portfolios to be managed, or actually starting from the application phase, all the candidates must be screened for those ESG policies. ESG meaning environmental, social, and governance policies. So I think in this sense, Europe is different because it is a front runner in those topics, and also with the regulations that are boosting up and to be introduced, not already have been introduced, then in the coming year. So yes, I think Europe is different.
Kees?
Yeah, well, I think it's maybe more relevant to turn the question around. I think our lack of zebras is a problem. So I think.
I think we lost Kees. So maybe Rita, can we jump to you?
In a
yes,
period,
of course.
I do research on what I call existential economics, and so I think we are reaching a phase wherein we are reaching the end of growth from an ecological perspective, and therefore also the current economic normal, which is only growth based only from a strictly financial
I think we have some internet issues, so Rita.
not from a moral perspective, but from a perspective of need to do, because basically we are in so much trouble with biodiversity loss and climate change that companies will have to deal with the issues. And in my opinion, all companies that are very, very promising from a strictly financial perspective, companies like Gorilla in the Netherlands, they might be quite sound from a financial perspective, but from an ecological perspective or even social, societal perspective, they aren't creating any meaningful purpose or any meaningful profit whatsoever. And I think that will be very problematic, just like Erkki was saying, because taxonomy will be quite dramatically changed in the next couple of years. I mean, I think we have reached the end of pushing climate change and biodiversity loss forward. And companies will have to deal with these issues. So they will need to not only be financially promising, but also societally promising. And I think there's a very big lack in the efforts in both Silicon Valley and Europe in this aspect.
Okay, and you mentioned that we need to move from unicorns to zebras because of some political issues and all the movement. But unicorn is mythical animal, and investors expect a magical results. Unlike unicorn companies, zebras are real, as you mentioned, and they are efficient. They are built to be profitable and improve society. So are investors ready to switch from unicorns to zebras? Rita, please.
Okay, we're going to try again. Oh, I think I have much less of an echo now. So I think there's a narrow understanding of what a founder and a startup needs to look like. And I think that we need to change fundamentally what that is. And I think zebras are changing that. So in thinking about this theme and what we were talking about today, my colleagues and I came up with a concept of maybe what we need is striped unicorns. And certainly we're moving in that direction as I see it. Maybe I differ a little bit from Keith, but you know, I look to people like Larry Fink at BlackRock, who for the past 2 years has made phenomenal strides in kicking the butts of big companies and telling them, you know, that if you don't ship up or shape up, we're going to end up, you know, affecting you at the board level. And watch out at your next AGM if we don't see that your company is actually making strides to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, for example. And we're seeing today, 2-3 years later, that there are big effects being made. And I think some $366 billion went into ESG companies over the last few years. And he predicts, Larry Fink from BlackRock predicts that they're going to be investing $1 trillion into ESG type of companies that are making huge differences. So this is an example of, you know, not only, you know, governments pushing forward an agenda, but this is an example of private company, a huge private company now changing the game, shifting the game where, you know, a lot of socially responsible people were saying that, you know, capitalism is bad and they're all responsible for this, saying, you know, through stakeholder capitalism, we can make a big difference. And he's proving it. And so I think BlackRock is an example of companies and investors putting money where their mouths are. Now we need the 127 countries that have signed up to the greenhouse gas emissions declaration, that they put money where their mouths are as well. So ultimately, I think it's not only an investor game, I think it's a full stakeholder game where everyone has to take responsibility and we all need to live up to and understand where we're at. I mean, our world is sick. It's not only this pandemic that we're in, the whole world is in a huge mess. So, I mean, and everyone's got to realize that and live up to it. And I think, you know, the more companies that angels invest in, from an ESG perspective, the better off we'll be. So that in your portfolio, maybe not all your companies are ESG companies, but maybe you've got, you know, a certain percentage that are going to be zebras, because it's important going forward. And ultimately, I disagree that they're categorized only as zebras and won't actually make turn big profits or grow. I think zebras have the capability to turn themselves into magical unicorns as well.
But is it possible to make this change in startups community? Because when we talk about ESG, for example, we have in mind big corporations, big companies, but we don't think about the smallest ones, beginners. So how can startups fit in this movement?
I can try to take it. I mean, startups. What's with the startups, with early stage startups, especially if you're talking about impactful startups, they have they develop their product according to some kind of a problem, typically, especially in clean tech. So you have a founder that sees a problem, that sees a solution, and sees that that solution has great impact on this kind of a problem. And quite often, these problem holders are larger corporates, but might not be either. I mean, it can be also a separate product or service. But in typical cases, I mean, young startups do provide or seek for collaboration with large corporates, so that they could, provide their services or products to those large corporates. Meaning that those startups must comply from day zero to those kind of standards or new standards that the customers are requiring from those large corporates. Meaning now coming back to the fact that the customers and the new generations, etc., everybody's getting more and more aware of what are the environmental constraints, the climate crisis problems, the social, the discrimination problems, the fair governance, do no significant harm, etc., etc. So if a startup that's in its early stages cannot comply with those kind of task list or checklist, that either you have to be sustainable, you got to have the life cycle assessment done, you got to account for the gender diversity, et cetera, then you basically don't have a customer to sell your product or your service to, right? So I think there's like no question if a startup has to be ESG or SDG compliant, or does it have to have a life cycle assessment if it's a clean tech startup or kind of operating in the sustainability sector, then these are like the must. And I think every damn accelerator and incubator program, a hackathon, but also some investment funds, maybe even business angels networks, they must have written down their kind of code of ethics. Today it's called the ESG policies, with what they assess those startups, so that they can prepare their startups to be ready for those large corporate partners to engage their product and service with, and later on become green zebras or contribute to being a green zebra for the large corporate as well. And eventually, yes, I totally agree with Rita saying that those zebras could grow themselves a horn, or the unicorns could grow themselves stripes.
Amen. Well, and one very promising development, and I don't know how that is in Estonia or Lithuania, but in the Netherlands at my university, we are working quite intensely now on also broadening the value language in methodology. So, for instance, last week I gave my students the assignment to go and buy a bread with biodiversity. And of course, that doesn't work. So they go to the bakery and they order a bread. They say, can I please pay with biodiversity? And of course, the bakery says, no, I only take euros. But what also happens quite instantly is that there's a start of a good discussion about the value of biodiversity, which is a starting point. And so what we are working now is to broaden the impact language, because we can measure impact as you can measure an increase or a decrease in biodiversity or social inclusion or all these aspects. The only problem is that we haven't integrated it yet fully into the value language. And so if we look at companies, they have a financial reality which is dominating, and then in best cases you have ESG and other impact-based measurements that are that are important but not fully integrated. And now we are working on methods with the guys from the Impact Institute in the Netherlands to fully integrate it into a sort of an aggregated new value language, where we actually can value companies that, for instance, create biodiversity profit as being more valuable than companies that create solid financial performances, but, for instance, biodiversity loss. And I think that is really hopeful, because money is, or pricing is also, it's a language. So it's a very effective language, but it's also a language that has its boundaries. And I think if we can broaden the definitions, then we can also broaden the way that we value. And then I totally agree with both of you. Then there shouldn't be a difference between unicorns and zebras anymore. And they're just one and the same, very wonderful beings.
And Keith, following your ideas.
I think, another difference, if I may just jump in, between a unicorn and a zebra is out for long term. And we know that these problems that we're facing right now in society, they're not going to be solved in 1 to 5 to 7 years. It's going to be 30, 40, 50 years and more. And so, we're working on something that's going to be helping the next generations already. And also, furthermore, they start off kind of also a lot of these companies and a lot of these ideas seem, just so far out of the box. What you were talking about measuring, and that measurement being, that I can go to the store and measure, or someone, in government can measure. We see big companies, airlines, talking about their carbon offset or their carbon footprints and what they're doing, right, for each mile that you fly or whatever. So I think that measurement it's beginning, but it's certainly nowhere near to the level that Keith is talking about, because I think that would really be, it just seems like a completely different world, but maybe that world is closer than we think. And certainly, with electrical vehicles and thinking 10 years ago, it seemed like this Tesla was it was a pipe dream. And then when they couldn't get them off the they couldn't get their production right, everyone was pointing, saying, look, it's not going to happen, this is and now we're seeing it everywhere, and electrical stations as opposed to gas stations, and really our mentality is shifting, and I think that's great. And that's another argument for zebras having a very bright future, and to really pay attention to that part of your portfolio as an angel investor.
Thank you. I really want to come back to Keith and on his ideas, because many times you have said, stop doing business, start being human.
Yes.
Can you explain to us what's under this thought, and why should this be applied to modern startup?
Well, what I mean with those words is that I work in education and now in science, but before that I worked as a consultant for many years, and during those years I worked with many companies, big and small, but especially big corporates. And what I came across in many situations is that I met really wonderful people on a human level that did, horrific stuff in their professional being. So for some reason, they made a distinction between their professional selves and their personal selves. So they were, as humans, completely aware of their being part of a problem, creating products that diminished or created destruction. But they did it anyhow because it was good for business. But on a personal level, they were loving fathers or grandfathers or husbands or friends or wives or whatever. And I think that is a very crucial part of the problem, and therefore also the solution. I think that one of the challenges that we have is to completely intertwine our personal selves with professional selves. There is no distinction between those two. And if we create this distinction, we create problems. So in my humble opinion, and it is at least the purpose approach that I try to develop and research is very much based on intrinsic motivation. And so not so much based on governance, on laws and regulations, but on the assumption that, what is my reason for being? how do I want to be as a human? And in my humble opinion, I came across that well, maybe apart from people that are suffering from mental illness, sociopaths, but for the rest of us, people are always well-intended. People wish other people the best. The problem is that our economic system is not specifically targeted towards getting that done. So that is why I constantly, when I work with companies and also with my students, I want them to leave their professional selves away and to show their personal selves. So who are you? What do you want to do with your business? And then, for instance, when you talk with entrepreneurs, and I'm sure that Rita and Erki will recognize this, the percentage of entrepreneurs that are in business just to become billionaires is very, very small. I come across very passionate people that want to change the world with their products, that are completely driven by the fact that they have something that they think the people need. And of course, there's money concerned with it, and it's about building an organization, and it's about making money and investing and being a professional. It's all that. But underneath it all, there's a personal drive. And I think it is key to problems that we are dealing with at this moment, for instance, biodiversity loss, that people are treating those problems also from a personal perspective. It's personal. Biodiversity is not somebody else's problem, it's ours. and if I feel accountable for it, then I'm willing to integrate it in my daily business rather than, I have to do this because otherwise I will be punished with, I don't know, some law or regulation or tax punishment. And I think the difference is huge. So therefore I focus on it.
Sounds like the common sense approach to me. I mean, I would call it common sense, but yeah, I also, wanted to say that I think those founders that start off wanting to be billionaires and that's kind of their end goal usually fail from the ones that
yes, that's a good that's the good news.
Yeah.
Okay, let's jump to you. Could you explain us what exactly do startup founders need to put in place to demonstrate that they are on the right track when it comes to sustainability? Should they show that they are humans?
Yeah, so I mean, absolutely. They need to understand, where all the stakeholders are. And, they still need to define the problem, what it is that they're doing, and they need to measure success and measure by, testing and testing and doing more testing. So, I mean, the bottom line is, the accountability is really, and responsibility is everyone's. But, the founder of a zebra also needs to show that, ultimately they're going to be profitable, they have a fiduciary duty at the end of the day. So, I think that there are common elements there. It's just that usually, when it comes to ESG companies, the adoption might be longer down the line. I would compare it to probably something like life sciences companies, where it's very experimental in the beginning, but then ultimately, if they succeed, it's, for the greater good. But you have to also be very honest when you're being accountable. And, this is where I think of immediately when I start talking about life sciences, I think about, this big legal case that's happening in the States with Theranos and Elizabeth Holmes. And, you can't be, telling your stakeholders one thing and then, shoving stuff under the carpet in the other room, So I think, honesty is the best policy in all cases. But, ultimately, all your stakeholders want you to succeed. And that's getting back to what Kees was saying. At the end of the day, I think we're all good people. We know where we need to be. And deep down, we know where the problems lie. And, I think we just all need a little bit of help getting there.
So purpose-driven business, as you mentioned and as you talked already, should be a new normal. Instead of praising them, we should turn away our focus from unsustainable companies and startups. This would increase the speed of the development of purpose-driven companies. And would investors be ready for such step, or would investors agree to take such step? And why? Why should I invest into a company which says that maybe I will not be profitable? I want to be a purpose-driven business, and I'm not promising you any huge returns, for example. Would you invest in such a kind of business?
Again, Victoria, again, I think when it comes to investing, you're not going to make seismic shifts overnight, and you're not going to, throw out your whole portfolio and redo it. But you are going to be able to ask your portfolio companies to be accountable. What are you doing? You can ask these questions at the board meetings. What are we doing? So that later on, they don't end up in a dead end because they didn't consider these issues. And, governments are starting to move a little faster with, greenhouse gas emission regulations, things like that. And if you don't start considering where you're going to be somewhere down the road, you are going to end up in a dead end, and you're going to die slowly or fast. But I think, again, it comes down to accountability, responsibility, and having, a better mix in your portfolio as an investor, and knowing that as an investor, where you're putting your money, you can also make a difference. So you can require that of your, of the companies that you're going into. Ask the questions. And, for startups, if they know that each time they come to ask for money and they're pitching to either venture capital companies, or they're pitching to angels or accelerators, and they know that they're going to be asked to prove, what are you doing on this level? What are you doing to make sure that your footprint is smaller in when it comes to pollution, gas emissions, diversity, you name it. Where are you solving our ESG problems? Where are you putting your emphasis? Where are you making a difference? So I think it's not enough to just be going after those billions, like I said, but you really have to show that at the end of the day, you're human, just like like both the other speakers actually mentioned. So I think it's vital.
Thanks.
Yeah, if I can add also on Rita's point here for a second, because I think everything is not as black and white as zebras are. Because if you think about the cleantech sector, cleantech, the first boom of cleantech started in the 2000s when, the renewable energy battery technologies, etc., was starting to be produced and researched more and more, and also commercialized. Then, after 2008, it was a downfall because everybody knew that investors were looking for a faster return on investment. So thereby the dot-com boom and the ICT investments, etc., that started booming, and voila, you have unicorns. But this is not a bad thing, right? We cannot say that because the cleantech 2.0, the second boom of cleantech, started in 2014 and 2015. And that was because of the technologies that were developed by then could be used in the cleantech sector. We're talking about cryptocurrency, biodiversity, by evaluating biodiversity with cryptos, machine learning, AI, et cetera, et cetera. So all these technologies are actually that are being used in cleantech technologies that are either supporting technologies or are the core of the cleantech startup company. So yes, we need unicorns to enable the development of the technology in order to be producing much more efficient little green zebras as well.
If I might add, just to give you an example of how we can reach a tipping point wherein first there's this matter of social enterprises. And so if we take the Netherlands and we take the coffee market. So I remember in the late 80s, early 90s, fair trade coffee was introduced in the Netherlands. So all of a sudden, we were able to go into the supermarket and choose fair produced coffee, you know, which paid farmers a better price for their beans. And instantly, a lot of people started to do it because we were offered a choice. So the market was enriched with, you could say, a zebra. And that's something really interesting happened over the years, is that all of a sudden, consumers and also producers started to realize that if there is such a thing as fair coffee, then the norm is unfair coffee. Because why is fair coffee special and valuable? Well, it's only valuable because the rest of the market is unfair. And that fundamentally changed the dynamics in the Netherlands. And at this moment, and it's been like this for 5 years, you can't buy uncertified coffee in the Netherlands anymore. So all coffee that is bought in the Netherlands is fair trade. You're not allowed to enter the market with uncertified coffee anymore. So I think that is the moment when social becomes the new normal, and then the non-social companies become the anti-social companies, so to say. And I think that is a really interesting development that we are seeing in more and more places, because new companies, we could call them zebras or whatever we want to call them, but players that change the rules of the game are also changing the game by themselves, and I think they're becoming more dominant by the year, and they are broadening also the value link, whether that is in aviation or in cleantech or whatever. It is those the games are changed by the players that are taking morality and inclusivity the furthest, so to say, and I think that's really interesting also from an investment perspective, because basically it's not only about investing in promising companies, but also it's also investing in promising new dimensions of the market.
And Erkki, you have invested already into 50 cleantech companies. Can you wrap up what needs to be done to give zebras more attention in general? Do we need to invest into them, or do we need to do additional actions for that?
In startup world, I think it's a cursive word of saying organic growth, but I would still use it here because I think that the green zebra kind of dogma is about organic growth. If the customers, the people, the new generations, they know what to demand, they know that they can demand more sustainable products, more ethical, more fair coffee, opposing unfair coffee, etc. So if the general awareness kind of rises, it also puts a lot of pressure on the government, on the larger companies, but also smaller companies. And startup founders are not stupid. If the startup founders, or let's say the green zebra founders, if they hadn't had thought about their impact in the beginning when they started the company, then there would be not much to do with the company. If they are kind of trying to turn their product into a zebra or green, then that will leave a kind of a wrong impression to their customers or partners or investors. However, I'm not saying that it's a bad thing. So yes, the companies that are currently maybe not that green, but they would like to go green, then the public, the people are going to say that you are now greenwashing, right? What's going on with that? But if we have this kind of approach to that, then companies are not going to turn green. Yes, I think the green zebras, it's going to be a normal, like a standard, you know, as cleantech. That's evolving. In the beginning, you had innovation was solar panels, was wind farms. Today, that's normal. Absolutely. You have electric cars. That was like, wow, that was innovation. When Tesla came, everybody was wowed. Now there's plenty of Teslas driving around. You can try them out. That's like a normal way to go. In 5 years, the kind of definition of clean tech or green zebra is going to be changed dramatically because of the technologies that we can enable in sustainability practices, in clean tech and in green zebra companies' practices. And I believe the founders are going to be much more aware of what kind of technologies they can use in order to boost their companies into becoming more and more sustainable and ESG compliant as well.
Thank you. I think it was great wrap up. Thank you all for great insights and really interesting discussion. So thank you all, and let's get back to Andres and Šarūnė.
So thank you, Victoria, very much for such a great time and insights, analyzing zebras and unicorns, and as well what is going to be our new normal in terms of startup investments. And you've been interviewing our guests, but I have a question for you from this discussion. So what would be your main key takeaway that all of us should remember?
I think that I can use Kip's words that stop doing business, start being human.
That's a wonderful wrap-up. I believe I'll take a note for this.
Thanks.
So thank you, Victoria, and enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you, bye.
Thank you so much. Yeah, and that was a really inspiring answer. I'm also marking this down. And ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker continues on the topic and says that we should respond to the grand challenges of our time and take care of the future. The first masterclass on this stage will be led by Audronė Alijošiūtė-Paulauskienė, expert of corporate social responsibility and sustainable development policy at Baltic Environmental Forum, Lithuania. Let's invite her on stage.
Hello, Audronė.
Hello.
We're very excited to learn from you today. And how are you feeling?
Thank you. I'm also excited very much because it's my first time to speak to such a large audience in Europe.
So I wish all the best for you, and for our viewers, I would recommend to make a checklist, as Audronė will be sharing an extensive list of the questions that each startup must answer before hitting the market with a novel product. So the stage is yours.
Thank you. So good morning, everybody. It's really a privilege to talk to you because I used to talk already for the, let's say, grown businesses, for businesses that are already in place and that are searching for sustainable solutions. But you are just starting your businesses, and I think this is a great chance to do something differently. I started my quest for sustainability nearly 26 years ago. And at that time, nobody knew indeed what sustainability is. And I remember when studying environmental management in Finland, we got a task to design sustainable consumption patterns, and we didn't know even what it is. So I think during last 25, 30 years, the companies already got to the boat of sustainability, and we do not have to convince them anymore that sustainability, the impact, is very important. But nevertheless, we're living in a resilient world. And what does it mean, being in a resilient world? Stockholm Resilient Institute defines 9 planetary boundaries, what we approached. And Ecological Overshoot Day this year was on 29th of July. So that means that on 29th of July, we started to use resources of the year 2022. Yes, the interdependency between human and technological systems is increasing tremendously, and we're making huge impact on Earth. During the last 200 years, we made changes But nevertheless, the things what we invented for our well-being they're trying to push us away. They're hitting us. And we have to learn new things. And the most important thing, talking about the innovations, I think it's responsibility and sustainability. And I truly believe that the investors who talks to you, they talk about the importance of your impact. We're living in the 6th wave of innovations, and the title of that wave is sustainability. We have to think not only about artificial intelligence that will help us to do something, but we have to think about how that will not hit intergenerational rights, intercontinental rights. We really have to think about many, many things in the sustainable age. If we're talking about digitalization across the information and the Internet of Things, that's the same. We have to think about what kind of impact that will have on jobs, on waste management, on use of resources. Robotics and drones, what that will make. This is also about privacy. This is about data. If we talk about the predictions and predictive analyses, what kind of these sociological impact that will make, and so on and so on. So this 6th sustainability innovation wave is really different. All new technologies have to help society to solve the problems. We usually look at business that business should support certain social groups or should solve certain environmental problems. But probably that is not valid anymore. They have not to create those problems. And your businesses, sustainable businesses, I truly believe they do this. The RAM number, you can find really lots of different methodologies on how to design the responsible innovation, how to innovate in a little bit different way. But let me give one example from my experience. A couple of years ago, I was in one global jury where the best innovators were selected. And very many innovators who really did a wonderful invention, who solved the problem, they were not in the top list even. Why? Because despite the fact that they made the innovation, despite the fact that they solved the solar problem, they didn't look at the supply chain. They didn't look at the raw material. They didn't look at what impact, what social impact it will make, and how this innovation will be living after the product or service will be delivered. So the responsible innovation compass, this is what I would advise to follow. This is what I would advise to look at when you are doing innovations and when you're designing your process. Please waste the time for the discussions. Please waste the time asking your stakeholders what they want, how they will behave. Try to identify all stakeholders that are related to your idea, to your product, what you are, product or service, what you are doing. Let's have a look at the governance, because this is one of the main things where the responsibility comes, at least when your production will start, when you will be delivering your services. So, of course, a couple of things that has to be really taken into account. So you have to talk to the audience, you have to explain your innovation, you have really to be able to educate everybody and to involve in what you are doing, because things are not just happening for the sake of, great goal. The other thing, it's about responsibility. Sometimes we talk about responsible innovation, we talk about responsible business, but we forget one very important thing, that the responsibility term is basically related to human being. And when we're talking about responsible company, responsible business, responsible innovator, we're talking about people. So without responsible people, there is no responsible business. So I think the employee responsibility for what they do, responsibility for the impacts, responsibility for delivering all information, responsibility and ethics, those things should not be forgotten. And you have to discuss that. Maybe not at the first stage, but when you'll start operating in business field, those things will be very, very important. And of course, transparency, data management. Those things sometimes really are helpful in order to upscale your project, in order to find similar projects, in order to really to do things better. Let's have a look at the other field of responsibility. It's about idea generation and research. So, of course, you have to respond to the societal challenges. And please think thoroughly on, do you really serve for a certain purpose, or you are just inventing something because it's interesting for you, and you will have to create market for that? But maybe it's worth, first of all, before even finding your idea, you should really explore what is the problem, what are you solving, how you will contribute to the resilient world. And again, the same thing, talk to your stakeholders. Once more, I would repeat the same thing, because you might invent the bicycle, and you might even create a wonderful pitch, and you may really say how wonderful business you will create, but that's already in place. So talk to stakeholders, investigate, find the solution. One more important thing, it's about impacts. And think about what impacts you are making. And maybe there are some impacts that there are direct impacts and indirect impacts. Direct impacts, it's what indeed you are making impact with your activities, concrete activities of your business. But you are buying products, you're buying raw material, you are using, heating, electricity, or some other equipment for the production, which you just buy, or services what you are buying. So look at what you are buying, and from very, very beginning, look at your suppliers. I will explain later why that's so important. And of course, it's very important to review and again to look at your idea development and to adapt it to the local situation. Really don't afraid to change things. Really think responsibly from this point of view. Let's have a look at the development and testing. And here supply chain comes to the first place, I guess. Because again, sustainable production and sourcing, it's a key issue. Why you as a startup in the beginning of the development of your ideas should think about the raw material? Because then it will be more difficult. Because in a very, very, very beginning, when you will just start developing your business, you may really choose your supplier. You may really identify all possible solutions. And even if the certain sustainable, responsible raw material supplier or service supplier is not in the market, you may still create it. You may still invite other startups to provide those services, to create the things you need, and without any damage to the planet, without any damage to society. Well, market impact. Market impact, it's also, I think, very important, and think from different sides. Market impact, it's not only profit. And I think more and more businesses now say that the sustainability is as important as the profit. Of course, if you will not earn money, you will not be able to do anything. And of course, you have to earn money. But if you see that you are solving some social problems. If your idea is really related very much to social impact, maybe it's not business, maybe it's NGO, maybe it's non-profit organization, maybe it's foundation, how you can act. So I think it's very important to define your impact and how you contribute to the solution of societal challenges and how you are minimizing your negative impacts. But that's really important. And believe me, the investors will look at it. They're requiring already from the grown companies that they should provide their impact metrics every quarter so that they would know where they are going. Well, responsible business innovation principles. You can see those principles in the slide and you can follow them. But the most important thing to choose those principles that's really important to you. So the discussion on what is happening in your company, the discussion on what is most important for you, that's really, really important. Innovations for sustainable society might happen everywhere. They might happen in deep tech, in high tech, in social innovations. That's your choice, what you will be doing. But I think even if you concentrate your attention to one side of the innovation, you should not forget the other ones. You should really look at different parts of your solutions. You should really think about what kind of impact you will do for society. And that differs, that really differs in different businesses. But discuss that. Discuss in your group, check it with the testing groups, design prototype, test it. The most promising fields, of course, are new materials that would help. Materials that would really, packaging that would decay when it's not needed, the products that would repair themselves. That's where the business is looking. And you may be supplier for sustainable business also. Look at where traditional business is having problems. And you may already have a market. You may be sustainable supplier for other businesses. So of course it's biotechnology, it's blockchain, it's quantum computing. I know how many of you are going in those deep technological innovations, but I think the social innovations are equally important as those so-called most promising fields, because you really have to rely on scientific knowledge, you have to rely on newest developers, you have to rely on newest inventions, and if you have them, just look also at social parts of the innovation sustainability aspects. And once more, I'm repeating that because recently I was making a presentation for the startups, and we were trying to look not only at the impacts, what the concrete activity, concrete business idea is producing, but also at the whole supply chain, as I've said. So most of your indirect impacts are hidden, and you don't see them. And you can find them out only really exploring your idea, really to looking at what are your raw materials, how they will be transported to you, how you will produce that, of course, and then what will happen after your service or product will be delivered. What about the product in the market when it's not in your hands anymore? How much of waste it will create? Is it recyclable? Of course, circular economy, that's a key issue what you have to think about. And just once more about suppliers. One of the recent studies of the McKinsey says that 90% of companies' impacts on environment comes from supply chain. 90%, just think about it, supply chain. Because the emissions what are produced in supply chain might be 5.5 times higher than during your production. And you might think that you are not contributing to climate change, but maybe the equipment, what you are using, maybe production of that equipment, logistic of that equipment, that might be really, really important to look at. And when you will be calculating your carbon footprint, don't forget about that. Look at not only at the first scope of the carbon emissions, but also look at the second and third scope of the emissions, because they are equally important. Carbon Disclosure Project, this is the methodology, the instrument for the business to measure the carbon footprint, as well as water footprint and the impact on forests. But you may have a look at this methodology, and you may also apply some useful things from a CDP website when you will be calculating your footprint. Well, let's say you've gone through the process, you've got finances, and you are already sustainable, responsible startup. And I hope one day I will be also, well, me or other presenters will be using your example to say that this is how business should behave. This is how we should be delivering services, products, or works to our to consumers. One of the examples which I would like to present, it's Cotopaxi. And Cotopaxi, they're producing clothes and some other outdoor equipment. And this is a business that was developed by one person who have tried one thing, another thing, and finally in Latin America, where he saw a lot of social problems, he started to produce sustainable clothing. And Cotopaxi uses 1% of their incomes to solve social problems. This is the way how you may contribute to the world. But there are many, many more other things what they do when they are delivering their services to the consumers. They guarantee that they take care of human rights, how the products are made. They look at the raw materials. They have a lot of different certificates, and they have proof of what they are delivering. So also my advice from this example would be, it's not enough that you are stating something. Think about how you can, who can confirm that? Is there any standard? Is there any other system how you can check whether your business is sustainable or not? And that is really very useful for investors, definitely, because the more credible certificates you will have, the more evidence you will have about your responsibility, about your contribution to the sustainable world. Well, another example, Fairphone. That's really a strange example, probably. This is an example from Netherlands, and of course they are not producing everything in Netherlands. They're using a lot of different suppliers, and they are paying a lot of attention to the supply chain, because in principle, Fairphone, they're selling phones for approximately 300, 400 euros, and their phones last long, they are reusable, it's very easy to repair them, and it's not only that the hardware is done in such a way that it serves for long, but the software, it's very it's easy to upscale the software. So Fairphone, they repair phones because they say that about 55 of phones are thrown away because it's just the problem of one screw, because it's not in place or it's lost. So sometimes you really, well, this is not high tech, definitely. This is just one small piece of equipment what has to be replaced. And Fairphone also looks at the minerals what are used in the phones. They look at the conflict minerals. They really care from what their article is made. And one more thing, which is really, really interesting what they say that in 1 ton of electric waste, there is more gold than in 1 ton of the ore of the gold. So imagine how profitable it is to recycle something, recycle electronics, well, not something, electronics. So sometimes the solutions are just here, and you don't have to go very far. You can just, look around you and find the solutions. Oh, well, another example is the day rise. This is also quite, I would say, soft or social innovation. The day rise startup started a couple of 3 years ago, and they're doing certification of articles and goods, and they provide the proof that they are produced in a sustainable way. And this is really interesting. They've recently, 1 year ago, they released beta version, and now they have already the website that is operational, and they're selling clothes, they're selling articles, and they provide the proof that the things, articles are done in a sustainable way. They check everything. And this is really not an easy thing. And the articles are not very cheap. That's the problem. But maybe there are ways to find better, cheaper ways how to prove sustainability. Because actually now one of the main things and what the world is looking at, like I'm buying the certain article from the producer, how do I know that it does not make impact on environment or on social aspects? So another startups, what I will show, they are very much related also to the same field. Let's say responsibly, the startup that collects the supplier data, and they look at responsible sourcing, and this is what they provide to the other users. So this is just really tremendous work to identify all, if certain small part of, whatever, computer, phone, if does it have conflict minerals, does the producer use child labor? That's really a lot of work, and they have a certain system how they're doing it. One of the most probably easy things is to look at the electricity you buy, electricity you use. And everybody, of course, now knows that you can really, in many countries, you can choose the supply of electricity, and you can just show that. And this is also already one small step towards sustainability. Because one website, if it's opened once per day, 1 year, it produces about 2,000 kilograms of CO2, and that's the family hatchback used day by day during the year. So the use of the internet, it's not so innocent. This is also impact on environment. So some startups just do very, very small things. And one of the probably most successful startups in this field, it's EcoVadis. And EcoVadis is a French startup. It operates, about 7 years already in the markets. It's not a startup anymore, of course. And they check the supply chain, and they provide also credibility for the businesses. So you might be checked by EcoVadis. And that's why you have to look at all sustainability principles in your business, and you have to show proof that you are operating sustainably. Because all investors will look not only at your nice pitch, not only at your market, not only at your profit, but they will look also what kind of impacts you are doing and what kind of business you are doing. Well, so you have to make technologies that would not cause more problems than they solve. In 1972, the Club of Rome predicted many things that are happening right now. And one of the founders of the Club of Rome, this club is the club of business people and economists, mathematicians, and they've said that there are 4 laws of ecology. Everything is connected in nature. Nature knows best. There is no waste in nature, and there is no free lunch. That's for us. So that's probably what are the most principles of ecology, and that's the principles of responsibility you should take. And of course, you should think also about the responsibility against the whole humanity, because we're living in one boat, we are interdependent. While one boat stuck in one channel might cause delivery of, I don't know, and production of many, many things. And you have to localize your supply chain. You have to find your sustainable solutions. You have to be responsible. So good luck with your startups. Enjoy the process and look for sustainable solutions. Act responsibly. Thank you.
So thank you so much, Audrone, for this inspiring presentation. We do have a few questions from our side, right, Saruna?
Exactly.
Would you like to shoot the first one?
Of course. So as innovation comes from ability to spot problems and turn them into opportunities, what industries are you looking yourself for a new sustainable approach?
We're asking for your personal opinion at this point.
Well, my personal opinion, last 4 years I've spent working with chemicals industries.
Okay, that's an easy industry, right?
Oh, yes. Some people say...
Very low barrier to
some
enter.
high people say, politicians are saying that chemicals are new climate change because we don't know what is around us. It's everywhere. It's in sofa, it's in my clothes, it's in equipment. So I think chemical industry, the innovation, the substitution of hazardous chemicals, that's a really, really important field. But that's high tech, I guess. That's where people have to be already chemists. But I think in the same, at the same level, I think we need soft solutions. We have to rethink. We buy things because we need things for well-being, but sometimes we don't need things. We don't need carpet. We need softness for our legs, isn't it?
Absolutely.
So we have to rethink a little bit, and I would invite all participants, like, really to rethink, not to produce a new thing, but probably to think about service, to think about how shall I escape of the use of material resources, energy, and impacts.
Actually, Audrone, you just brought us to a very interesting point. I believe everyone understood during the COVID, the pandemic, the closure of the walls, we suddenly had so much time with ourselves, and at that point we understood that there's so many things around us that we actually don't need. But at the same point, when we speak about sustainable solutions, etc., well, I personally sometimes remember a word, greenwashing.
Oh, yes.
But it is also on the opposite side from education. So should we be focusing today on actually solving some real problems, or let's start from some level of education, and how can we stop ourselves from start to become a greenwashers?
Yeah, I think that's a really, really timely question, because now, if earlier businesses talked about the added value, now we talk about sustainability. And everybody is sustainable now, or at least in a quest for sustainability. And I think we have to check. We have to check that, and we have to learn how to avoid greenwashing or whitewashing. Let's say, let's talk not about the startups, but let's talk about business, because startups, they are just starting, and I think they have an opportunity.
It's proven,
yeah.
Right?
Let's say business. How many people read what really sustainability is? How many of you in studio, how many of you read the sustainability reports of companies? How many of you read responsibility reports before buying something? Do you know how your clothes are produced? Are they synthetic? If it's recycled safely, does it have some chemicals? So I think we have really, it's a knowledge. And I think we're living now in an age of knowledge. Anthropocene, it's not only about leaving imprint in rocks, but it's also about the knowledge, and we have a lot of knowledge. And I think I've repeated several times, discuss, ask your stakeholders, really investigate the question. There are no easy answers, and don't be greenwasher, check everything.
I really liked one of the ideas, that sustainability, and from all of the questions that you just answered, of course, we couldn't answer most of them, but I see sustainability as a journey, and at least learning something new at a time already brings us one step forward. And the last question, you mentioned startups and larger companies. So about a cooperation between these two, as startups really fight with large legacy corporates. So maybe there is a chance for closer collaboration or competition. How do you think?
Should we compete or should we start to become friends? And is it even possible?
I think the startups are very important stakeholders of the large companies because this is where the new ideas might come. This is basically a pool of the solutions. Despite of solving in an old way, you may really look to the startups and how they are providing energy, how they are checking supply chain, how they are doing many things. And I think this is the future. And those companies, those large corporations who will look at startups as competitors, they will definitely lose. So I see very strong cooperation is needed. And I believe that many companies pay a lot of attention to the innovations within inside. And of course, they look outside. And startups, it's a good way to outsource solutions.
Amazing. Ladies and gentlemen, that was the first masterclass from the well-known Audronė Alijošiūtė-Paulauskienė, expert of corporate social responsibility and sustainable development policy at Baltic Environmental Forum in Lithuania. Thank you so much once again.
But before we invite our next speakers, we would like to show you why Lithuania is a perfect spot for running projects like this, Green Business Ideas competitions. And if you have never visited our country, here is a hint why. It has over 50 shades of green, and all of them have certain names. Andrews, I would definitely question how many of them you know by heart, but maybe next time. For now, let's take a look at the screens.
There's not a whole lot of green in movies these days. Sure, there's the green screen. When they invited me to shoot there, they told me there would be a lot of green. Meadow green, swamp green, lakeside green, pine tree green, deep forest green, and zero green screen. But do we ask what's really hidden in the woods? I didn't. In Lithuania, magic comes in color green. Come and discover colors you never knew existed.
And Šarūnė, I honestly think it's about time to change even our country's name to Lithu Green. What do you think about it?
Totally agree.
That would be a good joke. Okay, guys, let's move on. Sustainability is a widely discussed, talked about, and considered. It is more often raised as a priority in companies' boardrooms than ever before. Discussed among colleagues, of course, also. But how talk should translate into real actions? Let's learn that from not one but two experts. Our next speakers are Valentas Nevėra, Head of Sustainability at Ignitis Group, and Karlis Mirinavičius, Innovation Project Manager at Ignitis Group.
So hello, and thank you for joining us for this inspiring event. And I believe Andrews would agree with me that we are seeing a dream team here, when two experts are working in business innovation and sustainability hand in hand, correct? So how is it in practice? Is it always find a common agreement when choosing the next big project for Ignitis, choosing between innovation and sustainability?
Well, from my perspective, innovation and sustainability come hand in hand. We do not have to argue on anything. We just have to agree on what we are doing next, what are the next steps.
I totally agree. So sustainability and innovation basically comes hand in hand, and one supplements each other. So sustainability is about the mindset, about the thinking, about the company's principles really, and innovation is really empowering that interaction.
So I'm not surprised why two of you will be delivering the speech together. And the stage is yours. Please tell everyone how are you doing at Ignitis and how sustainable leadership translates into smart energy. Thank you.
Thank you very much for a kind presentation. My name is Valentas and I work at Ignitis Group as a head of sustainability, and I'm really honored to be asked today to talk about sustainable leadership. We joked with Carlis before this presentation that it would be interesting to count how many times the word sustainability was used today or is going to be used today. I guess we're talking about hundreds and even thousands of times. But my perspective, what I'm going to talk about leadership and sustainability, about impactful sustainability, and why it is important when we are thinking about innovations, about how to develop innovations and how to make life easier for customers and how to make our world more energy smart. So let me begin with a problem, why we are talking about leadership and why leadership is so important nowadays. So we are experiencing a little bit of some technical problems. I'm not sure which slide you are seeing, but I hope you are seeing a really nice slide with a lot of colors. Oh, not yet. Okay. Okay, so yeah, it's a good time to say a joke. No jokes come into my mind at the moment. But, well, okay. So let's continue. I see that everything is okay. So let's begin with a problem. And the biggest problem today we are facing in our environment, the biggest problem we are talking in our group also every day is climate change. And from this picture you are seeing now on your screens, probably you can guess what it is and what it means. Just short, a quick note that you can see there how global temperatures changed since the 19th century to today. And we see that those red lines, we are showing that those high temperatures rise a lot. And we are facing this extremely hot periods in our future years. And what's important in this when we are facing this problem? Probably the most important thing is to discuss and to learn how to cope with that, how to manage these problems and these challenges we are facing. And of course, leadership is one of the main things we should talk about. We should learn ourselves, and we should, of course, make our leaders able to lead in this field of coping with this challenge of climate change. So here we see in the slide that I use of course, one of the many models which are available today which are talking about leadership. And this model from Cambridge University Institute of Sustainable Leadership, it shows that we need to rewire our leaders, rewire our leadership, and that what is really important and what is going to be important in the future is that our businesses, of course, they should be run on purpose. We should have a purpose. We should make our world a better place to live. But the leadership we need is really should be guided by that purpose. Of course, leaders should have something bigger in their mind to follow and to, of course, lead other people willing to join this path. And of course, every leader in this model and also other models, it is stressed that it is necessary for every leader to train himself, train his people, or all who are working together to get more knowledge, to get more knowledge just to cope with the problems and to face those challenges. Of course, values of a leader is really important, and I will talk a little bit about how we in Ignitis Group, how we manage sustainability, how this impactful leadership is, how I see it in Ignitis Group, and you will see that values is a big part of that. And of course, practicing every day and thinking about what's important is really, really what the leaders should be developing. And of course, we should be reflective and adaptive to what's coming and what is going to come in several years. And when Karolis will talk after me about innovations, we will see that everything changes really fast, and our lives change really fast, and of course, all those developments become really fast, and we should adapt to them, and also we should think about the future and how we may even accelerate it. So now let's go to Ignitis Group and talk about and just talk about our example, our work and our life at Ignitis Group as an example of sustainable leadership or leadership on sustainability. So we'll talk about where does these leadership traits I just talked about fit in Ignitis Group. And first of all, I think it would be really good to quickly tell you a bit about Ignitis Group and what it is. So Ignitis Group is a leading utility and renewable energy company in the Baltic region, and our main businesses are four. We have four business segments. One of them is networks. We are managing electricity and gas grids here in Lithuania. The second biggest part of our activities is green generation. We are focused to sustainable and profitable growth of green generation in our home markets, Baltic countries, Poland, and other countries. Flexible generation is also really important. We are the ones which makes that our energy system worked reliably and flexibly. And of course, customers and solutions. This is the field where a lot of innovations are born. We are talking about innovative solutions for easier life and energy evolution. And talking about that, talking about everything we do in Ignitis Group, it is really important to talk about strategy and values. And me, as a head of sustainability at Ignitis Group, I am really happy to say that at Ignitis Group, we do not have a sustainability strategy. I'm really happy to say that. I know I hear some laughs around here. But yeah, that's true, because we see that our business strategy, the main strategy, the main focuses of our group, they all talk about sustainability. And if you try to do something different sustainability strategy, it just would be the same. So I will briefly talk about our strategy and where and how sustainability is important in that. So talking about our strategy, we first of all talk about creating a future. We are committed to becoming CO2 to achieve net zero emissions in 2050. Our activities are ESG principles driven, and they are both four main things, of course: growing renewables, as I said, ensuring a resilient and flexible energy system, enabling energy transition and evolution, and also, of course, capturing growth opportunities to make the lives of our customers easier and more energy smart. This energy smart, this narrative is really important in our activities. We are trying to do everything we can that energy becomes, that you don't feel energy, but you use it every day, let's say, like that. And our values, as I told, it's really important. So in our strategy presentation, of course, you would find this slide with our values. And they They are important in our everyday work. You would find them everywhere if you visit the Dignitas Group. So responsibility, partnership, openness, and growth. These are the 4 values of our group on which we are building this sustainable and innovative culture of our group. So now I would like to briefly talk about how we manage sustainability, and you'll see that it will translate into how we manage innovations and how innovative solutions are born in Ignitis Group, and Karolis will talk more about it soon. So first of all, when we are talking about sustainability and sustainability management in Ignitis Group, we are, of course, making sure that sustainability would be embedded in our governance and processes. Secondly, of course, we raise measurable ESG goals, and of course, every year we try to strengthen our disclosures. And it's not a circle process. Of course, it may continue, it may go up and down, but the last point is that this progress, it should be evaluated, and it needs a continuous refining. And in the center of that is what's our main focus was EnergySmart solutions for sustainable future and for easier life of our customers and our stakeholders in general. So sustainability is embedded in our strategy, and when we talk about what's important for us, first of all, of course, main points which are important for us is we are following sustainable development goals and doing our best to help to achieve them. We are, as I mentioned, committed to achieve net zero emissions in 2050. We are focusing on accountability, and we are doing that by of course, adhering to world-known frameworks. Then processes, of course, are really important, and measuring our success is too of a huge importance for us. Yeah, and when we every year, of course, we discuss with our management board, with our supervisory board, and all other stakeholders, what should we do? What is the main focus of sustainability of Ignitis Group? And once in 2 years, we are doing this materiality assessment, which this project, which is really important, which helps us to comply what we want to do and what we need to do in the eyes of our stakeholders. So, as you see, we have a list of stakeholders which are really important, and we have a big list of important aspects for our sustainability, and repeatedly we value what this importance is for them, and in this way we can see what is important for our stakeholders, and after doing that, we translate those material sustainability topics, which there's quite a lot of them, into goals, so that every member of our group, every employee, every manager of different companies of the group knew that what we are reaching, what our goals. So here you see what our goals for 2021, 2024 are. Of course, not detailed goals, but some kind of subjects of the goals which we raise. And last of my slides. So these, all of this is materiality assessment, is translates into materiality matrix, by which we kind of know what are those main topics we should follow. And from these main topics, you may see it on the top right corner of a slide. These are the main topics which are really important, which we focus on the most. And this is the field where all those innovations are born. So now I ask Catalyst to take the floor and tell us a little bit more how innovation is developing in Ignitis Group.
Thank you very much, Valentas. So let me talk a bit about empowering sustainability through innovation. And I'm sure you've heard, and as we said before, sustainability is an interesting topic. It's a very interesting word because we hear it so much and so a lot these days. So it's talked about in the company boardrooms, company CEOs talk about it, we talk about it amongst colleagues. But it seems that in some cases, all we really do about it is talk. And let me show you a few examples on our thought process around innovation and what we do and what innovations we engage really to empower the sustainability, to make it work, to make it into action. So as you probably already understand, Ignitis is an energy smart solutions group. So energy smart solutions and energy innovation is at the very core of the group activities that we do. So we're building a future utility company that we want to see built on the basis of sustainability mindset, on sustainable organizational development principles, and of course, innovation. So as we said, one brings the another. Basically, sustainability is the mindset, the thread in the company strategies that are very important, and innovation, basically what we try to do is create solutions that we put into action and we make it work. So how do we do it really? How do we translate sustainability, sustainable mindset thinking into real innovations? And the answer is very simple, through direct development and application of energy innovation. And that's basically what we do. So within innovation function at Ignitis, we look for all kinds of ideas in all kinds of interesting corners and topics. We conceptualize them, we pilot them, we test them, and we bring them internally to our beneficiaries if it's a process or operational improvement. And we bring it to our customers in a form of a product or a new service if it's an externally faced innovation or project. So before jumping into answering the question, so how do we do that and what exact topics basically are we focusing on as Ignitis Group, I think it's very important to also understand and talk about us and energy basically, or us and electricity, and understand that basically it's a very important thing because you know, we as people do activities that use energy, and hence we leave a carbon footprint. And I think in order to understand which are the most prioritized topics should we talk about, should we look at, I think this picture really nicely illustrates that. So we see many areas, and you know, we clearly notice that energy is one of the largest ones. Don't be mistaken, energy here does not mean just electricity or just burning coal. It consists of many different areas, as you can see. So energy use in buildings, industry, transport, and many more granular areas. So what this picture really shows us is what we people, as people, and where we use energy, but it also shows which areas of sustainability should we tackle first and should we look at first in order to solve the big problems first, basically, as a priority. So we don't have one solution for this complex problem that we have created through centuries and centuries. However, we can take these topics one by one and think of the solutions that we can engage and to solve these problems in these areas. So I've circled transport as one of them, and I wanted to talk about this a bit as well. And what we do as Ignitis in the transport sector seems like a weird question, yeah? And later on, I will talk a bit more about solar energy as well. So I think transport is important because in many countries, and same in Lithuania, transport is the one single largest polluter that basically leaves the largest carbon footprint. And it's same in other countries. So this is a huge problem. That's why we feel we need to talk about it. And the other topic that we're going to talk about is going to be solar energy. Solar energy because it has so much potential for us as individuals to become more sustainable, so to use renewable energy, to engage solar. So let's start with this circled one, transport, which is undergoing such a huge transformation right now in front of our eyes. So basically, e-mobility transformation, electrification. And transport and electricity, or the field that Ignitis Group works in, historically it has been a very separate topic. Transport solely based on fossil fuels and largely based on fossil fuels still today. And these topics had very little in common historically. However, what we see right now and today is that electricity and transport are becoming bound. So basically they're merging. And in the coming years and coming decades, we will see this more and more until the transport will be probably fully covered with electricity in a few decades. However, this is a long process and we have to start innovating in it right now. So we as Ignitis Group also see that, and as an electricity utility, try to understand what are the potential opportunities in this area quite early as well. So now I will go to some examples of what Ignitis Group has done recently in this sector. So don't be mistaken, we develop innovation in many different areas: decarbonization, retail services, distribution network, hydrogen, but because of lack of time, basically I will touch upon only two of them. So as I mentioned, transport and solar. So micromobility, an interesting one. Probably 5 years ago, it would be hard to see and understand what people on e-scooters are doing. Basically, it's a bit dangerous. It's not very convenient. However, today it's completely different. We have this area growing so much that we can probably see an e-scooter on a sunny summer day on every corner. So Ignitis Group has cooperated with this company Bolt, a large mobility platform provider operating in many, many countries in Europe. And this innovation is sort of an unusual one. If we imagine innovation, we probably usually think about a hardware and software innovation, all kinds of testings, something that has never been used before. However, this one is an innovation around communication and basically making people aware of green energy. Many people are not aware what the green energy is, where does it come from, and how does it work. So what we did here with Bolt basically is we have put this idea of green energy at the very point of where people use this energy. So when you drive an e-scooter and you realize that not only this is green, but this is even greener because you drive by using green energy, you realize that green energy can be not only used in transport, but maybe to charge your phone, to run your home appliances, in your business, in your work office, maybe to charge your car. And I think this is where we should really start from. And one of the points where we should start from is making people aware and raising awareness about the simple solutions that you can use really every day to improve sustainability. Another point I wanted to touch on, so we as Ignitis Group largely focus on the expansion of the EV charging infrastructure. EV charging infrastructure is very painful if it's not developed. So Ignitis Group has developed almost 100 charging stations today and is the largest operator of EV charging network in Lithuania today, and expanding very rapidly. So even though we have just almost 3,000 EVs registered in Lithuania right now, we innovate early because we know that the exception or lead time to this innovation of transport electrification is quite long. So we innovate early, we apply these solutions, and basically we're enabling, let's say, to electrification to happen in Lithuania. And I think this is, very important. And as a bonus, all the cars and all the electricity that's being used in this EV charging network is green and produced locally as well. And another topic about transport and another solution that we're piloting right now is around sustainability and balance and flexibility as well. When what we don't realize, I think, most of the time when we talk about wind and solar energy is that it creates some sort of disbalances. It's basically very unpredictable. We don't really know how much wind will generate electricity or solar tomorrow or a few days up front or a week up front. So that's very, very, very difficult to say really. And what most people don't realize is that, when we talk about sustainability, we also should talk about the grid. Is the grid good? Is the grid basically suitable to take on all these new renewable sources and new appliances that people use at home every day? And flexibility topic is important, and we're looking at it as well. So currently we're piloting this project basically that has never been used before in Lithuania. We are aiming to take an EV chargers And by manipulating their power slightly and aggregating this flexibility from the whole network, we can provide it to a virtual power plant and create a virtual power plant and basically provide this flexibility to energy flexibility markets. What the solution gives, it gives more balance, more opportunities for renewable integration, and we think that it gives more opportunities or less cost for those who charge their EVs as well. So this is a piloted technology right now. We're expecting to see it in the future. And the other topic I promised to talk about is solar. So this is going to be based more about solar and a few solutions what Ignitis Group does in this field as well. What do we innovate and what do we pilot? So we believe that empowering everyone to become this active participant in this green, decentralized, and flexible energy system is very important, and we want to give these new opportunities for everyone to be engaged. That's why a couple years ago we have launched first of its kind in the world platform, Ignitis Community Solar Platform, that brings developers of solar parks and retail customers together. Now it doesn't matter if you do not have a roof that's not suitable for sun or a plot of land. It doesn't matter. You can buy a part of a solar plant that's generating energy somewhere outside the city, and you consume it in your apartment, your home, that's in the city. So literally everyone right now can own a solar plant and become more sustainable and renewable. That's one of the things that we did. Talking about solar, we also focused largely on apartment buildings. Apartment buildings hold significant potential for rooftop solar energy. We did a study where we found that probably on average around 8 to 15% of the apartment buildings' electricity demand can be satisfied by producing or generating electricity just straight on the roof. How we did it was an interesting approach. We took like a real apartment buildings in Vilnius city, and we took some LiDAR data, solar radiation data. We mapped actually the roof areas where we can build the solar plants, and we've estimated that there's probably around 300 megawatt additional power that we can install on the apartment rooftop, potentially Lithuania. And that's not even including commercial buildings such as shops, supermarkets, hospitals, libraries, and other buildings. So we have quite a lot of potential in this area, and this solution provides a few good benefits. So first of all, it reduces the cost of energy for the inhabitants of the building. It reduces the strain on the distribution network, so distribution network provider does not have to distribute so much energy, hence avoid some reconstruction or grid cost. So it provides many benefits, and we're looking into this area of producing energy where we consume it at the same point. One more solution around solar and what we did in recent years, this is a pilot project that we're also running right now in Vilnius and Klaipėda. We took the same LiDAR data, building boundaries, a few other map layers, and we've built Ignitis Solar Calculator. And what it does basically, it provides an opportunity for a user to just by entering your address of your house, it gives you, and putting a few other inputs such as your electricity use, how much electricity you use every month, it gives you a clear recommendation straight away of how much energy you could produce if you had a power plant, how much money you would save, what's your payback period, how much CO2 you would save, and how much preliminary such power plant would really cost you. And if you are interested, you can leave your contact basically, and then we would come back with a commercial offer. So this gives an opportunity for everyone to check whether your roof is suitable for solar without contacting salespeople, without doing any additional steps. You can just do it on your own on your computer today. And the last thing I wanted to talk about, and last solution, comes from our distribution network provider, ESSO. And that's machine learning, so a good buzzword to basically include, but we are actually developing real solutions here too. So what the solution does is really gives more confidence around solar maintenance and solar maintenance basically for customers. So if people are unsure if they want solar because it can break, we provide the solution. So it analyzes the generation of solar, basically how your solar PV generates energy, converts into a very nice computer format, and the machine learning algorithm basically understands and finds out which of these solar plants are faulty or they don't generate energy at all. And then it automatically pushes a message or an email to a customer saying, dear customer, please check your PV plant, it may be not working. And all this happens automatically basically. So we can, it's almost like a predictive maintenance thing where we can ensure basically and inform you, raise convenience around your solar PV that, and encourage people to have it. So that's what we wanted to talk about with Valentas. So if you have any energy smart ideas, let's talk. Please contact us. And for today, thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Thank you, Valentas and Carlis, for a very interesting presentation. And by saying your last words, you actually brought us to our next question for you guys. And we would like to know, just before in the masterclass that we had just before your presentation, we did discuss about this. Well, it is common, like startups are trying to disrupt the markets to beat the big guys, right? So, but in your case, you were mentioning a lot of pilots. So what are the opportunities for the startups? And if there are a lot of opportunities, how could a founder approach you guys?
Yes, so Ignitis runs and holds an EnergySmart risk capital fund as well. So basically, it's managed by Contrarian Ventures. You can contact them directly or us directly. And Ignitis Group takes this very seriously as well and supports companies financially to develop their solutions. So if you have a good solution to an energy problem, let's talk, contact us. Yeah.
So it does have to necessarily be about the energy or some new clothing brand, maybe, you know? Just let's expand the opportunities.
Yes, a good idea. So we mainly focus on energy, e-mobility topics, mainly around energy. But you know, if you have something else, it might be interesting internally for us, for example, for Valentas team. Yeah.
Exactly. Everything is so interconnected today that we can find some solutions which, you know, have something in common in fashion and energy. Why not?
Okay.
So I believe we're looking forward where this goes next, above and beyond the smart energy solutions, but of course these need to be explored waters still. So thank you for your time today and for sharing your insights with our audience. Enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And we have already seen the video showing how green Lithuania is, but it's not the only color we have in here. Let's have a short break and watch another video.
You have to make something cooler than hot pink. Something truly unique. Cooler than hot pink.
I can't do it.
It's a traditional cold beetroot soup. Do you want some?
Cold. Cold. Professor Gentiare, I believe we have the hot new color.
You mean cold?
Exactly.
Cold pink is in season. Wonder what else is?
Look, this is our country.
Come to Lithuania for colors you never knew existed. For more, visit www.lithuania.travel.
What the colors, Andrews? By the way, this cold beetroot soup in Lithuania is a hit of every summer. When you see it on the menu, you instantly know that the warm weather and great time is round the corner. Andres, did you know that Carlo Petrini, an Italian founder and leader of the famous slow food movement, has called our cold beetroot soup as the world's most aesthetic cold soup?
Well, I haven't, but I certainly know that this is one of the most tasty soups in the world, and we dare you to try it whenever it is possible for you to come to Lithuania. And maybe, Sharuna, let's move on to our next speaker, who is a hacker, but not an evil one. Jan-Willem den Hollander is a growth hacker. He helps organizations work autonomously by implementing lean analytics, Scrum, and growth hacking for continuous and structural growth.
Hello, Jan.
Hi there.
Where are you joining us from?
I'm joining you from the Netherlands.
How is the weather there?
It's wonderful right now, but it's the first nice day in the last 2 weeks. So it's really nice. Blue sunshine, love it.
So these guys just got what we had yesterday, right? Congratulations, that's a present from Lithuania, because we don't have sun anymore today.
Yeah, we wanted our speakers to be on the good mood, so enjoy the special present. And you have promised to teach our participants the basic structure of the growth hacking framework. Is it even possible to do it within 30 minutes?
It's tight, but I will try it. So I think it's possible in 30 minutes, yeah, sure.
Amazing. So for the viewers, pay attention and follow Jan. Stage is yours.
All right. So let's share my screen. Give me a thumbs up if it's seen. All right, I get the thumbs up. All right, I'm introduced to give you an introduction about growth hacking. Me, myself, I'm a growth hacker. I'm a freelance growth hacker at different companies in the Netherlands. And growth hacking, more or less, is a combination of lean analytics, Scrum, and implementing frameworks for quick growth. So I have 30 minutes, as said by the presenters. So first of all, I want to give you an overview of the process, and that's a process I use when I come to companies. Next up is the growth hacking mindset. That's a big part of the growth hacking scene. You need to have a different mindset to implement growth hacking. Next up is the growth framework. So it's an acronym. Every letter stands for a phase in the growth framework. And next we have questions, but I understand there are no questions out of the public. So maybe the presenters have some questions for me afterwards. So let's continue. We only have 30 minutes, so I need to speak quickly, but that's no problem. The process, an overview of the process I always use are the 4 squares you see here, the yellow squares. Part 1 is always changing the mindset. Most companies work in a waterfall way, so making plans for the upcoming year and are not that changeable. They cannot change to things coming out of the data. Next is the value proposition. I'm not going to talk to it at this moment. Targets and the growth process. So what I'm going to talk about is change your mindset and part 4, the growth process. Now, all of this is part, I think, of an agile Scrum framework. So be really changeable in your organization. First of all, let's talk about the mindset. It really is go from doing multiple projects at once to focus work. Just go to the focus work. That's one big part of growth hacking. And change your mindset has everything to do with your organizational structure should be horizontal. And I have some examples later on. Embrace the agile framework. If you're not familiar with the agile framework, it's really interesting to deepen your knowledge about the agile framework because it's really interesting. Release through fast MVPs, so stop micromanaging everything. I think the top 40 of the Fortune 500 companies don't even work anymore with some form of business plans or planning the upcoming year. They all release through fast MVPs, minimum viable products. So just release, test it, and see if it works. Become a learning organization, and this is the one-liner of Scrum Agile. Fail fast, learn fast. If you do quickly experimentation, what growth hacking is, then you learn fast by failing fast. So don't always go for the quick wins. Just acknowledge when you fail and learn from it, and then implement the right thing. So if you want to give a summarize of it. If you want to implement growth hacking, you need to think agile. Your organization should be horizontal, which means you rely on the knowledge of your team's specialists. You enter the market through testing rather than writing long business plan, and take the advantage of fail fast, learn fast principle. Changing your mindset, one small example, and I always think back to my time in the military, where the specialist of the team always had the lead function. And in marketing, you can do it as well. For example, I have the marketing. You also can take the sales team or the support team or whatever. But in marketing, you have the SEO, you have the email marketer, you have the social media specialist, you have the marketing analyst, you have the content specialist, you have the SEA specialist, and so on. You have lots of different specialists. And when the mission is social media, the social media specialist should be leading. And what I mean by this is when the experiment you are doing involves social media, go to your social media specialist and ask what you should be doing. So the team is going to be led by the social media specialist. So trust your specialist in your team and go to a horizontal organization. That's really important. All right. One more thing about changing your mindset is one framework I always use. It's normal when you raise a kid. I have the luxury of raising a kid, the honor of raising a kid. First of all, you go directive, like do this, do that, and don't do that, and reach that goal. When a kid grows older, you go to a coaching role. So think about that. You need to choose. So you're gonna advise him. Facilitate when the kid is growing older, going out of his house. Think about this, think about that, and you need to choose. But you're responsible for yourself. And when your kid is an adult himself, you're going to support and applaud the things he achieves. And in the business scene, it's turned around. So you start with support, applaud. So when you're a team lead and you need to give advice to your team, just go to support. Let them take the responsibility and don't confuse it with helping. So when you're going horizontal in a growth hacking mindset, just facilitate or support your team members and don't do it yourself. Only when it's not possible, you're going to facilitate. When that's not possible, you're going back to coaching. And when that's not possible, you go back to directive. I think everybody agrees that nowadays, some businesses still are in the directive. So there's one CEO, there's one CMO, and those are in the directive business. So do this, do that, and so on. All right, so a little bit introduction about the mindset. You need to have a different mindset when you're going growth hacking in your organization. All right, let's go to the most important part, is the growth process. And I already said it, it's an acronym of every letter stands for its own step in the growth process. It's a 5-step process for continuous growth. When you look at it, it looks a little bit like this. Part 1 is gathering ideas. And gathering ideas is really important for the experiments you are going to do. Part 2 is ranking the ideas, the R. Part 2, ranking the ideas. Part 3, outline the experiment. Part 4, working, normally in sprints. I always use sprints of 4 weeks maximum, and study the data. Part 1, gathering the ideas. No, this one is too early. It's like I have an Excel sheet. If you scan this QR link or go to my LinkedIn, I will send you the Excel sheet I'm using when I'm implementing the growth hacking mindset at a company. First of all, gathering ideas, and gathering ideas is all dependable on the company goal. So when you're gathering ideas, normally you want to have the big goal of the company in mind. So that can be a KPI, that can be a vision, that can be a mission, that can be anything. In the growth hacking, we call it the North Star or the true north. So the big horizon a company needs to achieve, like 1 million in revenue a month, 10 million revenue a month, owning some form of industry. Just go with the company goal. You need to have that company goal, and that's, if I go back 2 slides, that's this part, the target. We don't discuss it, but you need to have this target to go with this part of the growth process. Because you can do a gap analysis. You have a starting point, the place where you are right now with your team. So you're standing here, point A, you want to reach point B, the ultimate goal of the company, and you have smaller goals, smaller KPIs, smaller metrics you want to achieve. But that's the gap analysis. What do you need to do right now at this moment to get one step closer to the goal? And especially at this moment, what do you need to do right now, the upcoming 4 weeks? So that's part of the gathering the ideas. So you are right here. For example, you have a revenue of 50,000 a month right now, and you want to reach 1 million a month in the nearby future. So what do you need to do right now, the next coming 4 weeks to reach that goal? What's really important? For this, you have an Excel sheet that's really handy. Gather with your team. So, for example, the marketing team. What does the marketing team need to do right now to gather that big goal of the company? Which goals do they need to set at the moment to reach the big goal? Each member individually thinks for 30 minutes about all the possibilities to reach the next phase of that one big goal. And this is really important to see the horizontal framework organization, because everybody can give input to reach that next goal. So what's the current gap between your team and the goal? So for example, you have an Excel sheet, and at the next slide, I have it made it bigger. So you just go from an Excel sheet ID from. You write the name, my name, because it's my ID. Experiment name. For example, we're going to use LinkedIn for cold reach. Description. Describe the project so that somebody who doesn't know the project knows what the project is. So you need to describe it to someone who is not familiar with your thoughts. Because in the next step, everybody is going to rank the IDs. So you're in a team of, for example, 8 persons, and you're going to write down all the IDs to fill the gap between where you are right now and where you want to go. Why? Why do you use this project? I think because, and how to test it. You always want to test it, because when you experiment, you're going to work, you're going to get the data, then you want to check if it's a failure or a success. Everybody does that. So I maybe have 2 or 3 IDs. Dean is going to come up with IDs. Mike is going to come up with IDs. And everybody's coming up with IDs in 30 minutes. Just go wild. Just write everything down and give the thoughts about how to fill the gap between the next point, and how to fill the gap between the next point for the next sprint, and for the next sprint, and for the next sprint. That's part 1 of gathering IDs. When we have all the IDs, the next part is, one moment. The next part is ranking the IDs. So the R of the growth process. So when we have all the IDs, we want to rank them, because not every ID is suitable for that moment. Maybe it's taking too much time. It's costing too much money. It's costing too much effort from the team when it's not applicable at the moment. It's you can name it. So you can have a ranking a process. It's called the PIE process, the PYE process. And the P stands for potential, probability. The I stands for impact, and the E stands for ease. So you have the PI process. At the end, you get a score of everybody who's ranking the IDs, and then the manager, or normally the product owner, can decide which project is going to be in the next sprint. So I enlarge it a little bit. For example, at the Excel sheet, my name, and we're gonna line up every ID of everybody, from me, from Dean, from Mike, from Julia, from everybody. Probability. Is this really the bottleneck? So I'm gonna rate this ID from whoever, doesn't matter, if it's really the bottleneck at the moment. If it is, I'm gonna give a 5. If it isn't, I'm gonna give a 1. So I think it's probably the bottleneck. I'm giving it a 4. Am I sure this will work? I don't know, a 3. How big is the reach of the project? Big, small. How big is the change we're gonna get when we implement this one? Does it cost a lot of time, and does it cost a lot of money? Every ID I'm gonna rank, and everybody in the team is gonna rank every ID. And that's the system. At the end, with Excel, you just can implement a filter, and you can see which ID has the highest score. And the highest score is the most probability, the highest impact, and yeah, it's easy to implement according to every team member. And so you're going to use the specialist skills at that moment to implement everything. All right, so we gathered IDs. We have ranked them, and after the ranking process, 1 or 2 IDs is gonna stand on top, and then it's up to the product owner or the team lead to decide which project we're gonna implement the next 4 weeks. Part of that implementing is outlining the experiment, because you want to frame the whole project, and framing the whole project, in my eyes, is happening by 6 steps. So you need the scope. So the project needs to be described. What are you going to do? You need the time. How long does the project take? The cost. What does it cost? Do you need to hire some freelancers? Do you need to buy some tools? Do you need to cope with some other company? Anything like that. KPIs. What are the targets? Team. Which person involves in this project? So do you need to work with only 2 members of your team? Do you need to involve with other team? If you're marketing, slight chance that you need to work with sales together. So maybe together up. And the steps you are going to take. That looks like this. Just make a sheet where everybody, and my excuses, but this is in the Dutch language, so not the English language. I have them in English as well. But you write down the scope, the time, the resources, the KPIs, the team you're going to use, and the steps you're going to take. This form is to keep a high commitment of the team. So the team lead is going to the product owner and says like, all right, this is the project. We're going to do it in the next 4 weeks, and you have our commitment from my team that the project is doable and done in 4 weeks. All right, we have gathered IDs, we have ranked IDs, we have outlined the experiment, and now we're going to work in sprints. And working in sprints, that's the Scrum Agile way. I love it. Sprints of 4 weeks, and that looks a little bit like this. Not that one, but this one. If you're going to work in sprints, you're going to divide your year into 4 weeks cyclically. So week 1, week 2, week 3, week 4. And every week has 5 days and the weekend days. So the first day is normally an offsite day. An offsite day with all team leads together to come up with brainstorm sessions, what to do next in the next 4 weeks or the upcoming 4 weeks. So the first 2 sprints together. Interim, on those 4 weeks, on the second or on the third week, first day, you're going to do a Scrum meeting, just an update of the team leads about the projects they are doing. Just give an update about we're at this point, we need to have that, we need to have that, we need to go up with another team, etc. And all the days in between, normally, and you want that every day, a stand-up. So with your team, you're going to do a stand-up. And you're going to do a stand-up like questions, what did you do yesterday? What are you going to do today? And what do you need from anybody else? So if you take this framework and you paste it in 12 cycli, you have 1 year. Keep in mind the holidays and unexpected circumstances. So we're going to work in sprints from day 1, week 1, till day 5 on week 4. And day 5, week 4 is the project delivery date. So you're going to deliver what you have committed to. And yes, as I earlier mentioned, this is the Scrum process. So if somebody's familiar with Scrum, he knows the process of the 12 waves principle. And the last part is the study the data. And important about study the data is that you celebrate both the wins and the losses. This is a very important thing to say to your team, that it's not bad if you have a loss. If you do an experiment and the conclusion is that you don't win something, or the metrics are not met, so the growth and conversion rate is not met, it's not bad. You write it down and you know that that thing is not ready to implement at the moment. So celebrate your losses and celebrate your wins. So the study the data is normally on the offsite day. Just come up with the conclusions of your experiments and celebrate it if it's a failure or a success. You must keep it in an Excel sheet as well, because over 12 months, 24 months, 3 years, 4 years from now, you don't know which experiments you have done. And it's really important and really interesting to see all the ideas that come up, because an idea that isn't working right now can work in 6 months from now, or 12 months from now, or 2 years from now. So for example, the date now is 30th of November. Name of the ID. This is the ID we worked on the last 4 weeks. I was the owner, and the due date was 25th of November. So that's 5 days ago. The status is finished. The target was a conversion rate of 4.5%, and it was a success. And the learnings is, why was it a success? Now, for example, you color this green. For example, ID 2 of Veen, finished subscription rate of plus 20%. It was a failure, and why it was a failure. And you color this red or something like that. And in upcoming months, you can precisely see what you have done, what you have accomplished, what was a success and what was a failure. I mentioned it before, but ID 2, for example, the failure is not bad. You just know that the thing Dean and his team tried isn't working right now. That's really important to know. So study the outcome. All right, the whole process I described, because this is the growth process. I'm going to take it one more time back. The whole growth process: gather IDs, ranking IDs, outline the experiment, work in sprints, and study the data. You can easily use some form of Excel sheet. So for this, I have the Excel sheet. Just invite me on LinkedIn. No email addresses, things, not buying, not spending or something. Just send me a message and I will send you the Excel worksheet. All right, that's it for my presentation. I hope you know a little bit more about the mindset. It's a really big topic for 20-30 minutes. And next to it was the growth process, which is really easy to do. The only thing you need to know is that you need to spend a lot of time around gathering IDs and ranking IDs. Don't hustle it. Just take your time, a whole morning, 1 day a month, for the whole process of thinking about IDs, ranking the IDs, and outlining the experiments. Take your time for it. and it will pay back in the future. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Jan. And you know, the more presentations, the more complex or with multiple layers presentations I do see in my life, each and every time the speaker in the end, he says, it's so easy to actually apply it, right? So
Yeah.
at this point, after those 5 steps, what is that one thing you would actually offer founders to try to apply already maybe today?
The first thing they need to do is make sure all the data is in place, because when you are running experiments, you don't want to say in 4 weeks, like, is it a success? I don't know, because we don't have any data. So you tried some social media experiment or some sales experiment or just a business experiment, and you cannot say if it's a success or a failure. So that's one thing I see a lot at companies. They don't have any data in place.
Data is the king, of course. Sharon.
Yes. So thank you very much for your insightful presentation, and we will be moving to the next fireside chat, but that's going to happen in a couple of minutes. So take a short break and get back to us.
I don't think you guys can hear me. Would it be possible?
the streets!
Wondering why Lithuanians don't celebrate Halloween? Because we're in touch with the spirit world all year round. On the shortest night of the year, we head to the nearest forest to search for the magic fern flower protected by witches. Truth to be told, no one has ever found one. But not all searches go in vain. Our loved ones are not the only ones that accompany us through our days. Mythical creatures like devils and fairies are always out there, either to tempt or to protect us. No coincidence, so many places are named after them. We also invite spirits to take part in our celebrations. After Christmas Eve dinner is over, we leave enough food on the table for our ancestors to feast on. So, we might not celebrate Halloween, but we still are very hospitable.
So everyone, we hope you enjoyed this very amusing video about Lithuanian festivals. And now, welcome back to our main stage on our European final of Climate Lighthouse. Yes. And now we have a spot for the keynote slot with Bank of America and Climate-KIC guests that will focus on how we can make finance work better for climate-focused innovators, showcasing examples from Bank of America work in this space and providing a perspective on the transition to net zero from leaders in the finance industry. The discussion will be moderated by David Houghton, Investment Program Manager at Climate-KIC. David, over to you.
Thank you very much for that lovely introduction. And hello, everyone. My name is David Houghton. I work in the investment team at Climate-KIC. Fantastic to be here today. Got a great session for you, some fantastic panelists. We've got Andrea Sullivan, International Executive of Global ESG at Bank of America. Abid Kamali, Climate Finance Executive at Bank of America. And Kirsten Dunlop, the CEO of Climate-KIC. Now, today's big topic is all around how can we make finance work better for climate-focused innovators, you guys that are here today. Me personally, I've worked in cleantech venture capital for the last 5 years. I've seen there's been a huge increase in activity in the sector in the last couple of years. I think last year there was around 5 billion euros of venture capital investment in Europe alone into cleantech startups. That's around 4 times what there was in 2010. However, working in venture capital, speaking to lots of startups, I still hear the same issues that we saw in the last cleantech boom of the mid-2000s. Investors still saying that cleantech startups need or require too much capital to be invested, too long development times, and the risk and return ratio is disproportionate compared to other software-focused industries. So I'm excited to hear what our experts have to say about this today and some of the thoughts that they're having, the conversations that they're having around these kinds of issues. But before we get started, I want to say a huge thank you to our sponsors for ClimateLaunchpad Europe, to Bank of America, for making this fantastic event happen. It's great to have your support. with our shared interest of climate finance. So to kick us off, Andrea, it'd be great to hear, why did Bank of America choose to support Climate-KIC initially?
Thanks, David. Pleasure to be here. I think you started giving some of the context with some of your data, but you know, in the last 2 years or since 2018, the assets under management in ESG products overall have doubled. And I just cut off some with our research team that doesn't see that abating. So the interest in ensuring that money is being channeled to companies, big and small, that are working to develop new ideas and get us to net zero and to support the SDGs is definitely out there. But you asked why, you know, it's not something that we just decided yesterday. I mean, we've been in this business, if you go back 15 years, we made a commitment, our first environmental business initiative commitment, to low carbon leasing. We used leasing and financing to ensure that we were supporting companies that were moving in that direction. And that was a $20 billion commitment. And if you roll forward to this year, we just made a $1 trillion commitment to environmental transition to a low carbon economy, which means we are definitely focused not only ourselves in having issues labeled bonds, you know, numerous green bonds and sustainability bonds, but really helping our clients to get to net zero. And I think, you know, some of that funding, that $1 trillion, is to go into new ideas, smaller companies that are really going to make the shift happen. It's not the big companies alone or at all, but I'd say alone, that are going to make this happen. And I think, you know, I heard a stat that 50% of the technology that we need to get us to net zero hasn't even been developed yet. So the bank, you know, yes, you start off with it could be challenging for entrepreneurs, but I do think that not only Bank of America, finance has realized that it needs to back at all stages. And Abbott's going to talk a little bit about the blended finance pool that we have, which is, you know, a smaller way of giving that is above seed level. And I think there are lots of places that capital can find its space. And a really important one is philanthropy. So bringing us back to Climate-KIC and the work that you do, you know, across the whole spectrum, we want to support innovation and new ideas. And our philanthropy is really, it's huge. We give $200 million away a year. And so it can really be used to help seed some of those ideas that from a risk perspective, you know, are still too baby. I mean, really baby. And that's what we hope to be doing through our, you know, support of Climate-KIC, is letting you find those companies for us. That was long-winded, but wanted to give you some context. Thank you.
No, that's fantastic. I really appreciate that. And I think you touched upon it there. My next question was going to be around, as the role of a bank evolves, what do you think needs to be done from a financial perspective to address the environmental challenges that we're seeing? I guess, Andrea, you've already touched upon that. Abid, if you can give your perspective from a Bank of America point of view, that'd be great.
Yeah, so I think, you know, it's a tough one because, you know, banks are very much focused on, you know, we have a credit rating mentality, if I can say. And, you know, one way to think about it is we have to move from, you know, focused on, you know, AAA rating to maybe, you know, 4A ratings. And the 4As in this case, when it comes to climate, would be, you know, something like accountability, advocacy, ambition, and alignment. You know, and so starting with accountability, you know, what has to change is there has to be greater disclosure. And, you know, we're doing that through signing up to the TCFD. I probably shouldn't use acronyms. So, you know, the Task Force for Climate-Related Financial Disclosures, which is basically making sure that anyone who wants to knows what any given company's emissions are across all different scopes of their, you know, across all of their value chain. So that's, you know, that's what accountability means. The ambition is, and Andrea touched on that, it's setting targets that are really stretch. And so this $1 trillion low carbon business commitment, it sends a very clear signal to all of our clients that we view the net zero transition as inevitable. And so, it's inevitable, and we're going to help you, finance the shift. The advocacy piece is important because, and Andrea touched on the importance of making sure policy is joined up as well. And, there's one particular investment I wanted to highlight, which is something we did recently with Breakthrough Energy Catalyst, which is this vehicle that brings together public, private, and philanthropic capital to work together to drive down the costs of that next wave of technologies. And it's a great example of not just doing it through investment, but collaboration on what are the most important policy changes that we need to see, so that all of these entrepreneurs get the right tailwinds that can bring the change forward sooner. And then the last one is alignment, and that's really about making sure our own house is in order. So we are a founding member of the Net Zero Banking Alliance. Obviously, we would like to see others in the financial system join that, but that's aligning ourselves to a 1.5-2 degree Paris-aligned pathway is the most challenging part. Let's not leave any doubt on that. And there's going to be more to come on that side. But those are sort of the 4 pillars that we see in terms of what has to happen.
So sorry, a bit of echo there. You're fundamentally changing how you assess new opportunities within the bank, within a new 4A framework. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I mean, it's it's not we don't brand it that 4A framework. That was just me, speaking about what I thought needs to happen. But to your point, we have appointed a climate risk executive. We may be one of the only banks to have done that so far, but that role has elevated the importance of integrating climate risk into all of our mainstream decision making. Meaning from how we quantify risk associated with different companies and associated with different products. Now, it's at an early stage, but we're making great progress. And the idea is that all of our pricing decisions need to reflect climate risk, as well as, of course, in some cases, it's going to be climate opportunity. Companies that are part of this disruptive wave that will bring solutions to the market sooner.
Fantastic. That is super interesting. And Kirsten, do you have anything to add around this? I know a lot of the work we're doing at Climate-KIC is around systemic change within climate innovation and how finance can play into that from a transformative perspective. So it'd be great to get your point of view.
Thank you, David. Yes, so I would certainly echo what Abid is outlining, and really encourage actually moving faster and further in exactly that direction. My reflection, looking at financial institutions, the financial system, the role of banks, there are about 5 elements that I think are absolutely fundamental. One is very much what Abid finished on, alignment, the question of checking for consistency and coherence. There's no point in investing in trying to grow a new world and a new way of living regeneratively if at the same time you're deeply invested in existing high emissions businesses. So that's a critical issue, and it's very definitely non-trivial. It's about shifting the entire set of assumptions, underpinning assumptions for viability in financial services. The second is really around reversing the risk logic. And I think, again, that's one of the most important steps forward, is to begin to put at the C-suite somebody whose job is to start to put that lens and start to ask ourselves the greatest risk we can possibly take as financial institutions, whether we're on the philanthropic side or on the retail or corporate or investment banking side, is to continue to invest in the status quo. It's a way, way bigger risk by orders of magnitude than investing proactively in a managed transition, managed through transformative innovation solutions. So kind of reversing that risk logic and taking the AA rating into the most kind of breakthrough, the most transformative proposals, businesses, new organizations, SMEs that are out there are actually the ones that represent a way lower risk in terms of ultimate investment outcomes in the context of what we're looking at. So I think that's one of the really critical things. How do we help how do we work together to help financial institutions and banks shift the lenses through which they can make investments in transformative business proposals and clear calls to action. One of the ways of doing that is about asking for, if you like, design principles and business principles based on regeneration. So regenerative business models, regenerative materials, manufacturing, service industry models, relationships with supply chain, logistics, the physical environment, bringing the kind of financial system into the real economy with design principles that are based on regeneration is absolutely critical, and baking that into retail and commercial products and incentives, whether it's on the credit side or the insurance side. The fourth element, I would say, is more challenging, but really more and more emerging, and we'll probably see a big step up this year with COP, and that is how do we design for the blending of public and private value creation together. And that does very much go to this idea of the ambition and the alliances like the breakthrough energy investment. How do we think about structures that enable the creation of public value as well as private value? And that's hard to comprehend as an individual entrepreneur, but actually very many businesses are providing solutions for management of the commons, or for distribution of wealth, or for distribution of ownership, generation of energy in participatory distributed ways, microgrids, ways in which we think about regenerative agriculture or urban farming. So it's actually happening on the ground, and we need financial institutions to start to create accelerating vehicles around doing that and codifying it as a value. And the last, I think, very much what we see, and one of the reasons why we're running initiatives like ClimateLaunchpad, how do you encourage investment from banks, from insurers, to invest across? It's not just the individual solution, it's really importantly the way multiple solutions join up together, form parts of wholes, and begin to synergize and create solutions that really, really kind of deal with the implementation gap between our commitments to action and the reality of lots of individual businesses all trying to kind of seek capital from the market, but not necessarily really joining up the middle. And then there's a huge part to play from large-scale financial institutions like banks in helping think about how to structure for that, how to incentivize it, how to support it, what does portfolio investment look like when you're talking about multiple businesses. So lots of big structural change, but that is the world we face. That's the change we need to produce.
Fantastic. No, it's very interesting, very exciting. I guess we're talking here at very much a macroeconomic level, and we could probably have a whole session, whole hour further on this topic. But I guess the audience today, we're with our entrepreneurs who are starting their journey through ClimateLaunchpad. So if we sort of bring things back down to earth a tiny bit around and look at the sort of early stage level, my next question to everyone is, how can we make climate finance work better for climate entrepreneurs? And to sort of frame that a little bit, I think from my experience, climate innovators don't follow the same financing pathway that a typical startup will. There's a ton of angels out there who are really interested in the climate space and will actively invest. We have angel syndicates across Europe who are looking for opportunities. And that will fund a business alongside public funding through organisations like Climate-KIC and the EU Green Deal, those kinds of opportunities. But then once a business has raised funds from there, they're working through their R&D, and cleantech businesses are often very R&D heavy, very capital capex extensive. There's almost a large funding gap because they're pre-commercialisation where a venture capital firm would typically get involved, and they still require a lot of capital to reach that commercialisation and growth phase. There's quite a clear funding gap in the market there. So I'm keen to understand on an entrepreneur level, and for what a lot of our audience today will likely experience in their journey, how can we make climate finance work better at that early stage where we're perhaps missing opportunities currently? And we'll start with Andrea, please. You're on mute, Andrea. Quote of the decade so far.
Always me. I was going to say, I think I've been on this journey with Abid over the last 4 or 5 years in the development, just to your point, and, you know, where can we use bank capital because of the different risk requirements that we have, and how do we get a ring-fenced pot that can look forward to the future for that thing that's going to really make a huge difference to all of us. So, and it's been quite a journey, and Abid's actually been very intricately involved. So, you know, our blended finance pool is something that we have nurtured and loved, and it's been slow going, but I think it's having some good results. So I'm going to yield the floor. Abid, just maybe some of the details.
Yeah, thanks, Andrea. And you know, it is, you know, let's not kid ourselves. It's a small effort, right? But it's an important one, and I think it's proving to have some really important impact. So, I mean, just to play back a little bit. You know, we struggled for many years with how can we have, you know, how can we direct more capital towards smaller scale businesses that have cracked the code with innovative, you know, business models and technologies. And we decided to focus on the emerging markets, in part because we had done some early deals with the previous compliance carbon credit market. And of course, that market fell through the floor. There was this gap, but we got our feet wet in areas like energy access, you know, which are obviously focusing on climate, but also on delivering other important sustainability development goals. And so this idea of a blended finance pool came to light, which is, you know, in simple terms, it's leveraging the ability of philanthropic capital to be patient, for public capital to have a mission orientation, you know, to deliver on a policy outcome, if you like, and then the scale that comes with private capital. And, you know, another way to look at it is to say, you know, all of the different investors who come into blended capital are, you know, going in with completely different risk, return, and impact expectations. And the beauty of the approach of blended finance is to find a way to aggregate all of those different profiles into one vehicle so that everyone, hopefully, is happy with what's being delivered. And so, we've been active in areas like, I mentioned energy access, but also improving climate resilience, focusing on, climate smart ag tech. So, addressing issues like food security as well. Those, I mean, that's just a sampling. And, everyone who's taking part in this conference, will be aware that there are so many areas where climate technology disruption is needed. So, we're not addressing everything, but we're certainly able to focus on power, mobility, and agriculture. And hopefully some of those innovations will then, feed back into some of the, the deals that we see in OECD type countries. But there the challenge is more difficult for us because financial regulators put a bit of a straitjacket on, the level of financing that we're able to do with smaller companies. That's just the, reality. If a company is pre-commercial, it's really challenging for us to justify within the current set of banking regulations that we should be lending, we could be lending to that company. What I will say, however, and this is where we have tried to move the needle internally, is we recognize that the trajectory, David, you mentioned this, the trajectory from angel, eligibility to, public funding, which is trying to bridge some of that gap, to the point where it's Series A, B, C, D, and then hopefully, IPO. That journey is getting shorter and shorter because the good news is there are more, different types of investors that are willing to make those longer term bets because they've also, aligned themselves to the net zero trajectory. And so we as a bank have to be smarter about, identifying those, clusters of companies at the earlier stage. So that's what we're trying to do is trying to get bankers to focus on the earlier stage companies that have the ability to then disrupt a technology, disrupt an industry, and help them grow. And of course, selfishly, there's a big fee pool that hopefully will come with them if we stay with them on the journey.
Abid, is the blended finance pool, how does a company access that? Is that something that is direct through the bank or through partners?
Yeah, so because it's a relatively small pool of capital, the most efficient thing for us to do is to find good funds. So we are backing fund managers who themselves then have to have a pipeline of companies that they are willing to provide either debt or equity to, and so it wouldn't be directly through us, but we would love to put some of the entrepreneurs in touch with some of those fund managers that who are managing funds that we've invested in.
Thank you, that'd be great. And then Kirsten, keen to both hear your thoughts around how can we generally make climate finance better for our climate entrepreneurs today, but also it'd be great to hear a bit more about what Climate-KIC is doing to support startups through their journey.
So we, as you kind of rightly identified, we act at the very, very earliest part of the chain, literally also from the perspective of building capability in individuals to then and kind of identifying problem spaces and really, really early stage idea development all the way through. So we run initiatives like ClimateLaunchpad, Climathon for citizens in partnership with cities, that are seeking to connect with individuals who want to take action and need the bootstrapping of kind of ideas, training, access to networks, and access to early stage philanthropic grant funding to help that happen. As ideas develop and take on meaningful relationship with the problems they're solving, we offer a climate accelerator, which really looks to sharpen up the impact focus, the climate impact focus, and sets of questions coming through there for entrepreneurs. And the reason why we do that is that one of the things we are really seeking to bring into this puzzle and this puzzling together of pieces with banks and insurers and then kind of larger scale institutional investment is the demand finance side of things. Because this is not just about picking up debt or equity and the kind of a supply of finance into ideas, it's about picking up market. And that is really about supporting the idea that you are developing, the business you're turning it into a proof of concept that is being deployed quickly in the world where we need it urgently, and in such a way where it can be funded and it can be built up through offtake agreements, through partnerships directly on the ground with cities, perhaps in clusters, through a portfolio financing effect that can be a mix of kind of first loss guarantee granting, project finance, and then gradually business building directly with the application in market. And that's one of the reasons why we launched as Climate-KIC what we call deep demonstrations, which are a way of partnering with city governments or with regional governments or with big corporates who need to innovate across entire value chains and need access to companies and ideas and solutions that they would never normally be able to connect to because the difference in scale is so great. And where the opportunity is to build up the business and the business model on the ground and develop its organic income and its relationship with some of the more interesting demand finance kinds of solutions that do begin to pull through funding for organizations through agreements that anticipate the need for scaled solutions and scaled alternatives. We also run a platform, as you know well, David. We partner with Cedars to try and encourage fantastic startups to go on to a crowd vesting platform that can make them available to the general public and to informed general public investors. We run an investor marketplace where we are looking to kind of matchmake between interested early stage investors and some of the organizations that we're supporting. And we are increasingly, as we're working to bridge big European programming commitments in with funding from institutions like the European Investment Bank or the European Innovation Centre, really trying to look to bring together different sources kind of through a platform solution that can bridge that really critical gap between picking up very early seed investment, but really getting to something like a kind of a large-scale line of debt or credit with a major bank. So it is a complex puzzle. I think one of the most challenging things for any individual investor is how on earth do you keep track of all of this and how do you kind of brainstorm around what's next and what's possible. And that's partly the value of acting together with others, acting in community, acting through platforms and networks that can provide that kind of support.
Fantastic. Cheers, Kirsten. And I hope that we see some of the entrepreneurs here today at Climate Launchpad in our climate accelerators very soon. Now, we're at the end of the session today, but I just want to finish with one question for each of the panelists, and if you can keep it to 10-15 seconds max, please. Our entrepreneurs, they're about to embark on their startup journey. What's one piece of advice that you'd like to give them? It can be business advice, general career advice, but whatever you'd like to give. Andrea, do you want to kick us off?
Sure. Well, just by the element of being entrepreneurs, I would say stick with it. You know, you've got the innovation spark in you, and we really, really need that now.
Fantastic. Abid?
Yeah, so my advice would be, look, social media has unfortunately warped most of our brains. So, you know, you have to have your elevator pitch down to 280 characters. So have it, you know, Twitter proof, and also have your investor pitch in visual form, because that's going to appeal to another set of investors. So if you like Twitter proof, Instagram proof.
Fantastic. And Kirsten?
Well, I mentioned in my welcome the critical importance of working a little bit against the grain in the way in which a program like Climate Launchpad encourages you to be a climate hero and act on your own, and really encourage you to look outwards and look at what other ideas are out there in the audience, out there in this round of competition or in the finals, could you join forces with and make a bigger whole? And I would really add to that what you need to hold within yourself. We're moving into a world that is changing, will change way more dramatically and orders of magnitude than we really comprehend. An adaptive capacity, the ability to be flexible, to kind of take on change and adapt and kind of duck and weave is absolutely essential. I would marry that to Andrea's invitation to persist.
Fantastic. Well, we're 2 minutes over. I hope I don't get shouted at too much. Thank you to our panelists. Thank you to Bank of America for sponsoring today's session. I think it's clear that there is a lot happening at both the macro level and the micro level, which should hopefully translate through in the future to working towards our goals of 2030 net zero Europe. So thank you to everyone and have a good day. Bye.
Thanks, David.
So thank you very much, David, and to all the panelists. I really hope that entrepreneurs watching us today will really take your advices seriously and will adapt them. So now let's take a short break and prepare for the next interesting discussion where me and Andres will sit together with 3 successful startups, Climate Launchpad's alumni, and we will chat about their journey. So stay tuned and see you in around 10-15 minutes.
So, hello and welcome back for the ones who just joined us, and welcome back for the ones that already had a very tasty cup of coffee during this break. Let's move on with our discussion. Making a startup successful is a challenge in itself, but scaling a green business is an even harder journey. However, ClimateLaunchpad's alumni are here to prove that this journey is worth taking. The founders of 3 successful startup companies are virtually sitting together to have a chat about their green journeys and discuss the lessons learned while raising funds. Allow me to introduce our fellow panelists that are going to be having a very friendly talk together with me and Sharuna. So, hello guys, hello to you. Floren Herogel, co-founder and COO of Bloom Biorenewables. Hello, Floren.
Hello, very happy to be here. Thank you very much for the invitation.
Also, together with us today is Simon Bushell, founder and CEO at SeamPower.
Hi everyone, great to be here.
And last but not least, Jesse Kantran, co-founder and CEO of Friends Original. Hello to you too.
Hey guys, greetings from Helsinki. Actually sitting in our basement here. Hey.
So hello, it's super nice to meet you all and see you for the first time today. And earlier in this event, we have promised our viewers that we are going to interview 3 very successful startups that can be called not unicorns, but zebras at this particular time for the way how they make the business by combining sustainability approach and profit. And so we have a wonderful selection of ClimateLaunchpad's alumni who really ground the way for sustainable innovations by experimenting, finding your own paths in unexplored waters in cleantech industry, and as well setting the right business priorities. We can't wait to hear more about your investment stories, about your company's growth, and we hope you have enough stories to share with the audience today. So can you briefly introduce yourselves and just shortly tell of what you do and what's your business about? Simon, maybe let's start with you.
Sure. Yeah, so I'm Simon, CEO and founder of SimPower. SimPower, we help to optimize the energy strategy of commercial and industrial companies. We do that using the inherent flexibility that exists in their assets and processes. And we combine that flexibility of lots of different companies together in order to help balance an increasingly unstable electricity system. And that helps us then to speed up the transition to a fully renewable and sustainable energy system. Very briefly, we do that in a few different countries, in Finland, Sweden, Norway, Netherlands, and Israel. Expanding to a few more countries in the coming months. When we started on ClimateLaunchpad back in 2015, there was just 2 of us, and now we're 70 people spread across 10 different countries and I think 15 different nationalities. So yeah, that's very, very briefly what we do and a bit about our journey so far.
Wasn't it the most fast elevator pitch about energy company?
I believe they had enough time to train themselves. So yeah, thank you very much for the introduction. Jesse, let's go with you. We already see a nice background that somehow reflects of what you do. So please tell us more.
By the way, this is real. This is not like, digital. And yeah, so I do this. So we make, this bad boy out of coffee waste and recycled plastic. This is actually the 2nd generation. The 1st generation, we actually had the first sample when we were presenting in ClimateLaunchpad, Scott, like in Edinburgh, the global competition. It was this one. This was the first version. We are a Finnish company, even though I don't look like a Finnish. And but we have a team of 20 people, all based in Helsinki, Finland, and we have been growing ever since. And we launched our first generation in the end 2019. One of the this is the most successful fashion crowdfunding in the Nordics, and we have been expanding ever since. And yeah. And we are pretty happy where we are now, but probably not a unicorn yet.
I'm really jealous that you guys have something you can actually physically hold. I've always wanted, always wanted to have something we can physically show to the audience. So
Nice. Yeah, it's always, like really cool stuff, and that's why we really like what we do here, and of course what you guys do are really cool too, but maybe not as flashy as like a like a streetwear sneaker.
Simon, let's not rush. There is a question about this, something physical and something that is somewhere, but we still need to sell it. But maybe before that, Florian, maybe that's your part now. Could you present yourself?
Yeah, sure, with pleasure. So basically most of the products around us, plastics, cosmetics, textiles, fragrances, most of these products are made from fossil fuels. And I think we are all aware that this is highly unsustainable. So we have to find this carbon resource somewhere else, and actually one of the main sustainable solution is actually biomass, because it's full of carbon and is sustainable. Biomass is actually capturing the CO2 and turning it to polymers. But then this is really challenging because the technologies today are quite inefficient. So the bio-based products are usually too expensive, so only dedicated to niche markets, or they're not performing well. So you cannot make white products. So at Bloom, we are a Swiss company focusing on really cracking the biomass to its main elements to design products in many sectors. And we are focusing first on small markets such as fragrances, so high value, but then the idea is to expand. We have new patents on bioplastics, but also then expanding to fuels and so on. And we indeed have objects to show, but I'm not as well prepared as Jesse, so I cannot show it on the screen here. But basically, yeah, we are active in all of these markets and also working with partners.
Amazing. It's really great to see what a diverse crowd we have today. So I'm sure you'll have a lot of ideas to exchange. But first of all, let's remember you a couple of years back when you started your journey. So have you ever thought that your idea might be too crazy for the market? And that would not become a great business model as it is today? Florian, what about you? Spending a couple of years in the lab might be exhausting, but still you had a lot of belief in yourself. So how did it all started?
Yeah, so basically we developed that technology in the lab, and at first it was not really our decision to take it to the out of the lab and to the industry. It was more feedback from both the academic world and the industrial world. We really say that this was disruptive. And so we were really convinced, and we got convinced by our future customers that the technology was really worth it. But still, sometimes today we feel that we are too disruptive, and what the industry wants is to slowly have incremental innovation instead of disruptive, because otherwise they need to really change completely the way they are working today. So still today, sometimes we get feedback that the industry is not willing to make large changes. Even if they are claiming everywhere that they want to get green, they are not willing to make disruption. So sometimes we have the feeling we are too crazy, but we believe that still they have no choice, and they will adopt our solutions.
Yeah, but gentlemen, in order to disrupt a very old-fashioned market, or let's say disrupt some market that is full of, let's say, just big corporates that are not so fond of actually disrupting themselves or innovating, it's very tightly connected to having a lot of funding. In your cases, who were the first investors? Did you invest into your projects yourself, or it's as it is usual in the world, FFF, family, friends, or fools? Or maybe you were very successful at selling the very big idea, but the history tells us like the big ideas don't work. You should start small and bring at least some traction before you can actually fundraise. So how was it, maybe for example with you, Simon? Could you briefly tell us the very beginning, the first funding?
Well, maybe just to say something about what you just said about the big ideas don't work. I think it's the combination of a big, crazy, potentially crazy idea and the first small steps. So I think that without the big crazy idea, you're never going to get funding. But also, indeed, you need to be able to show that first bit of traction. And I think as entrepreneurs, we're all a bit crazy, right? So that's the reason we're here. So I guess our very first funding was indeed ourselves, myself and my co-founders, savings, credit card, and so on. We got a very small amount of funding from a grant in Estonia where we started SimPower. And then the first and then we took part in an accelerator program, Rockstart, in Amsterdam, which is a little bit more funding. So slowly, we kind of just about managed to survive until eventually, about after a year, we got our first kind of proper funding round, which was from some angel investors who we met. Actually, some of them we met through ClimateLaunchpad from the very first weekend after we kind of properly started the company. And then the others came from people we met through Rockstart, through the accelerator program.
And usually what we hear when you start creating a startup, everybody's asking, so what's the problem you are solving? So Jess, I would like to ask for you, so did you see any problem in the market before deciding to create shoes, the ones behind your back, or how do you manage to pitch your investors? We know it's a different kind of investors, and we'll talk about that later. But if you talk about the beginning, what was the idea in your head, and how did it all come together?
Yeah, so me and my co-founders, we just actually discuss about this shoe thing at like a Starbucks, and then we drink a lot of coffee, and we decide, yeah, let's make shoe from coffee. No, I'm just kidding. So the real reason is that we are sneakerheads for a long time, and my co-founder and I, we are both have very strong experience in e-commerce and branding for many years, and also sustainable manufacturing since our past job. And we just want to create like a really cool sneaker and then fashion brands, that targeting like the young millennials and Generation Z, because we saw around at the time, that was the end of 2017, we saw around, and we didn't see any cool brands. So there are a lot of cool brands in the market. They are not sustainable, and about 0% of the sustainable brands are cool. So we just want to create the brands to approach sustainability in a very sexy and edgy way, and that's what we've been doing, and we're still doing to this day. And because we look at it from a futures perspective, and we think that sustainability should be like a given feature, a product should not be broken, and a product should be sustainable nowadays. And if it is a given feature, then it should not be a selling point. So we don't sell sustainability most of the time. We just said that, okay, yeah, this is a high-tech shoes, really cool design, and have a lot of functions, and it's a combination of up waste and then turn it into a really cool product. So that's what we are focusing on still to this day.
I love hearing that sneakers have a lot of functions. So I believe we must order and explore ourselves. So yes. Anders, you have some interesting questions regarding the...
No, honestly, I'm thinking what Jesse said, and jumping into market that has a very big and strong players that are also very, very much fond in doing some sustainable product. Doesn't that frighten you? And when you were building, or you are building, you're still building a strategy, how you're going to compete? I don't want to pronounce those few logos that you have on your mind also at the moment.
No, I think that, for a long time, the fashion industry has a bad rap, and it is the second most polluted industry in the world after fossil fuel, and it is a well-deserved reputation. And we believe that, the trend in the fashion industry growing towards sustainability is a positive thing. And then we hope that hopefully that range can be really successful and take a large chunk of the market. Then all the industry, the market leaders or the industry leaders will take notice, because if they don't speak sustainability, then they would speak profitability. And if we can take profitability from them, from from this random brand that doing only sustainable stuff, then I think that they all will turn into sustainability products. And I think that's a positive thing. That's a win-win, because at that time, then we already at least we would have some sort of a position in the market and big enough to be noticed. And we are very happy if that day comes, and we hope every day that it comes sooner rather than later, meaning that we can grow a lot faster.
Yeah, pardon my very, very bad taste joke, but in your case, Jesse, there's also another, for example, way of doing the sneakers is ocean plastic. We all know, yeah? There's a common joke that we should be throwing plastic into the water and picking it back up instantly and producing something out of it because the demand is such a big. But Simon, if we're coming back to you, last 2 years, let's say, well, all world actually was facing a huge turbulence. In a majority of the cases, all the investors, they were actually looking at the startups and saying like, the only ones that will get funded will be the ones that will prove that they can survive the COVID, the closed borders, and etc. So if you are selling something B2C, D2C, let's say it's a bit maybe difficult and easy at the same moment, but in your case, what did the pandemic make you change your strategy, or it didn't interfere you, or as it is pretty much obvious during the pandemics, everyone were sitting at home, so energy became as important as air, and you just accelerated?
Yes, I think we were kind of quite lucky when the pandemic hit for a few reasons. So firstly, the service that we offer to the electricity grids is an essential service, and so there was no issues in terms of our customers going away or anything like that. We did have a few on our customers in terms of the industrial and commercial companies. A few of them maybe wound down production a little bit and those kind of things. So there were a few small issues, but nothing major. Secondly, we've always been a very international company. So from the very beginning, we were located in a lot of different countries. So at some point, we were 4 people in 3 different countries. And so we have a very, we're really used to working as one team spread across different locations. So for us, going and working from home wasn't a big step. And I think thirdly, what was really interesting about the pandemic was that, there was all sorts of, like you said, turbulence and fluctuations also in the energy system. So prices started doing crazy things. Demand was a lot different from usual. And that actually meant that people started talking more about, about these future problems that suddenly became very, very real in terms of, when there was more penetration of wind and sun, then we're going to have more and more of these fluctuations, and you're going to need more and more flexibility like the flexibility we provide. So I think for us, we had a relatively smooth ride, fortunately.
But in terms of pandemic, when we say the whole world has stopped and needed to rethink of what's going to happen, all of you in the light of pandemic, you were shining really, really bright. And if we talk in numbers, so just alone this year, Bloom Biorenewables has raised 3.9 million euros with the support of Bill Gates. SimPower has raised 5.2 million in a Series B round, while Rens Original is successfully running their second Kickstarter campaign after being super successful in the first one and raising more than $500,000. So we definitely have some intriguing questions for you and how you guys made it. So maybe Florian, let's start with you. As your company has recently raised nearly 4 million euros with the support of Bill Gates, and that's a super big name to have on your investors list. So maybe you have an interesting story to tell of how did that happen, and
And maybe we can start from your answer. Do you have a picture with him?
Not yet.
That's on a bucket list, I guess.
Of course, absolutely.
So the floor is yours.
Yeah, so definitely, I mean, connected to what Simon mentioned, I think it's very important also to take the pandemic as an opportunity, and we took the opportunity to accelerate the fundraising while the labs were closed down. So R&D and manufacturing was slowing down. And then we were able really to have a large exposure to investors, actually pitching from the comfort of your living room instead of taking a plane and to travel to a lot of different conferences. And this is how we got the chance to meet with the Breakthrough Energy venture team at a pitching organized for investors which were especially interested into sustainable solutions. And at that time we were able to hook already that person, and then this was kind of a first success, but we quickly realized that this was only the beginning of the story, and such a large fund that a lot of very highly skilled engineers and business people, and we went into very intensive due diligence. So this was really a long journey with hundreds, if not thousands, of questions we have to address, and this was also the opportunity to ask ourselves the questions and to fill the gap in some questions we haven't looked before. And through the whole due diligence process, we also really improved our business vision and filled the gap, as I said before. And only once we successfully demonstrated all our answers to these questions, we managed to close the round. But yeah, having the pitch right is a first step. But this is only the beginning of the, let's say, seduction process towards investor.
Today we had a great tip for our entrepreneurs from one of the speakers, that your pitch should be as long as the Twitter message, so nearly 280 symbols long. So do you have such a short pitch for yourself?
Yes, yeah, I would say, and I think you don't necessarily always need to have a short pitch, but you should just address what the investor is looking for. So sometimes they just want to get to know you in 10 seconds, but sometimes they need a bit more color, so you need to make it a minute, and sometimes you need 3 minutes, and sometimes you need 20 minutes. So you should just be ready to have a lot of different lengths, and some should be like technical because you are talking with technical people, and some should be business. So basically you have to prepare about 20 different versions of your pitch. I don't want to scare you guys, but I think this is really, and then whenever you meet somebody, you are ready to address the right information, because the worst is when somebody wants to get to know you in 30 seconds and he only knows about business, and if you go for 20 minutes technical presentation, I mean, most likely it's not going to work out. Yeah.
In this case, I just remembered another rule that is called KISS. I don't know if you're aware about it. It's keep it simple, stupid. So we all know what people want to hear. So why do we go so much into details about very difficult technical things? If we're speaking to investors, there are some certain things they want to hear from you, right? So why do we overcomplicate it? But maybe... Simon, in your case, maybe it was a bit different. Maybe that wasn't that much about the financial projections or something like this, but moreover about the big idea. How did your series, the newest series round that you just closed, happen, and why? Why do you think you were successful? And maybe fellow colleagues can learn something from your journey.
I think one thing that we've always found, and it's to do with pitching as well, challenging, is that the market that we're in is actually quite a kind of complicated to understand market. Someone once told me that it takes 5 years to fully understand how the energy system works. Now, of course, you don't need to know everything about how the energy system works in order to understand our business model, but you do need to go quite far. And so in terms of pitching, it's about giving just enough information to keep someone interested, but they ask more questions and keep asking more questions, and eventually really want to dive into really what you do, rather than trying to give them all that information in one go. And yeah, for us, so our last round, we actually were at a kind of pitching event, an online pitching event. Well, actually, it's funny. It's one of those classic, another saying: if you ask for money, you'll get advice. If you ask for advice, you'll get money. And in this case, it really worked. It wasn't the intention, but I was asking for some advice about something very different. Got into conversation with a guy called Kees Colin, then a few weeks later kind of met him in person, which is also very nice. Haven't done that very often during the last year and a half. Just explained what we do, yeah, like I said, pitch, just slowly building it up. Told some stories of the old days of SimPower, the very beginning, and yeah, just had a very good feeling. And then, of course, yeah, the usual financials needed to be sent over and all the rest of it. And relatively quickly, we came to an agreement. So. Yeah, I think as much, you know, it's always a combination of the big idea, the right story, you know, going in the right direction, and the personal connection as well, which of course is also really important both ways.
Simon, I'm sure that many startups after today's event, when they pitch, they will start asking for a lot of advices instead of money. So I hope it works out both ways. And Jesse, let's go back to you, as you started your startup in a slightly different way. So it's interesting to hear, why have you chosen a Kickstarter platform as a go-to platform for fundraising instead of visiting angel investors or venture capitalists? And how do you think, what lighted up the spark in people for making you so successful?
Hey, yeah, thanks for the question. So to be honest with you, the first Kickstarter, and as well as like the second one that we just finished, so both are quite big. They are more like a launch and branding campaign. It's like we release these new products to the market. They are not a funding campaign, like you know, and we don't rely on the fund that we got there. We also need to still you know, we still got funding from angels and family offices and VCs also. But what we've been doing is like we've been trying really hard to not publish our funding rounds at all. Like we sometimes just disclose who are our investors here and there, but usually if you find any information about our private, you know, venture funding round, you would likely get like incorrect information. It's just speculative, and that is just, you know, we feel, just us, that we think that because we already got a lot of media and traction for what we've been doing every day, so then we don't really disclose the funding, and yeah, but it's kind of same. It's kind of like we still need to go through the VC and family offices, just like you know, just like our colleagues here. And we are very lucky to have a group of really prominent investors in the Nordics and also Europe and US. Yeah.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. I think that something in this kind of startup world that often happens is that kind of funding is seen as a goal in itself, whereas actually it's really important to never forget that funding is just a tool, something we need in order to reach the bigger goal. And I think that if you remember that, then maybe it can also help with pitching and how you pitch, because yeah, it's not a goal in itself just to raise money. So yeah, I like your approach.
Thanks, man.
And usually at the point when you actually get the investor, the story only starts there, because everyone thinks like, oh my God, those guys just they got funded of like 3 to 5 million. I say like, that's a perfect golden cage they're in, right? Because now they start the very difficult journey before they can actually exit out of it. Guys, our discussion is coming to an end, and maybe let's move on to a bit of wrapping up. And I'd like to ask an open question, and it's usually called I Wish I Knew. So at this point, looking back, and we do have a lot of spectators that are looking at us at the moment that are super curious about your journey, and maybe you guys, I believe you mentor and you get contacted by so many fellow founders and colleagues that also they're going for the fundraising at the moment, or they are still thinking of building something. So looking back at the fundraising strategy, so what are the key things that everyone should actually think about, or what are the main mistakes that it was really easy not to do them? But well, we usually learn from mistakes, right? So, but if you could give an advice for the ones that are looking at us, what that would be? I don't know, who wants to start?
Yeah, Simon, can you go first? Let's just cover Florent.
Yeah, I have to start. Maybe two things to share. So, firstly, I remember always hearing in ClimateLaunchpad and other places, fundraising takes at least 6 months, 6 to 9 months, and I always thought, yeah, whatever, we'll do it in 3. And then in the end, we've often been too late in starting to fundraise, and it gets pretty hectic towards the end. So yeah, it really does take a long time to fundraise. And it takes a lot of time as well, as in your own time. It really is close to a full-time job for quite a long time, especially if you want to do it well. So it's really, really worth starting early and making sure you're in a position where you can really take the time to do it properly. And I think the other thing I kind of mentioned earlier, but that kind of personal connection with investors is just so important. So it's really important to start building relationships with people, so that when you do start fundraising, it's not just hey, I'm meeting for the first time, but it's a continuation of a conversation. So start doing that right now.
Thank you so much, Jesse. Maybe you want to add something?
Yeah, I think the build up the connection is pretty important, because it's just so we're like we are in an open economy and open blockchain and all that stuff. But then when it comes to VCs or like investment or private equity, then it is all about like I, as an immigrant here, actually encounter it firsthand. It's so important to actually have a personal connections to all the investors, and usually, especially if you guys are in the early day and don't have anything, we have half of a pair of shoes when we first raised our angel round. And it just people just know you, and then they would value a lot about your even when you are were young founders, you can build a relationship, and they kind of know your expertise, and then they would trust you to do whatever you want, because in the end of the day, about your business, you are expert number 1 in the world in your business, and then whatever you say, it is the law. And I think that building relationship, and as well as be confident in your business, is important. Kind of cliche, but I don't know what else should I add.
Okay, thank you so much. And Florian, maybe you'd like to add something from your side. Looking back at your fundraising story, or how did you build your company? So would you change something, or would you like to just pinpoint something to everyone who is looking at us and say well, at least try not to make my mistake?
Yeah, sure. I mean, because I come from the tech side, and I wish I could have understood before that basically investors don't buy a technology. You should just have a single slide to make it very simple. And as mentioned by Simon before, if they want to know more, they will ask. And what matters is what problem are you solving for the customer? Where is the market need? And then how you do it, at the end, they will trust you, because most likely you come from a good university, or you look smart. But at the end, yeah, it's really what problem are you solving, and how big is the market opportunity? Is it the right moment and the right solution? So really do not focus on the technology, but rather on the market, and more especially on the customer. And maybe to add on what I've been said before on the relationship with the investor. I mean, we are looking for kind of wedding, so you need some trust and you need some sincerity, because obviously you need to make the case very shiny. I mean, you don't want to show all your problems because they don't need to know. But then don't brag too much, or don't lie, because at some point they will figure it out. And I think it's always when you are a kid, you feel you can hide stuff to your parents, but your parents are smarter than you, and they were kids before. So it's the same for investors. They were entrepreneurs before, most likely, and they know they will find out if you hide something, and if they see that there is no trust, the deal is over. So and if they found about it much after the investment, it's not better, because you need your investor to support you for the next rounds. So I think sincerity, just hide a few issues, but don't lie.
So thank you. And I have another, I believe the last question. I hope Andres allows me to do so. as today we are presenting 3 successful startups, and for the rest of entrepreneurs we are showing, oh, these are the sustainable companies. So can you share what apart your product, which we know is sustainable in a certain way, what makes your company sustainable, from company's culture, from the principles you apply, and what others should follow? Florian.
Yeah, I can go ahead. I mean, here, what we are trying to do every day is to reduce our dependency, the dependency of our society to fossil fuels. And we are offering green carbon, so this is definitely a solution to answer the large climate problems we have. But beyond that, the company culture is really built about sustainability, and this is the first thing I ask in interview. What are you doing in your daily life for the planet? And I mean, everybody is coming to work biking, and everybody is also implementing sustainability in his daily life. So beyond the company vision, people are really trying to make the green planet in the daily life. Yeah.
Is it hard to find such talent that would believe in the mission of saving the planet?
I feel it's getting trendy to be green, so it's getting easier and easier.
Understood. Jesse, what about you?
Yeah, so for us, to be honest, like we have because, you know, sustainability and all that, we have like a certain checkbox that we need to do. Like we can have a cut corner in our production, for example, and you know, like we can have a substitute like all these materials for profitability. Trust me, in this industry, that is really tempting. And a lot of times, like they're already precedent of like how big companies does it, and we just need to follow them, and then we can make a lot more profit, you know, even though we still appear sustainable. But just in our special, like especially in our company, like I would never allow any like you know, lack of trust from the customer. Like we would never cut corners in our manufacturing process. All of our partners need to be verified and check, and then they need to have like, you know, great working conditions at the factories, and then the culture inside our company is more like, to be honest, it's more like a tech slash like an art, you know, startup, because we are creating something like something tangible, but the brand is something really intangible, and then people are kind of like attracted to all these, you know, like the sexiness of the brand, and a little bit of like how to say this, like because we don't want to follow orders, sustainable brands, we want to be, you know, like the bold, and then the boundaries breaker, and that's why you know, for our branding and for the internal team, like creative team that we have here in our headquarters, then we function like more like a normal tech startup with a lot of chaos and, you know, a lot of fast growing and a lot of tests. We test a lot of things, and I think that even as a sustainability company, because we presented ourselves as a high tech company, and we should compete in the same way.
Great, Simon, you're last.
Yeah, maybe I can just share one thing that I'm really proud of, which is that we have recently started working with a very cool startup called Climate, spelled with a K, to actually offset and actually start removing all of the carbon emissions that we have ourselves. So yeah, we obviously our product itself is you know, helping to reduce carbon emissions, but we still, you know, we fly and we travel and those kind of things, obviously as little as possible. But now we're trying to actually offset and even start removing those emissions, which I think, yeah, is well, I hope it's going one step further, and yeah, I hope we can set an example to other companies as well of how to work. So yeah, I recommend to also have a look at a Climate, cool startup from Denmark.
Okay, thank you so much, gentlemen. It was very big pleasure to speak to you about the money, about the sustainability, and about the beautiful ideas you're pursuing. And hopefully, all together, we can actually make a very good and positive impact on this planet, right?
Right. So thank you very much for joining us today and for sharing your insights with other Climate Launchpad participants.
So we had Florent, Simon, and Jesse. Once again, thank you so much, gentlemen. And for everyone else who is looking at the broadcast at the moment, we are now having a very short break, and we will have to announce the shortlisters, right? Winners, winners. We'll stay longer for them.
Amazing. So see you in a bit.
All right. See you guys.
See you guys.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, the moment all of our participants have been waiting for. All semi-finals are over. 30 teams have presented their business ideas, and jury members have chosen the most promising ones. We hope you enjoyed the semi-finals, and we can't wait to meet some of you on the stage here. The lucky teams will be announced by the director of Sunrise Valley Science and Technology Park, also the governing board member of the European Institute of Innovation and Technology. So, it's Laima Košpadina. Hello, Laima. Hello.
Laima, I see that you have two envelopes. We wonder how are they different. But before revealing the difference, we'd like to ask you to say a couple of words on behalf of European Institute of Innovations and Technology, which is an umbrella organization for all the knowledge and innovation communities across Europe and even beyond.
Yes, thank you, Andrews. And yes, these envelopes are really very, very different. Before revealing the difference, I want to congratulate on behalf of European Institute of Innovation and Technology each and every entrepreneur and startup that was on the stage today, that were competing today. Each and every of you are so important for us. And as you know, EIT empowers innovators to turn their best ideas into products and services and jobs for Europe. And it helps to embrace innovations and to bring it to the market. And well, we have this as a top priorities at EIT. And the top priority today, and not only today, are climate innovations. So I want to congratulate and want to wish all the best of luck to our climate heroes. And I hope that eventually we will see you among our proud EIT alumni community. So.
Absolutely. So we have a golden and a silver envelope.
Yep. Yep. So, well, the silver one, from the silver one, I will announce 7 teams that came in a second place on their theme. And these teams will go to the global finals.
So when does this final take place?
It will take place from 27 to 29 of October.
So I'm sure the teams are really impatiently waiting to see the results. Let's go.
Oh yeah, let's go. So the first one that goes to the global grand finals is Bear Native from Italy.
Congratulations, team! Virtual applause.
Woohoo!
Okay, who comes next?
The second one is Sustainable Digital Twin, Lithuania.
Congratulations to the team from Lithuania. Applause, virtual applause.
The next one is Sages from the UK.
Congratulations, team from United Kingdom. Virtual applause to you guys too.
The next one is Hijack from France.
Congratulations, guys.
The next one is Plantica, Austria.
Congratulations to the team from Austria. Do we have some more left?
Yes.
It really feels like in your
Eurovision. Only 2 envelopes to be open, right? So the 12 points go to.
Well, it's 10. Reduce Austria.
Another team from Austria. Congratulations.
And last but not least, it's Reef Support from Netherlands.
Congratulations.
So, I see that we just announced 7 amazing teams that go to the global grand final, but we do have one more envelope.
Yes, exactly. And in this envelope, again, we have 7 more teams. And these teams will not only be invited to global grand finals, but they will pitch once again, just in an hour, on the stage.
We can't wait to meet them. As me and Anders were staying for the whole time in the main stage, we didn't hear any of the startup pitches. So that's going to be very interesting.
Who are the ones to get to the final stage?
And before announcing them, I want to say that the top 3 teams will receive monetary prizes. We at Sunrise Valley Science Technology Park, we established an extra prize. It is a weekend getaway to Vilnius, Lithuania for one of the teams. and the winner will be decided by the audience.
And we will see a bit more about it a bit later.
Yep.
So, the golden envelope.
Yeah, the golden envelope. So, the first places in each team are Azoya Project, Spain.
Congratulations, Spain, you're in the final.
The second one is Heliostrom, the Netherlands.
Congratulations.
The next one is Sleepify, Austria, again.
3 points go to Austria, right?
Again. And the next one is Quaptis, Switzerland.
Congratulations, team from Switzerland.
The next one is EcoSA from United Kingdom.
Congratulations, EcoSA.
And we do have 2 more places, right?
2 more places. And the 6th place is for Mudatuga, Portugal.
Congratulations, Portugal. And last but not least.
But not least, definitely, it's COPS from Spain.
Congratulations, the second finalist from Spain, isn't it? Yeah?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. So we have 7 amazing teams that we will meet in just an hour for you guys to pitch again, and we will find out the 3 lucky winners, right? And also we will have an extra audience prize that we will explain you in a while. And now, Laima, thank you so much. Thank you so much for this amazing, the most wanted part of this
That was
event.
Definitely your favorite.
Oh, yeah, 12 points go to. And now, what happens now, Sharuna?
Now, let's watch the Global Grand Final official after movie to see how it went last year.
This is the day that we've all been working towards. It's the final day of Climate Launchpad 2020. And you, the audience, have the opportunity to cast your vote.
It's going to be a great day. After 3 days, finally, we're going to know the winners of this year's Climate Launchpad.
This time we went for what's needed. There is only one ecosystem, and we should preserve it.
We need to look at what is needed and to what is possible, and then see creative ways.
Different combinations of energy supply chain, like renewables, hydrogen, fuel cells.
You're working on something you believe in, and that's, I think, everything that counts.
And I think this is a trigger that's inviting us to think fundamentally differently in terms of relevance.
As long as you are willing to change the rules of the game you are in.
They can actually do things in a very fast way.
So, whether or not these entrepreneurs have thought about or anticipated the markets that they're entering, have they done enough market research? Do they really key to understanding the success of your startup?
I think so, yes.
10,000 euros and eternal fame for winning the Climate Launchpad 2020 is Casetex.
Casetex from...
Oh my God!
Whoa! A big surprise here in the studio. Oh, wow.
Cheers. Cheers to you. Thank you to the crew as well. Everybody, bless it. Cheers. Thank you, crew. Thank you, everybody.
So once again, big congratulations to all the winners of today. And while you are preparing for your final pitches, we have some more interesting things on our agenda. So now let's learn more about the triple top line. I hope you know what it is, but for those who don't, it is a forward-looking approach that helps businesses to create positive impact, at the same time unlocking significant business opportunities. In a minute, Alex Gibb will encourage you to build the triple top line thinking into your organization and inspire to make a positive impact instead of just reducing the negative one. So who is Alex? Alex is a co-founder and partner at Catalysta Ventures, a business manager and advisor on how to create sustainability-friendly startups. So, Alex, the stage is yours.
Hi there. Let's start with 3 simple questions. Hands up if the organization that you work for or you've created has a positive impact on the planet. Second question. Think for a moment. Hands up if the organization or the startup that you work for has a positive impact on people and humankind. And the third question, hands up if the company that you work for, the startup that you work for, makes money or actually intends to make money sometime in the future. 3 simple questions to start. So what is triple top line? Well, in business, we usually talk about the bottom line. This is what everyone thinks about, talks about, and works towards, which is usually profit, making money. And often it's forgotten, what about people and the planet? Well, triple top line, the essence is all about being positive in all 3. So being positive about profit, so making money, being positive with people, and positive with the planet. And it's not just about reducing the bad stuff or doing things in a less harmful way. With the right intention, I truly believe that the world can be a better place because startups and organizations like yours, like ours, exist. I'm here today to encourage you to build triple top line thinking into your startups and your organizations so that you have a positive impact. I want to inspire you to really think about people, planet, and profit in your business and your organization. So where do we start? Well, we all know we're probably all a little bit tired about sustainability very often being negative. Don't print more paper, don't use the printer, don't drive your car, don't do this, don't do that. It's too often too many no's, don'ts, and negatives. Well, with triple top line, what we do is we actually turn it into positive thinking. So we turn it all on its head. And why do we need to do this? Well, I think, you, like me, like many other people, we all feel a lack of agency to act. Climate change is a big, ugly, hard problem to solve. It feels really, really hard to be able to have even a small impact on our own. In this presentation, I'm going to touch 3 things. First of all, what is triple top line and why is it unique? What will be different if we live with triple top line? And 3, how can you implement it and how can you take away something concrete from today? So let's start with, why is triple top line unique? Well, first of all, it's easy for startups. I would love to share with you the really positive trend that I've seen in Lithuania in the last 5 years with startups. And that's that young people, especially young people, are coming out and saying, you know what? I don't just want to build a unicorn and make $1 billion, euros, whatever it is. I actually want to have a really positive impact on the planet. I want to leave something good behind. I want to do something good for people. I'm not going to feel good if I've just left behind, I've made loads of money, but the world has gone to rot. So this is something really nice. And what I see in Lithuanian startups is that they will come and they'll say, well, I want to make money and I want to help people. Fantastic. So they're thinking about the profit and the people angle, 2 of those P's. Or another startup will come and they will say, I want to have a positive impact on the planet and make money. I want to do something that's climate related and actually that's a startup that will make money. So they thought again of 2 P's. And what's often missing is that 3rd P. And that is the key for triple top line. Triple top line thinking is when we think holistically all about all 3 areas. So being positive about people, being positive about the planet, and making money, and being positive on the profit side as well. Yes, we all know that, with startups, it takes quite a long time to get to profitability, but that's also part of the intention. And the essence here is that we're having a good intention around all 3 and being positive on all 3. So I'll leave you to take away a keyword there, which is holistic. And holistic means, again, thinking about all 3 of those angles. So what's my vision and what would it give you? Well, I want to walk around a city where the bees are pollinating flowers around me. I want silence and the calm of humans moving around me without fossil-based fuels burning in my nose. I want to taste in the air the smell of tomatoes growing on the side of buildings. And I want to see people smiling around me, feeling content and happy in what they do. I see a world of abundance where there is no poverty and desperation on the streets. A life where we feel safe and secure into the future. This morning, I went to the doctor, and on the way there, I was sitting in traffic, smelling the fumes belching out. I sensed the frustration of being stuck behind other cars, the blaring of the radio. I heard people shouting at each other for cutting across lanes. And yes, I could go to the forest, but I actually want to live with these forest senses all of the time. And I truly believe that our startup community and our work environments can actually change this for the better. So let me give you some examples. I love the startup that's working on water purity that can make our water better. They've already got the profit and the planet in mind when they're starting. I love the startup that's working on last mile delivery, one of the biggest causes of carbon footprint. Last mile delivery is really reducing and actively working to reduce pollution. The startup making toys from recycled paper. So we actually feel good about when our kids are colouring in and not feeling guilty about more consumption and waste. What about the startup taking care of our offices? Facility management. Almost the hidden B2B kind of startups that we don't see but are really actively working to reduce waste and harm to the environment there in the background. What about the experience gift company? Reducing the consumption of things, of material things. And what about the farm shop? It's providing lunch boxes. And I really believe that we can all work together to build this kind of life for ourselves. And that's not forgetting the important ecosystem players, like the event organizers for today, the venture capitalists supporting the lawyers and everybody else, the co-working spaces, making this startup community what it is, so that we can all have this positive impact on people, planet, and profit. I really believe that that can make us all stronger together. So imagine that you and your startup or organization are part of this new world of triple top line. You could be part of listening to birds, insects, and animals in the city, rather than the roar of traffic as you walk around a pedestrianised area. Feeling the warmth of the late summer sun instead of the fumes of the car exhaust. And tasting exotic fruits and vegetables, savouring that smell, rather than flavourless, mass-produced supermarket food. So then I hear you ask the question, but how do we do it? How do we implement this? Well, it's actually not that difficult. Let me tell you how. I'm a partner at Catalyst Ventures, and we believe in empowering startups to have a triple top line impact. Coming soon, we're launching a triple top line tool to help you to assess, it'll be free online for you to assess your impact and where you can improve. So look out for this soon on the catalystventures.com website. And really that's the key, assessing your company and yourselves, having a look, having a reflection, that's the start. Having a healthy critical look at your business and working out how to make them positive in all three areas, people, planet, and profit. And then there are the classic 4 steps of what to do. Measure, understand, manage, and communicate. So this is the formula for implementing triple top line. Take a look at your business from all 3 angles of people, planet, and profit, and then work through measuring, understanding, managing, and communicating. So let me talk you through a few examples of triple top line and how I practically live those today with my team and the startups that I'm working with. Well, with the team at Catalyst Ventures, we are working to nurture, support, and grow triple top line startups. So very often companies, organizations, startups, entrepreneurs, they come to us and they say, you know, I've heard something about this sustainability thing, or I'm already on the journey, I'm further along the journey, help us to do more and to do more good. So first of all, let me talk about Tingly. Tingly is an experience gift company that I co-founded a couple of years ago. And we made a transition a few years back where we decided that it wasn't enough and it wasn't satisfying enough just to bring happiness to people. We're really lucky that we're actually in the happiness business. Our day-to-day at Tingly is all about helping people solve a problem that they need to give a gift for a birthday, Christmas, or another special occasion. And that moment of happiness is what we solve. And what we do with Tingly is providing that gift solution. It gives the recipient the choice of doing experiences all around the world. And when we thought about this, we thought, well, you know, these experiences are amazing, but some of them, they actually have a negative impact on the environment. You know, it could be a ride in a Ferrari, could even be a helicopter ride. Yes, there are some experiences that are much more low-key, low intensity on the carbon side, such as a massage or a cookery class or a walking tour. But we thought, you know, it's not enough really just we need to feel good about this. So we took a decision to first of all measure our carbon footprint, and that's both in the office on our day-to-day operations and what we do, but also thinking about the experiences that people were doing once they were being gifted. And we thought, you know, we really need to do this in the right way. And we've taken the steps to now offset all of our carbon footprint by 200%. So this was really a first important and major step in doing that. Part of the philosophy of Tingly is also about reducing consumption. So instead of giving people material things, we're also encouraging people to give experiences. So we also said, but hang on, when people buy a Tingly gift, they receive a package. Now that package is made of paper. So why don't we shift to fully recycled and recyclable paper with biodegradable inks? And we did that. And again, we see that our customers are really happy. And the crowning point of this for us was actually to be recognized in the Harvard Business Review when we were recognized as a company that was able to go after the elusive green consumer. So this was the journey, and this was a transformation because this wasn't in Tingly's business model from the very start. This was something that we actually adapted and transformed along the way. So Tingly is a good example of a company, a startup that's a company that's transformed into triple top line. Started with good intentions, bringing happiness to people, having a positive impact on the people side, but now also is having the positive impact on the planet side. And yes, we're a profit-driven company, so we also hope one day to be making money. So that's how Tingly has really captured the essence of triple top line, and today is living people, planet, and profit. The other startup I wanted to talk about is Earthbank. Now, Earthbank is a really exciting startup, which is based somewhere between Australia, Sweden, and other parts of the world. And Earthbank seeks to be the ultimate carbon marketplace. Earthbank understands that a lot of banks and financial institutions are having a really negative carbon footprint, especially from the way that they are lending to companies, and it's often those companies that are having the negative impact. So what Earthbank does is to help financial institutions to measure the carbon footprint of their customers. Now this for me is so exciting because of the potential scale. So perhaps by talking to you today, I can inspire 10 of you to go and measure and understand and change your carbon footprint. But with Earthbank, they have the ability to go and change hundreds of thousands of companies by working with banks and financial institutions. So Earthbank is a startup that I'm really, really excited about. It's a growing startup and one to look out for in the future. That's for sure. One other way that we've been working with Triple Top Line is the Rocket Impact Accelerator. So this was together with Rocket, the co-working space, and Swedbank. And we took several corporate customers, several big companies, and we said, let's be the first startup accelerator to actually help match a startup with a large company's sustainability challenge. So this is where we worked with, in particular with Swedbank and Earthbank, and we brought the two of them together. And Swedbank was looking to understand its carbon footprint of its customer portfolio, and Earthbank was there ready to provide a solution, one click with their built-in API, to actually be able to tell the bank and their customers what's the carbon footprint and how can you manage and offset that carbon in the future. So this is another example. We had various other ones. We've had within the Rocket Impact Accelerator, we've had companies like Cogastro, Digital Crops, and a range of others that are all seeking to have this positive impact on the large corporates that they're working with. So in summary, you can have a transformative startup, such as Tingley, which starts on its path and then switches to becoming triple top line halfway down the line. You can work with a company, we work with companies like Earthbank, which are actually triple top line from day one. They decided that after all of the different businesses that they'd been in, that now was time really to think holistically and capture this in one new startup. And then with the Rocket Impact Accelerator, we're able to work together with larger corporates and help them have an impact, and also startups, and bring those two together to really multiply and intensify that effect. So that's what we've been doing with Catalyst Ventures, and that, I think, is a short outline of what we've been doing with Triple Top Line. So let me summarize from here. We've been talking about Triple Top Line and why it is unique. And as I said, the real key word there is holistic. None of these three words are new, and certainly none of them make a real difference on their own. But people, planet, and profit, when thought of together and holistically, this is the key, and this is why I believe that Triple Top Line can really make a difference and lead us to this abundant future. So the second thing is, I ask, what would be different if we live it? And I truly believe that this world of abundance will be attainable if we work in this way. And the third thing that I said that I would talk about today was, how can you implement it? Well, what we've done is we've talked about now in the last 20 minutes, this practical tool, the Triple Top Line tool that's coming soon. But you don't even need to wait for the tool. You can actually think today, okay, so what about my startup or my organization? What do we do? How do we have an impact? What's our approach to people? How do we do good for people? And the planet, where's our footprint? Where do we do harm? Where do we cause waste? Where do we cause pollution? So finally, I would like to inspire you to incorporate Triple Top Line in your businesses and your organizations, as I believe that working together on people, planet, and profit, that we can have a wonderfully positive impact on humankind. So hands up now. 3 more questions. Hands up if you believe that you can have a positive impact on the planet through your startup or company. Question 1. Question 2. Hands up if you believe that you can have a positive impact on people through what you do. And third, hands up if you believe that you can make money and profit by doing good. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex, very much for your presentation. And I believe our future is really Triple Top Line.
Everyone, let's have a break now and mentally prepare for the most intriguing part of today's event, the final pitching session. Dear audience, do not forget that you will be able to cast your own vote 2. As soon as the final pitching session starts, the audience award voting will open. Keep in mind that you can only vote once and you need to have a Google account for that. Get prepared, and now everyone, please stay tuned, have a rest and prepare for the most important part of today's event.
We're meeting at 3 o'clock at Central Eastern European Summer Time.
Slow motion is on because these three fellas have come here for some action and adventure. Much better. Oh, seems like the first one just realized he can't walk on water. The other two seem to be better prepared for some weird Lithuanian stroll. Back to the water. Not sure if they're already worn out or is it all because of slow motion. And here's the finished replay. Congratulations to the fellow on the left. Hit the showers. Or the rapids. Yeah, sure. Why not? A chance to get that mud out of your ears. Oh, and maybe your lunch from your stomach. The three are taking the final turn. Cameraman gets distracted by the Vilnius panorama. And back to our guys. Seen here mastering their paddling skills to perfection. Hey, buddy, why the long face? Oh my, he's about to jump. I hope the guy on the right has a good grip. Nah, he just let go, cold-blooded. And our fella is calling for his birth giver. Seems like any human contact would do now. Yeah, not today, buddy, not today. Looks like another one is going for a spin. Off they go, and right about now. The traffic seems moderate today. No one's blocking the way. Let's zoom out and double check. Yeah, no signs of the police. So here comes some air donuts, ladies and gentlemen. What a troublemaker. One more spin, and the two are disappearing into the sunset. Finally, we have some spectators. As the shorty is pulling a classic, look, my one-hand move. What a smashing landing. And there's another mad jumper. Is it one of our guys? Nah, there they are, scanning the place, looking for an exit maybe. One of them is about to step on the board after all. Oh, snap! What a takedown! But we're not done yet, and it's getting hot in here. Too hot for a hat, apparently, as the guys are rushing towards their final destination. What a stay! What a holiday! I leave you with our guys enjoying their magnificent weekend. Till the next time.
Welcome back, everyone, and welcome back, Andres. Can you already feel the pressure in the air?
I don't need to feel it. I already see it on the screen. Have you seen so many beautiful faces waiting to make their final pitches?
I can't wait to hear their pitches. And the time has come to hear them and to meet the semi-final winners of all 7 categories. These are definitely the startups to watch. Each team has a pre-recorded pitch, but the team's representatives will join me, Anders, and the jury to answer all the questions. So good luck to you guys.
And the winner of the European final receives €1,500 prize, the runner-up gets €1,000 prize, and the idea that comes in third place wins the €500 award established by the Bank of America. Convince our jury and you'll convince any client or investor, of course. But that's not all, guys. Audience has a chance to cast a vote too. Audience favorite startup will get to enjoy a weekend getaway in Vilnius, capital of Lithuania. This award is established by the organizers of this event, Sunrise Valley Science and Technology Park.
So, dear viewers, this is your time to shine. How to vote? Scan the code or go to the web address shown on the screen and choose your favorite startup. Let's start the voting in 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Europe, vote now, right?
The poll will last throughout the whole pitching session and end 10 minutes after the last pitch. Also, I would like to remind that a single person can vote a single time.
Absolutely. And now let's speak how will the final pitches look. Every team will have 5 minutes for their presentation and plus 3 minutes for the Q&A. Jury will evaluate teams based on 6 different criteria: business or market potential, job potential or social impact, innovation or technology potential, climate impact, strength of management team, or quality of the pitch.
That sounds pretty tough, eh?
Well, let's hope that our jury, today's jury, is gonna be very fierce and they will make it as difficult as it is possible, right?
So who do we have as a jury? We have 4 professionals, so let's invite them all. So first of all, Kegan Lovely, Head of Environment at Bank of America for ESG in EMEA. Welcome. Second jury, Rita Sakus, the speaker that we've seen today. She's a co-founder and board member of Lithuanian Business Angels Network. Hello, Rita, again. We have Kristina Babelytė-Labanauskė, Head of Innovation Office at Vilnius University. Hello. And the final jury will be Celine Ferrer, Lead Global Philanthropist Community at UBS. Welcome.
Hi, everyone.
Dear jury, it's a pleasure to have you. It's a pleasure to see your smiles, and hopefully you're in a very good mood because we will be looking at 7 amazing pitches and we will be waiting for 7 amazing questions. But maybe without further ado, let's start with our first pitch, and I'd like to invite the team Azola Projects from Spain and the founder Orson.
Hi everyone, my name is Orson Acosta and I'm the CEO of Azola Projects. Let me introduce 2 terms. First one, emissions market, where companies or governments pay for offsetting their CO2 emissions. Second one, regenerative agriculture, agricultural practices that sequester CO2 in the soil, having many other positive impacts. Using new monitoring technology for the carbon capture and artificial intelligence, we connect the regenerative agriculture that mitigates climate change with responsible companies in need of offsetting their CO2 emissions. How it works? Well, farmers capture CO2 in their land, implementing regenerative practices thanks to a roadmap. We transform that carbon capture into carbon credits, which are sold per €50 to companies. Companies get carbon neutrality, and we pay back €30 per carbon credit to the farmers. The emissions market is huge. Just Siemens invested 1.5 million euros in carbon credits during 2019. Our beachhead market are arable croplands farms from Catalonia, Aragon, and Castilla-León. Our plan is to expand our program to cover all Spain, include olive groves and vineyards, while entering to the mandatory market. Then we will go to other countries. A barley farm having 500 hectares will have 23,000 euros extra profit each year just in carbon credit sales, and also 25,000 euros in savings. We will provide to the farm more economic stability and more independence because of the savings and our counseling, and our community in order to share experiences. In the land is going to be more water infiltration, more biodiversity and less erosion, and as a result, it will bring a more resilient food production adapted to climate change impacts. For the companies, we give them the best value for their money. They offset their emissions, having many other positive impacts locally, and we provide indicators for communication strategies. Our services are: using the artificial intelligence, we offer a fair baseline assessment and a roadmap to make the transition to a regenerative farming model. Then, we make long-term agreements with the farmers that start implementing the regenerative practices. With our monitor technology, we monitor the carbon sequestration, certify it, and trade the carbon credits, paying back the money to the farmers. Our best features are our self-developed and very innovative technology to monitor that will allow us to issue result-based emission certificates, and the artificial intelligence will give us an scalable business model. After interviewing local farmers, 85% say that are struggling to get profit from the yields and that are really dependent on grants, and 65% are worried about climate change impacts. After meetings with heads of corporative social responsibility departments, all of them claim that being carbon neutral or even negative is really important, and 80% thinks that it's key to make positive impacts locally. About the financials, we believe the most important key driver is the market share, followed by customer size and the market size. Continuing with the example of the barley farm, just adopting two of the practices that we propose will transform a source of emission into a carbon sink. With 50% of our beachhead market, we will save the equivalent CO2 emissions of planting 600 million of trees. But it's not just about CO2 emissions. We will save 3 times the Spanish households' annual waters, and we will stop the erosion of more than 5,000 Olympic swimming pools filled with soils. There will be also positive effects on biodiversity, as well as in human health, job creation, and stopping rural depopulation. Believe me, I will need 5 more minutes to explain you all the positive impacts. We are 3 co-founders, 1 internal advisor, and 3 external advisors, all of us with a really different background but with a common dream: to transform the food production system to a regenerative model in 5 countries and to capture 1 gigaton of CO2 by 2030 and become a disruptive international company with a high economic assessment. Thank you. Help us to make true this dream.
Thank you so much, Orson. Thank you for being the first one with your first pitch. How are you doing? Is the connection good? Do you hear us well?
Yeah, thank you to you for give us this opportunity.
Amazing. Okay, dear jury, we have 3 minutes for the best questions for the first team. Rita, maybe you'd like to start?
Hi, a great presentation. Thank you very much. Unfortunately, due to a technical glitch, we weren't really able to see the full presentation.
Yeah.
So could you maybe just very high level give us kind of how it works? Because I missed it not seeing the diagrams. It was very difficult. So.
Well, basically we connect the emissions market with the regenerative agriculture practices. And basically we analyze the farm using software, an artificial intelligence. Then we make long-term agreements with the farmers that start implementing the regenerative practices. And thanks to our monitoring technology, we monitor the carbon sequestration and we certify it and trade the carbon credits. I don't know if I answered your question. Yeah, I'm sorry about the technical problems.
No, it's okay. I think it's a little bit more clear. Thank you. How big is your team? And can you talk a little bit about your team then? Sorry, I won't ask anymore. I'll let the other jury members ask.
Yeah, well, we are an early stage, so we are four people. I'm a biologist with experience in the agricultural sector. There is an agricultural engineering. There is also a producer from audiovisual. He's in the CMO, and there is also a strategic business developer. Some of us with experience in starting startups.
I'd have another question, please.
Sure.
How exactly do you measure how much farmers are actually storing? And can you actually prove that farmers are storing more carbon than they would have, put into their fields if they hadn't gotten paid? As in, can you go a little bit into that measurement and the impact?
Well, about the impact, we want to provide also biodiversity measurements and as well as other metrics. And about the farmers, well, we were talking with a lot of farmers. They were running conventional agriculture, and they don't want to hear much more about regenerative agriculture. But once you speak about getting more money and there is more profitability, they sit down and start listening. So, yeah.
Could I ask a follow-up on that? How much of it's great using AI, but how much of the calculations are based on monitoring and how much of it is based on estimations?
Well, that's one of our competitive advantages, that we want to set up a result-based emission certificate. It means that for issue the certificates, we base on real monitoring, like real measurements. We are not going to use the artificial intelligence for make predictions and modeling. The artificial intelligence we're going to use to analyze the farm and propose the best practices, and it will include connection with providers and with weather, all that. And like that, we can provide to the farmers a good roadmap, because each farm, each place have...
Son, please, last sentence. We are out of time for the Q&A.
Okay, so that's it. We base on real measurement.
Thank you so much for your answers. We're out of time, 3 minutes per every startup, so we have to move on, right?
Yes, so before we move on to the next startup, we would like to take a short 5 minutes break for a technical checkup so that all the pitches go smoothly. So see you in a bit. So welcome back, everyone, and thank you very much for your patience. To ensure the fair competition, we promised to show the Zola Projects video for the jury members after all pitches during the voting session. And now let's move to the second team, which is Heliostrom from the Netherlands.
Good morning. My name is Rishabh Ghodge, and this is Koen van Hovel, and together we are Heliostrom, and we design solar irrigation design software. There's a strong drive for irrigation systems, primarily in the global south, in areas which practice rain-fed agriculture. To power these irrigation systems, solar energy is one of the cheapest forms of available renewable energy, and that's why there's a strong drive towards the implementation of solar pumping systems. These systems are usually hard to design because they require expertise across agriculture, irrigation, and solar engineering, and that's something that we offer as Heliostrom. The people designing these systems are usually engineering, procurement, and construction companies who we see as our customer, and we offer them the solar irrigation design software in exchange for a monthly subscription fee of €5,000. This enables them to go through the whole design process integrated into a single software suite. The market for solar pumps is currently booming at around 8 to 12% per year. We aim to start off with our beachhead market in Mexico. We hope to expand then to EPCs in other locations such as India and Kenya. And in the long term, we hope to expand across different market segments such as NGOs, governments, and funding agencies around the world. We offer several value propositions to our customers. So one of the things that we offer is a more accurate design. We also enable them to go through the design process faster and obtain a higher success rate in the bids that they participate in. We also enable the data and knowledge that they need to design these systems all in an integrated software package, which eases their process of going through this design phase overall. The product works in 4 stages. Initially, the end users, who are farmers, provide a small number of data points, such as the location and the choice of crop. We complement this with satellite-derived data, such as rainfall and solar resource. We then calculate through our backend the water demand profile that needs to be provided by the irrigation system, and the energy demand profile which is required for pumping it. We then make a bill of materials and an estimated quotation for the required project. And now Koen will continue.
Thank you, Rishabh. So in terms of the customer discovery, up until now we have done around 16 interviews. And the good thing is we have our first customer in Mexico, which we will help to design their solar pumps for the growth of amaranth. The second point is that we found out that Heliostrom can provide much more value to different stakeholders, not only the EPC parties in the whole ecosystem, so also to governments, but also to NGOs who organize these big tenders. And lastly, all of this is validated through interviews with experts in water irrigation, and they expressed also their support for such a system as Heliostrom. In terms of the financials, we offer our product at a monthly subscription of €5,000. Secondly, the cost per customer will be around €150,000. And the profit margin will be around 40 to 50%, which will result in €6 million per year in year 5 with 200 customers. So in terms of climate impact, we will look at the advantages of Heliostrom-enabled solar pumps. And of course, there is the better design and better use of energy, clean energy, and also the reduction of water waste. But for a comparison with diesel pumps, you see, of course, a big CO2 reduction, which can be compared to 1,000 flights from Amsterdam to New York. So, my name is Koen van Heuvel. I'm a management trainee at ENGIE, and this is Rishabh Ghodge. He is a PhD candidate at TU Delft, and our mission is to accelerate the transition towards solar pumps in developing countries and using sustainable energy to feed the world. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you.
thank you, Heliostrom, for the pitch. And today we have Rishabh with us to answer the jury's question. So, hello, Rishabh, and please share with us, was it a tough competition in the semi-finals?
Yes. First of all, I'm delighted to be here. Thank you so much. It's really nice to be this far in the competition. And I thought the teams participating in the semi-finals were quite impressive. Thanks.
So good luck for you, and we give a word to our jury.
Can I start? Well, the first question I have, do you kind of scan your competitors? Are there competitors or alternative solutions? And what are they? And what are the advantages of your solution over the competitors exactly? Thanks.
Yes. So the competitors are mainly of two types. So one is other softwares which could do roughly the same thing. And the others, of course, companies which don't use softwares at all but go through the same design process. And maybe about the software, just to give an example, the World Bank book on solar pumping design, published very recently in 2018, it gives an excellent description of how to design solar arrays for pumping. But when it comes to designing the water demand, it just says, go and hire an agroeconomist to do this. And it illustrates the difference between expertise required across the domain for the design of these solar-powered irrigation systems. So predominantly, there are softwares focusing on one aspect of the chain. And on the other side, you have the companies designing the whole process from calculation of the required water for a particular crop, depending on soil type, local conditions of temperature and irradiance, all the way down to the energy system that powers it. And these companies quite often work with either internal softwares of their own or without softwares at all. So it's mainly Excel sheets and things like that. So what we bring together is primarily we get all the knowledge into one package. And we also do something which isn't done right now, which is consult the end user, because that's really hard. In all these projects, the access to the end customer, who is farmers, is extremely difficult, also because you don't know what you need from them. And we try to minimize that knowledge into very few data points that these farmers can provide, and try and use as little relevant data from them to design our end product.
Maybe as a follow-up question, with the competition and with regards to your price, you said 5,000 euros a month for subscription. Where are you in the price range compared to your competition?
Yes. So for energy design softwares, we are quite high. So for example, one of the proprietary softwares which is used for energy design calculation is something called Homo Pro, designed by the National Renewable Energy Laboratory in the US. That's about 200 euros per month, approximately. But it doesn't enable you to do all the end calculation that we offer. And it's not a project design software. So it can be designed generically for any kind of solution. And for us, we offer the app, the backend, as well as the final, the software, which will be a desktop-based thing for the project members. So it's quite a lot more, but there isn't a similar software that exists now.
If I may, in terms of the 200 identified customers, do you have a pipeline of those? How do you plan to get access to those 200 customers that you're going to charge 5,000 euro a month from?
So we start up. So right now I'm doing consultancy, as was mentioned, for this project in Mexico. And we're providing consultancy for the NGO that received funding for it. And that's really the pathway that we see for customer acquisition. We start off with consultancy. And from there, we expand to other parties, which these NGOs predominantly handle these projects. So another example is the UNDP, which organized
the time is over.
tender quite recently.
Okay, the time's up, so we need to move on. Thank you for the last question, and let's move.
Okay, so I'd like to introduce the third team pitch. The team name is Sleepify from Austria, and the founder, Michaela.
Hi everyone, my name is Michaela and I'm from Sleepify, based in Austria. Today, I would like to start by asking you a difficult question. How many mattresses do you think go to landfill in Europe every year? Well, the sad fact is that 18 million mattresses go to landfill in Europe every single year. But what if these mattresses could get 5 or even 20 more lives? That's where Sleepify comes in. Our mission is to end mattress waste and make the mattress industry circular. How do we do that? Well, we provide a circular mattress solution for the B2B hotel industry. Very simply, hotels buy a 100% recyclable mattress from us for a monthly subscription of €20. And in return, we deliver a host of innovative services for them to simplify their mattress management and become more sustainable. But more on that later. Let's firstly look at the market potential. The hotel mattress market in Europe is worth $2.2 billion. We will first target eco-friendly hotels as our beachhead market, which have a growth rate of 3.8% every year. We'll target this segment since these hotels care about their environmental impact and because hotels are mass consumers of mattresses. So it's where we see the best fit for Sleepify's impactful solution. And if we secure just 1% of this market, that equals €3.8 million and 5,000 mattresses a year. But what makes us an attractive solution to eco-friendly hotels? It all comes down to cost savings. Our circular mattress service cuts upfront costs by 70%. We also provide additional value with an eco-label certification, increased guest satisfaction, and mattress recycling services. And here is what our product looks like. And here's how our circular mattress as a service works. Firstly, hotels buy their 100% recyclable mattress via our website. We deliver their new mattress direct to their hotel door and take back their old mattress for recycling. As the mattress gets used, we monitor its cleanliness and durability using our integrated sleep sensor technology. That way, we know when the mattress needs changed or cleaned. Once the mattress life is over, usually after 5 years, we collect it where it's then reused, repurposed, or recycled. And so the circle continues. But are our customers actually looking for this kind of solution? Well, we talked to more than 20 hotels in Vienna, and we assumed they want an easy and eco-friendly process for dealing with mattress disposal and mattress maintenance, and that they would also prefer flexible payment options. We actually found these assumptions to be true. Usually, hotels only exchange their mattresses if there's a customer complaint or when they get old. And this whole process is annoying and time-consuming. Also, they're very open to flexible payment, especially now with planning uncertainty due to COVID-19. So, how much can we scale Sleepify? Looking at the projected financials for 2025, we can achieve a profit of €40 million and serve 7,000 customers. That equals a 10% market share in our beachhead market. Now, most importantly, what climate impact can we achieve with Sleepify? We save 33 kilograms of CO2 per mattress, summing up to 165 tons of CO2 in our beachhead market. That's actually 87% less than with conventional mattresses. And additionally, we save 33 cubic meters of landfill space for each ton of mattresses recycled. And here is a team of doers who make it all work. We are an international and majority female-founded company with experience in the startup and corporate space. Our shared dream is to wake up in a world where waste is no longer a problem. We want to achieve a 10% market share by 2025 and save 1 million mattresses from going to landfill by 2030. Sign up now via our website and join us in fighting mattress waste. Thank you.
A team of doers, it sounds so good. Michaela, it's so good to have you. How are you doing today?
Very well, thank you, and thank you for having me. Delighted to be here.
Amazing. Dear jury, we have 3 minutes for your questions.
Michaela, great presentation. What an idea. Wow, it just blows my mind how many great ideas there are out there. And this is so unique. How comfortable are your mattresses compared to, I don't know, some of the hotels offer top of the line and sleep services and better pillows. And really the only reason you're going to stay at that hotel is because of the mattress quality. So how do you compare and how have you compared?
Yes, very good question. And it's often the top question in our mind as well when we've been going through our concept development. Quality is a key differentiator for hotels. It ultimately impacts their guest satisfaction score, which is everything a hotel aims to get right. So from our side, we also aim to get it right. We are in the process of developing our mattress, and we would like to look at creating 3 different comfort levels depending on the person's preference. But in amongst all of that, quality is key. And so we are not looking to substitute quality because we're creating a sustainable solution. We're actually looking to show that we can do both. So it's very much integrated in our product development, which we're starting to go through now.
I'd have another question, please. Just out of curiosity, what is the mattress stewardship law? By that I mean, like, when a retailer pays, do you pay a fee already when you buy a mattress, such as what you do with electronics, for example? Because that would give you great business opportunity, I'd imagine.
Sorry, can you repeat the start of your question there? I didn't hear you properly.
Yeah, so is there any kind of like mattress stewardship law in place already? And by that I mean, when they buy a mattress, they pay a fee, to a recycling organization. Is that already in place? Does that exist?
There are some partners out there who have that opportunity, but what we're noticing in the market is no one's actually really stepping up and doing it. The Netherlands are the pioneers in that area, in Europe at least, and so there are now initiatives starting where mattress recycling is a possibility, and that's where we really see also a potential for us with Sleepify to bring that to the forefront, even for retailers. We're obviously going to the B2B side, but we also even see possibility to help retailers utilize our solution as well, because it is a huge problem. So yeah.
Thank you.
I have one, it's probably more actually on the GDPR and potential privacy implications of the sensors. Could you talk about how you've considered that, please?
Absolutely. So we're fully aware of GDPR and data compliance laws, and the sensors are very much there for a cleaning and durability reason. So we are working with sensor experts on that topic and have that very much at the top of our minds. But when it comes to the sensors, it's not so much as generating data from the person sleeping on the mattress. It's actually about the materials in the mattress and ensuring we can get it to have a life cycle as long as possible by cleaning it regularly. By that I mean usually once a year, and then thus increasing its life cycle.
Michaela, thank you so much for your answers. We're out of time for the Q&A, and let's move on to our next pitch.
The 4th team to pitch in front of the jury is Quaptis from Switzerland. Let's see their pitch.
Hello everyone. I would like to start with a worrying forecast. According to experts, 50% of trucks will be still fossil fuel based by 2050. Indeed, electric and hydrogen technology won't be enough to meet the truck industry climate targets. And this is why Captis is born. Captis is developing a patented technology, a CO2 capture kit, that can immediately and drastically cut 90% of CO2 emission of all existing trucks. The deal is the following. Captis ran the capture kit to trucks companies for €3,000 per truck annually. And we have a second revenue stream, which is the captured CO2 that is collected by Captis. Then it is sold to industry or valorized through different valorization pathway. We call it this operation the CO2 monetization. The revenue for that is around €1,250 per truck. Our beachhead market is Swiss urban trucks and worth €270 million. Why urban truck? Because they circulate in a concentrated area, which makes the collection of the CO2 easier for Captis. Our market can be extended to Swiss, European, or global long-distance truck market, where a strong carbon tax incentivizes companies to invest in low-emission truck. In all these markets mentioned, what is our value proposition? So we expect our solution to be the fastest and the cheapest way to decarbonize truck. The fastest, because this is a plug-in technology, which means fast installation and deployment. This results in an immediate and drastic CO2 reduction for truck operators. In comparison, to go green with electric and hydrogen, truck operators need to change their whole fleet and also wait for new fueling stations to be built. So Captis is also the cheapest way, because truck operators have to pay only €3,000 per year to retrofit their current truck. This is the red part here on the graph, and which results in an extremely low upfront cost. In 2030, if the truck operator wants to change his vehicle, buying a new diesel truck equipped with our system is also cheaper than a new hydrogen and electric truck. A little word about our kit. So firstly, it is high performance and highly efficient, because we can capture up to 90% of CO2 emission with only using the recovery heat from the exhaust gases. So no external source of energy needed. Secondly, our compact device can be installed in less than 1 week with only small modification at the top of the driver cabin. In total, we conducted 32 interviews, and we've got 3 key learnings. First learning, a trucks company look at hydrogen and electric solution to go green. Secondly, the solutions are too expensive and face uncertainties, putting their business at risk. Finally, we also learned about our product, and the main concern was about the handling of the CO2. Our 5-year financial model predicts around 23 million euro in profit with 9,000 kits in operation, representing 20% of market share in our beachhead market. So all of this would not make sense if we don't have a climate impact. So our solution provides the cleanest technology among low-emission trucks. Important to notice, our climate impact remains the same, whatever the country, as our carbon footprint has minimal dependency on how our fuel is produced. And this is not the case for hydrogen and electric. Based on our calculation, in 5 years, we can save up to 250 kilotons of CO2 per year, around 0.5% of the annual Swiss emission. Last but not least, our operational team is composed of me as CEO, Masoud as CTO, and Yves as CEO. The teams combine technical background and diverse business experiences. On our journey, we also benefit from the experience and knowledge of our advisory board, François Maréchal and Shivam Sharma. And our common dream is to create, innovate, new solutions to fight climate change and maintain impact. To reach our dream, our goal is to sell 9,000 kits by 2026. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Masoud, for your presentation. And now that will be the time for the jury. Can we see them on the screen?
In case anyone cares, we do have 3 more teams pitching, so the team Ecosaf, Madatuga and Corps should be getting ready. Okay, we have the screen already here, so...
Masoud, how does it feel to be in the European finals?
Very excited to be among other great ideas. Thank you for this opportunity.
Great, well, so welcome, and jury, Masoud is ready for your questions.
In one of the slides, I've noted the Swiss patented technology. Are you the owners of the technology? Are you the owners of the patents?
Yes. So Captis is a spin-off from EPFL, the university that we're from, and the patent is owned by the university, but it's licensed to the company.
Thank you. Mm-hmm.
Can we talk a little bit about your financials and what is it going to look like? How are you going to reach your target of 9,000 in 2026?
Sure. We are considering different channels for our financials. Some of it's going to be through sales channels, distributors, and some others through licensing, partnership with truck producers, which is our target market, beachhead market.
Okay, and actually, how is this project going to be financed? Are you looking at business angels or venture capital? Are there certain European funds that you can apply to, or have you applied?
Yes, we have applied for some of them. It's going to be a combination of grants, European grants, and we have some grants in Switzerland also, which we got some of them so far. And also in later stages, we need investment. As according to our business model, we're going with rental model, so it's a little bit more capex intensive, so we need investment.
How long are large trucks still going to run on diesel?
So some estimations show that in the next 30 years, still around 50% of the trucks, they will be on diesel, working on diesel or let's say fossil fuel-based fuels. And yeah, that's the estimation.
Thank you.
Carrying on the patent question, what's to stop dealers or manufacturers copying your idea and bypassing you and doing it directly?
So one thing is the patent itself, that we have the patent application in the European Patent Office and also PCT patent application. We are in the national entries phase, that we are working with the Technology Transfer Office at EPFL for the national entry phase. The other side, it's more on the secrets we have in our system, that it needs high tech to be able to produce those components. It's more on the design. So we have both sides on protecting our product.
We still have time for the last question.
What type of business background do any of your team members have? And can you speak to the business development accolades that they've had in the past?
Yes. So two of our three co-founders in operational team, we have previous startup experience. I myself, it's few years that I'm in a startup environment, and Yves, who is 20 years in entrepreneurship. He's a serial entrepreneur. But it doesn't mean that we don't need help. We still need help. It's a new startup, it's a new business, and we need a lot of help in terms of business development.
Thank you, Masoud. The 3 minutes are over. Luckily, we had a timer on us. So let's move to the next team.
Okay, so as I said, 3 more teams left, and let's invite the 5th team, EcoSaf from UK, and the founder, Amir.
So it seems we need another 3 to 5 minute break just to get all the pitches ready. So please stay tuned and join me
grab
and
another drink. It's gonna be a very long night, yeah? I'm joking.
Not long one.
No,
We're
no.
just two or three startups.
Absolutely.
Till announcing the winners. So see you in a bit.
And I'm here to talk about EcoSaf and surfactants. Probably you don't know what surfactants are, but for sure you have enjoyed their benefits, because surfactants are the key ingredient in every cleaning product that we use every day, providing cleaning capacity to this product. Unfortunately, the most part of them are based on petrochemical. But in EcoSaf, we're going to change this reality through our technology, because we have been able to develop a 100% plant-based surfactant, and we want to license the production and commercialization of this surfactant to surfactant manufacturers. So they can sell our surfactant to cleaning product formulators, and we get a fee per each kilogram of surfactant commercialized. In the beginning, we will be focused on the household laundry detergent market in US, which consume about 30,000 tons of surfactant per year. And in 10 years, we're going to get the global market, which consume about 1.6 million tons of surfactant per year. And this is just one cleaning product category. But as I mentioned before, surfactants are used in every cleaning product. In order to penetrate this market, our value proposition for surfactant manufacturers is to increase 3 times its profit if it is produced EcoSAF instead of a conventional surfactant. And our value proposition for cleaning product formulator is to produce a laundry detergent which performs better and at lower price than green laundry detergent currently available in the market. Surfactant manufacturers and formulators are going to get these benefits because we have developed a highly scalable technology, which means that we can produce large volume of surfactant at low price. Another advantage of our surfactant is it is 100% plant-based and perform as well as petrochemical surfactant and better than current green surfactants available in the market. We have talked with several surfactant manufacturers and formulators in the last year, and we have confirmed that plant-based solutions are highly required in this industry. Also, we have confirmed that EcoSAF properties are highly promising as replacement of petrochemical surfactants. Another key learning has been that the scalability of the process is a key factor when surfactant manufacturers decide to introduce a new surfactant on their portfolio. So far, we have signed some NDAs and MTAs with some companies to work with us in developing our technology. With our product, in 5 years, we estimate to penetrate 30% of the beachhead market, which means a profit of $1.1 million per year. The key drivers to get this penetration are the process scalability and the cost of the raw material, because they are directly influence the final price of the surfactant. And another key driver is the market penetration that the surfactant manufacturer is going to have in the beachhead market. But we are not going to be just profitable. We will also help to the surfactant manufacturer to reduce its carbon emission in 25%, which means if we go to the global market, we will be able to reduce in 3.8 million tons per year the CO2 emission of the surfactant industry. And another important climate benefits are that we are going to use waste as raw material, and our product is 100% plant-based. Finally, this is our team, Dr. Amir Algata, Professor Jason Hallett, our consultant Tony Martin, and I. And our dream is to see EcoSAF in every cleaning product category in the next 20 years. And hopefully you will be enjoying EcoSAF at your home. Thank you so much. And now Amir is happy to answer your questions.
Thank you, Amir, for your presentation. Sorry for slight technical glitches in the beginning. Do you hear us well?
Yes, I can hear you.
Amazing. Thank you so much for your answer. So, dear jury, we have 3 minutes for the questions for Amir.
Why are plant-based surfactants more expensive than petrochemicals? What's the difference? I mean, why are we assuming that?
Well, this is a general question that can be applied to all green technology in comparison of the petrochemical ones. Let's say currently the state of development of the technology which uses biomass in general are more expensive, simply because the supply chain is not well implemented. The supply chain of the petrochemicals is really well implemented, and each petrochemical product is commercialized in volumes of millions of tons per year, while for biomass chemicals is commercialized maximum at 400,000 tons per year. There's nothing compared to the petrochemical one. So establishing a supply chain to introduce a new surfactant or any new chemical bio-based chemical product in the market
Celine, maybe you have a question?
Yes, can you run actually through the process of how are you doing it, and how do you make sure that you're avoiding harmful chemicals?
Yeah, absolutely. So basically what we use is we use two main feedstock: vegetable oil and waste biomass. So from the waste biomass, we extract one compound which is already commercially available, which is called furfural. while from the vegetable oil we get the fatty alcohol. These two compounds are reacted to produce a first intermediate that upon a second step of sulfonation we get our final surfactant. Now it seems like that we are using palm oil for our process, but let's consider the fact that the current green detergents already use palm oil, but to produce 1 kilogram of bio-based surfactant from purely palm oil, you need 1 kilogram of palm oil. With EcoSaf, you need half of kilogram of palm oil to produce 1 kilogram of surfactant, because the other half of kilogram is used from waste. So in terms of, from this aspect, EcoSaf represents a rationalization of the palm oil usage.
Thank you.
The toxicity evaluation of the surfactant already be done and didn't prove to have any harm to the environment, which is a further selling point of our technology.
Thank you.
Okay, dear jury, we have time for one last question. Amir, I see that that's it. Thank you so much for your answers. Or Rita?
I'll
Rita?
ask the last question.
Okay, Rita, last question, yes.
Yeah, talk about your competition, please. So what's happening in the market now versus what you want to do?
Yes, there is a huge interest by all the surfactant manufacturers and formulating and implementing new green surfactants. There is competition, but each company has a different approach to tackle this problem. Let's say there is only one company that is doing claims similar to ours, but I can say that most of the competition lack of one main factor is the scalability of the process. This type of commodity chemicals need to be commercialized in 1,000 tons per year, which require that the production costs need to be at the minimum. All factors that EcoSaf can satisfy quite well.
Thank you so much for your answer. That was the fifth team, EcoSaf, and their representative, Amir. Let's move on.
Let's move on to Portugal and the startup Mudatuga.
Did you know that in Portugal, 60% of urban waste still goes to landfills? That needs to change because of the new European Directive on Waste. My name is Carolina and I'm the CEO of Mudatuga. Our mission is to transform regular people into composting ninjas. After 1 year of working with composting awareness, having taught thousands of people, we are now launching our very own compost bin, Compostuga. If you're someone who worries about the environment and wants to make a difference, you can use our help to save your food scraps from going to waste. We offer our customers a bokashi bin for only 45 euros per unit. Bokashi is a fermentation process that enhances bio-waste's composting efficiency. With our product, you'll be able to treat and store your bio-waste even if you live in a small studio. Our beachhead market consists of urban Southern European customers with a sustainable lifestyle, and this segment is worth over 800 million euros. We aim to expand to a broader sustainability-oriented market in Western Europe, where home composting is already popular, and this market is worth over 1 billion euros. In the European Union, that same sustainability market is worth over 3 billion euros. Why should you have a bokashi bin at home though? Because you have been sending over 200 kilograms of bio-waste per year to landfills, and you could make a difference for the environment. With Compostuga, you'll be able to compost 90% of your home's bio-waste. After 5 years of use, you have saved from landfills over 1 ton of organic waste. If you're feeling anxious about composting, don't worry. Mudatuga gives you more than just a compost bin. You get a full experience with our learning platform, our Changemakers network, ebooks, workshops, and be part of the Composting Ninjas community. Let's now talk about Compostuga. It is a bokashi fermentation bin, 100% made from upcycled materials. It also never becomes waste itself because it can easily be transformed into flooring if it ever breaks. The biggest innovation relies on the material, a biocomposite made from mixed recycled plastic and cork waste. It couldn't be more Portuguese than that. Once you get your Compostuga, Access our online platform and sustainability knowledge hub. You won't go on this journey alone. In our customer discovery phase, we came with the assumptions that people lacked knowledge about biowaste issues, were indifferent about landfills, and had no space for composting. Through interviews, we discovered that there is a growing awareness about biowaste and composting. Most people are unsatisfied with the current waste management system, and although they do live in small apartments, they have enough space for bokashi composting at home. We aim to reach a profit of over 30 million euros per year in the first 5 years. Since there is much progress to be made in home composting in our beachhead market, we aim to get a 30% market share. Our main key drivers were the market share and the cost of production. The costs can be decreased by scaling up the production. Our strategy to get a good market share is to keep growing our changemakers community and getting people involved with our brand, expanding our communication and hub to other languages as well. When our customers stop sending their biowaste to regular waste collection and integrate their compost into the soil, they reduce their waste's CO2 equivalent emissions by 105%. That happens because home composting combined with agriculture avoids but also captures CO2 equivalents from the atmosphere. With 30% of our beachhead market alone in 5 years, that translates into avoiding the emission of over 6 million tons of CO2 equivalents. Plus, by integrating the compost into the soil in agriculture, we can sequestrate over 400,000 other tons of CO2 equivalents. Mudotuga's co-founders are an all-female powerhouse with diverse academic and professional backgrounds. We have been working for the past year and accomplished a lot of milestones. Our dream is to transform everyone into composting ninjas, and by 2024 we expect to be in 30% of European homes, and by 2030 a broader expansion and no more biowaste going to landfills in Europe.
So, dear jury, we have a real composting ninja with us, Carolina. So, please, the stage is yours.
Thank you.
Oh.
Do we have
Sorry, go
questions?
Ahead. Yeah, I've just got a question in terms of, if I live in a studio, what are the byproducts? What do I do with the output?
Okay, that's a great question. So, of course, if you live in a studio, you probably don't have space for example, having a lot of faces in your apartment. So in our network...
Can we reset the clock? Because there's a really bad echo. Somebody should be on mute that's not on mute. I can't hear a word.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's better now, I guess. Okay.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
No problem. I was saying that one thing we have thought of is that, and then we have a network where people can donate the byproduct, but also we have been working with municipalities because we think that a lot of municipalities that are here in Portugal now is starting to do the pickup of biowaste separately. They could benefit from having the pickup of the bokashi as well. So not only people that can do use the compost in their apartment, but they can also give it to municipalities because it's like already treated.
I have a question with regards to communications and branding, because you said on the one hand side that there's a lack of knowledge. On the other hand, awareness is increasing. Is there a certain educational component? How are you planning on increasing that awareness?
Great question, because education is where we started off, and we have been doing a lot of workshops, but now also we just had a composting summer school of over 1,000 students that has been gaining a lot of media attention here in Portugal. So we are really proud of that, but also we want to translate our platform to other languages so everyone can have access to the videos, to the online courses, to the PDFs we have, and all of our clients get that as a part of being inside our network and from buying our compost bin.
Well, home composting is not a kind of total novelty, but what about your competitors, especially in the eastern part of the world? I mean, Japan, for example. Are there any? Have you compared
Yes, so we have been working reselling other kind of bokashis. So we have a lot of experience in dealing how people buy our competitors' bokashi beans or other kind of compost bins. And what we have learned is that people are not getting the support they need from our competitors. Also, we know that another thing that would really help is to be more clear about what they are putting inside the compost bin as a material. So in terms of competition, we do have, especially in Europe, but we are going through a different way. Like we are using other materials and we are investing much more in education, and we think that's an asset.
So we still have 30 seconds. Who has maybe the last question?
Could you talk to us very briefly about, in terms of some of the, you spoke about the collection, but some of the broader community and job impacts of your product and solution?
Yeah, so one thing we have been thinking about is how composting could create more green jobs, especially here in Portugal, where compost is really late. Let's say we are not composting enough as in other countries. And we think that we could support municipalities to training their employees to be more integrated and help the transition from landfills, that it's 60% here, to really more circular cities in Europe. And we think we have the potential to help creating those jobs because we have a lot of knowledge about composting.
Thank you very much. And now, Andres.
Last but not least, the team number 7, COPS from Spain, and the founder Carlos.
Hello, everybody. This is Carlos Freire from COPS, Container Overboard System. COPS is a system that alerts, identify, track and trace, and keep overboard containers afloat, so ultimately they can be rescued. We are offering a container life raft service to maritime logistics companies at a percentage fee of about 300 euros per trip. Our immediate market is Valencia maritime logistics companies that are shipping high values and dangerous goods, which represents a volume of 18,000 containers trips per year. Once IMO lost containers new regulations are implemented, we expect to reach the overall container industry multiplying by 100 the existing volume. So from 2 million worldwide, this market will be reaching up to 200 million. As you can see in this slide, the average lost cargo value per year is about 63 million euros. But the cost value that our service would have on this container, it only represents a 1% of the cargo value. So considering the big potential saving and other butterfly impact reduction, our cost is very marginal. We are also delivering different values to our customers. They will be able to take mitigation actions instantly. We are creating a new business opportunity for them, attracting to environmental concerned clients, increasing empathy, confidence, and loyalty values, or improving liability definitions and new risks reduction, among others. So, David, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Carlos. Here at COPS, we are currently developing an inflatable, innovative system designed to alert of any events of a container going overboard, identify the container going overboard involved in the incident, and keep them afloat while tracking them so they can be recovered. The goal is to give a solution to the May 2021 International Maritime Organization proposition that aims to make recovery and tracking of these containers mandatory. We are focusing our efforts to have the first working full-scale prototype by the end of the year. We conducted a survey at the European Maritime Day and asked them what were their biggest concerns about facing a container overboard, and if they were aware of any actions being conducted to stop the issue. The environmental impact of such containers came out as the #1 concern, followed by navigation safety and additional supply chain stress. under half of them were aware of the EU and the IMO proposition plans. We then contacted 30 experts, and they confirmed that high-value goods and dangerous materials created the most impact on the 3 areas I cited previously. In our first year, we aim to have 70 customers in our local beachhead market, with 7 devices per customer, being able to do a 28 trip average per year. We would ask for a €300 fee per trip, so this would yield a €2.5 million revenue the first year, with much greater expectations once the IMO plans are effective. To talk about the main issue, during the last 13 years, 500,000 tons were lost and still remain at sea till this day. We aim to give the opportunity to recover these lost containers and reuse at least part of the content. We ran a study showed that we could save an average 3 tons of CO2 equivalent per container. This is a 5,000 ton CO2 equivalent yearly, also reducing the waste of goods at sea by 34,000 tons. We are a pluridisciplinary team, all with experience in the marine industry, guided by the vision that by 2030, COBS is used worldwide and generating €100 million revenue while eliminating the global impact these containers overboard have on our planet. Thank you for listening.
Okay, thank you, Carlos. Do you hear us well?
Yes. Hello, everybody.
Amazing. Dear jury, 3 minutes for the last questions for the last team pitching. Maybe you will start.
Carlos, so 7 devices per trip, right? Per ship, container ship.
No, 7 devices per client. Our clients are maritime logistics companies, okay, that are in charge of these shipments. So each company will have 7 devices that will put 1 device per container.
1 device per container. So you have 7 containers that you can potentially rescue off of a potential disaster.
For each client, okay. I mean, we obviously a client could have whatever devices they want, but our estimations that make sense with the numbers that we are dealing in our beachhead market would be those 7 devices per client. Yes.
Okay, I don't. Maybe this is technical, but how do you know which containers to put the devices on?
We are mainly focused on those containers that are carrying dangerous goods and high-value goods. So this is something that the maritime logistics company knows because they are transporting these goods. So they will put the device on the container that the client says, okay, I want your device. It's like when you go to rent a car, and you ask for this extra service. That okay, do you want a GPS on your car? And you say, okay, that's right. So this is more or less the same case. If a client is transporting 5 million euros goods and you tell them, hey, look, the cost of the shipment will be 30,000 euros. Do you want to add 300 euros more or 1,000 euros more? So your container will be covered by this device in case of this situation.
Okay, I guess my question then is, doesn't it depend on where the container is located on the ship, whether it's going to fall off or not? No? Okay.
Well, yes, obviously the containers inside the boat, they will not fall over. So mainly the containers that are on deck that are falling over the ship. So yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Okay.
Are you able to quantify the numbers of containers lost at sea and how many of these were particularly harmful and contain a lot of chemicals in the past?
Yeah, yearly there are about 3,000 containers, more or less, the average, okay, that we have, the statistics that we have. But it's true that this amount should be way more because the maritime shipping companies, it's not mandatory to report about the loss of containers that are not containing dangerous goods. So we know that this amount is more. So there is not exactly a number of how many of these containers have been falling overboard. For example, in the last year, there was an accident where there were about 1,000 containers, okay? and 100 of them, they were carrying dangerous goods, okay? So our vision is that this product should be applied to any single container carrying any single materials, because, for example, if you're carrying, I don't know, plastics, mobile telephones or whatever, obviously, if this container is locked, this will create a big impact to the environmental. But we also. Yeah.
The 3 minutes are over, and as you were the last presenter of today, we want to say a sincere thank you for waiting till the end. And now we will give our jury a break time to write down their votes, to check the videos again, and decide the winners.
Yeah, and dear audience, everyone who is looking at our broadcast at the moment, you still have a chance to cast the votes and decide for the audience favorite. I would like just to remind you that audience favorite starter will get to enjoy a weekend getaway in Vilnius, capital of Lithuania. This award is established by the organizers of the event, Sunrise Valley Science and Technology Park. You can scan this QWERTY code or just simply go to the shown link and cast your vote now. While you're voting, we're going on a very short break and we're gonna meet you very much soon.
These are the last couple of minutes you have, so really take your phone, scan the code and bring your vote.
Wait, what, sorry?
Vilnius.
Vilnius.
It's Vilnius.
Which one?
Vilnius. It's Austria.
Welcome to Vilnius, Austria, the undiscovered jewel of the Alps. Vilnius is characterized for having most of its landmarks just a few minutes away from each other by foot. This admirable city is in the heart of Austria.
Vilnius? In Italy?
In the heart of Italy, being its most well-kept secret. Its effervescent streets and colorful markets make it a perfect destination for any traveler. For obvious reasons, Vilnius is the pride of Italy. I mean, the pride of Finland. Vilnius's old town, considered one of the biggest in the region, is crowned by the majestic Gedimino Tower, where travelers like this young fellow, hello there, buddy, can have the same view that the old ruler of Finland, the old ruler of Venezuela.
Sweden?
I mean, Sweden.
Belgium.
Oh, okay.
Ethiopia.
Of Ethiopia?
Romania.
What if I told you that Vilnius is the capital of Lithuania?
Oh, never know.
Yeah? Yeah. There you go. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's right.
Yes!
Welcome to Vilnius, Lithuania.
Dear viewers, welcome back. And we hope you had enough time to cast your vote, as the voting is coming to an end. And Andres, you know that it's the most important task of the day to select the audience award. So let's do it in a proper European style. The voting stops in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Thank you, Europe. We have a winner. Do we have a winner? I see that we have more than 700 votes being casted.
Yes, so our jury will announce later on who will become the audience favorite. And thank you for your participation.
However, the jury is still choosing not one but 3 teams that will win our pitch competition, and it's a very responsible task. Therefore, the discussions require some more time. The good thing is we know someone who holds 2 Guinness World Records and can pull off some magic tricks to make the time fly. Hello, Rokas, it's good to have you here.
Hi, Rock.
Hello, you can hear me now, right?
So, what's going to happen in a few moments? Could you surprise us?
You know, it's been a long day. Everyone was working pretty hard. So, you know, I thought I'm going to try to relax everybody's mind and just take everybody's mind off of, you know, hard work, and we will have a lot of fun. We will be doing some magic all together. People who are watching from all around the world. And then we will find out who are those winners.
Rokas, no pressure for you, but all eyes on you. And you say you're going to relax, but I believe me and Andres will be trying to get the most of your tricks.
Thank you so much. Thank you. So for those of you who are in this Zoom meeting, please turn on your cameras, because this is a fully interactive show. This is not just you watching the show. This is you also participating. If you are watching this as a stream, you're not on a Zoom call, you can still be part of this, and magic will be happening at your home, believe it or not. I know it sounds crazy right now, but believe it, it will be happening at your home. I actually have my studio here, and I would love to show it off to you. This is how it looks. That's me, and you can see, I can see you the whole time. So if you are on, you know, I can see your reactions, your laughter, and that helps me a lot. So I would like to talk actually to somebody that I believe I don't know, but Cohen, am I saying it right? Cohen?
Yes, Koen is my name.
Koen, where are you from?
I'm from the Netherlands.
From the Netherlands. Which part of the Netherlands, Koen?
A city which is called Rotterdam. Do you know it?
Rotterdam. Yep, actually my second car was from Rotterdam.
Your second car.
Nice. Yeah. Koen, do you know any magic tricks? Have you ever tried to do some magic, maybe when you were a kid, or?
Yeah, with the magic hat, and I think when I was a child, I had like a black hat, and you could take dolls out of it and other things. But
that sounds advanced. That sounds like really, really strong magic. But Koen, do you know what is the most strong, like what's the best kind of magic that you can do?
Connecting people.
Oh, that too. Yeah, you're right. But second best thing that you can do with magic is actually make money. And here's what you need to do. I'm just going to explain to you. You can do it later, but you need to grab a piece of paper, okay, scissors, then cut it to something like this. Koen, does it look like a 50 euro note?
A little bit. Only 50 euros is there, but
you're very, very polite, Koen. You know, when I did it to the cashier yesterday, she was like, what are you doing here? But here's what you need to do. You have to take it and then fold it, not once, not 2 times, 3 times. And then the same way, you have to unfold it. And then it creates an illusion that this is actually real money, just like that. And you know what? Koen, I can see from your face expression that 50 euros is not a lot of money in the Netherlands. Is it?
One-time groceries.
So, oh, one time for groceries, that's like nothing. I'm from Lithuania. In Lithuania, especially in a small city, this is a life savings for me. Okay, we're talking about my life savings. But Koen, since you're watching magic, so let's do this. I'm gonna fold it once, twice, and I'll try to double it. Hopefully it works. Just like that. Just like this. And here we go. Magic with money. Thank you so much. Round of applause to Koen, because if it wasn't for him, I would still have 50 euros. But it was just a warm-up. It was just a warm-up. Let's try something really, really crazy. How about Rishab? Am I saying it right, Rishab?
Rishab, yeah, very nice.
Rishab, where are you from, Rishab?
I'm from India, but I'm also living in the Netherlands.
From India, now living in the Netherlands. Yeah. Rishab, I'm going to do a card trick for all of us watching from all around the world, okay? And we're going to use this deck of cards. But also, Rishab, you look like somebody that I could trust, okay? So here's what you need to do. You need to keep an eye on one playing card. I'm going to put it over here. You're not going to see the face of the card, but you can only see, Rishab, the back of the card. Your task is to make sure that throughout this trick, I'm not touching it, I'm not covering it, I'm not switching it, that it's here the whole time. Can you do that, Rishab?
I'll do that.
Perfect. And you know what? Let's choose one card. So how about I go through the cards and you just say stop anytime. Just say stop.
Stop.
Just faster, Rishab, if you can. Just do it faster.
Stop.
Here?
Yeah.
You sure? You want to change your mind?
No, that's great.
Okay. Okay, Rishab, remember the card. Don't forget that.
Yeah.
And Carolina, I want you to choose a different card. One more card, Carolina. Rishab, remember the card. Carolina, where are you from?
I'm actually from Brazil, but I live in Portugal.
Portugal, wow. I'm from Lithuania. I'm so boring. You're from Brazil, living in Portugal. Look at you. Okay, Carolina, just say stop anytime.
Stop.
Here?
Yeah.
Okay, remember the card, Carolina. We have 5 of hearts. Don't forget that.
Okay.
Okay, no matter what happens. And Orson, unmute yourself for a second, Orson. Hello.
Yeah. Hello, how are you?
Where are you from, Orson?
From Spain, Barcelona.
From Barcelona. Yeah. Fantastic. Orson, maybe the connection in Lithuania is not that good. Maybe I stopped earlier or later. So this time, I really want you to be specific. Okay. And for your card, give me any number from 1 to 52, and I'm going to count that many cards and cut it.
Okay.
So any number.
33.
33, because I have to now count 33. Are you sure?
Well, 8. Let's say 8.
No. It's you're the boss. Whatever you say.
My first choice was 33 for sure.
So 33 or 8?
33.
Oh my God. Okay, 33. Arslan, you're the boss. I'm gonna count 33 cards.
Okay.
You guys can go and grab some coffee. No, okay, I'm gonna do it fast. Okay, 33. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33. If you have said 32, that would be 6 of diamonds. You said 33, and that is 5 of diamonds. 34th card would be 9 of diamonds. The idea is that you chose 33rd card, and that is 5 of diamonds. Orson, don't forget the card. You got it? You remember?
Yeah, sure.
Perfect. That was really difficult. Usually, when I do live shows, I just say, pick a card. Now it's like, say stop, 33. But the point is, Rishabh, did I touch this card at any point?
No, I don't think so.
Here's the cool part. What was your card?
9 of hearts.
9 of hearts.
Sorry, I can't see it still.
You can?
Now I trust you, yeah.
Perfect. Carolina, you also chose a card. What was your card?
It was the 5 of hearts.
5 of hearts. Carolina, watch this. 5 of hearts. I'm not that good, guys. That would be, if this was 5 of hearts, I would be shocked. I would be like, oh my God, this is crazy. But, oh my God, everybody is like laughing, but Amir is like, she's like kind of like, oh, I wish it was 5 of hearts. So Amir, just for you, 5 of hearts. Just like that. And can we unmute ourselves and make some noise for this magic? Thank you so much. But Orson, you also chose one card, right? You chose one card, which was 33rd card. What was your card? Can you remind me?
5 of diamonds.
5 of diamonds.
Yeah.
Watch this. Does it look like a diamond to you? Orson, yeah? What if I do this? We might create an optical illusion that this is actually 5 of diamonds. Can you see that?
No.
No. In Lithuania, this is 5 of diamonds. In Barcelona, this is not 5 of diamonds. Okay. How about if I add this here? Does it look like 5 of diamonds?
No.
Still no. Let me change the camera, and Orson, maybe that will help. Let me change to this camera, and let's see. Orson, does it look like it's 5 of diamonds?
Yes. No, yes. Wow.
Let's make some noise to Orson.
Yeah. Amazing.
It was just a warm-up. Now let's try to do something really, really crazy. Let me talk to somebody that I have never met, but I would love to talk. And that is Mr. Amir.
Hello?
Amir. Hello, we can hear you perfectly, Amir. Where are you from, Amir?
I'm from Italy.
From Italy?
Yeah.
Fantastic, perfect. Which part of Italy, Amir? Just curious.
A small village nearby Rome.
Okay, a small village.
It's called Fiugge.
Okay, never heard of this, but you know what, Amir, I know it might sound crazy, but I had a feeling that I would meet somebody from Italy and Rome area today. I know you won't believe me. I know that it sounds crazy, but I know the second thing you're gonna say now. I know what you're gonna say now. Amir, how old were you when you were celebrating your 10th birthday?
10 years old.
Oh my God, this is crazy. I knew you would say that, Amir. It's called deja vu. Have you ever heard of deja vu?
Yeah.
Have you ever heard of déjà vu?
Yes, yes.
Have you ever heard of déjà vu?
Yes, yes.
This was déjà vu. But Amir, we're going to do an experiment because everything that I'm thinking now becomes reality. Can you tell everybody if we have met before, or if you knew that this is going to happen when we're going to talk and you're going to help? Can you tell everybody that you don't know what's going to happen now?
I don't know what's going to happen. I never met you before. I swear.
And you sound very happy about that.
No, not.
I've never met this guy. No, but seriously, like, I didn't text you, I didn't call you, we didn't have a call, like, I've never met you, you're not my brother. This is the first time we speak, right?
Yeah, exactly. I don't know how to demonstrate that, but I swear, yeah, I never met you.
Amir, before our call, I took a marker and a piece of paper, and then I wrote something on it. It was about 2 hours ago, and I lose stuff. So here's what I did. I put it over here on this sticky note, on this paper clip, so I don't lose it. Amir, I want you to think about anything in the world. It can be a famous person, a country, an object in your house, anything, just basically billions of possibilities. Just think about anything. You got it?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. Amir, for the first time, tell everyone what you're thinking of.
I'm thinking about the success of my technology.
About what?
About the success of my technology, since we are in the team.
Yeah, but just you're thinking about success of your technology, but just go deeper. What is the exact thought? What technology?
EcoSaf is my technology.
Sorry, can you say it again?
EcoSaf. EcoSaf is my technology.
EcoSelf?
SAF. EcoSaf.
EcoSaf.
Yes, exactly.
It's crazy. Because 2 hours ago, I had I might have made some mistakes. I might misspelled it. But 2 hours ago, I had no idea what I'm talking about and what I'm thinking about. And Amir, this is insane. You could have said anything. You could have said Italy, Rome, Michael Jackson, anything. But that's what I wrote.
Amazing. Never saw something like that. I'm really impressed.
I know the spelling is not right. That's how I heard it. But it's insane.
It's right.
Is it correct?
It's correct. It's correct. It's correct. It's correct.
Oh my God, that's even more amazing. Amir, can we
it's amazing,
give a huge round of applause to Amir? Wow. Thank you, Amir. You're the best. Thank you for being more specific. Otherwise, I would look very, very stupid holding this, and if it didn't make any sense. So thank you so much for that. Whew.
I'm impressed.
Honestly, me too. What you did now was fantastic. Whew. Let's do something very, very unusual. Something that I don't think has ever been done before, because we have a lot of people watching us right now. Some of them are in a Zoom call. Some of them are watching this live stream. I want all of you to grab a pen or a pencil, anything that you can write with, and also a piece of paper. Doesn't have to be this format. It can be paper from a notebook. It can be a clip.
Can't hear you anymore.
Thank you so much. I accidentally pushed the button. That's what happens when you work in the studio alone and you press the wrong button. So it can be an invoice or it can be an old piece of paper, okay? The only thing, we're gonna tear it in half, so make sure you're okay with destroying this. But don't worry if it's not clean, if it already has some notes. Just grab that and show it to the camera so I know that you are ready. Thank you. Carlos is ready. Carolina has an envelope that works too. Risha, perfect. A lovely keg gun, perfect. Rita, amazing. Fantastic. Orson, yes. Amir, amazing, amazing. Again, if your camera is off, if you're watching this as a stream, do the same thing. Let's do it all together. Grab a piece of paper and a pen, a marker, a Sharpie, a pencil, anything that you can write with. And now let's go to my hands. Okay. And all you need to do is make it, transform it into 4 pieces. So fold it once and tear them in half. Doesn't have to be perfect. Don't worry about that at all. Just tear them in half like that. So you have 2 pieces and put them together again, fold it like that, and tear them in half again. Just tear them in half. Fantastic. Just a quick reminder, if you're watching us without a camera, prepare 4 pieces of paper and a marker, and let's jump into what we're gonna do now. So grab this, and all I want you to do is write down 4 of your goals from this month to next September. So for 12 months, for a year. 4 goals, but it has to be one word or a symbol that represents that goal. So for example, maybe you would like to create a company, okay? So just draw as big as you can. It has to take the whole piece of paper, I mean, a building, for example. It's only for you to understand. You're not going to share this with anybody. This is only for you to remember which dream is which. Maybe you would like to get a new car, so you can write down a brand that you love. Maybe you want to invest, so you can write EcoSaf. That's a good investment. Maybe you would like to go to the Netherlands. I'm just writing my friend's name from the Netherlands. Okay, perfect. He's smiling. That means I can crash on his couch. Thank you. Okay. Oh, I also want to go to India. When you're in India. Okay. So a few seconds to finish that. It can be any dreams. Only you're going to watch it. Only you're going to see this. Fantastic. Perfect. Okay. So now I want you to take them in your left hand and hold it like this. Hold it in your left hand, and we're going to do some moves all together. So hold it in your left hand like this. Fantastic. And just to make it easier for you to follow these cards, instead of pieces of paper, I'm going to use, excuse me, these plain cards. This is only for you to follow, and it's way easier to follow these than these, but you're going to use paper, and I'm going to use cards, okay? So hold your pieces of paper in your left hand like this, and let's make what is called a cut. So let's take some cards from the top and put those to the bottom. Perfect. Yep, let's do it all together. Let's do it one more time. Left hand, let's take some cards from the top and put those to the bottom. Fantastic. Now hold those cards horizontally with both hands. Let's do it together. Hold it like this. Not like this, but like this. Horizontally, sideways. And fold it like that. Make a nice fold. And use your thumb and index finger to make a nice crease in the middle, like this. You can go back and repeat the move. So the crease in the middle is perfect. Hold your two hands and kind of go back and forth a little bit. And tear those pieces in half slowly. Just tear them in half slowly. Try to be as perfect as you can. And when it's done, just wait until everybody is done. Just tear them in half and wait. Yep. Thank you, Carolina, for doing this. That was really magical. That was Jim Carrey moment right here. Thank you for that. And I'll put one card onto the other. Doesn't matter which goes where. Just put one onto the other and hold it in your left hand. Just hold it, everybody, in your left hand. And take some cards from the top and put those to the bottom. Now we're going to do this together. Take one card, only one card from the top, and put it to the bottom. Good job. Fantastic. Now let's take two cards from the top, 1 and 2, and put those to the bottom. Good. Now grab one card from the top, and put it inside your pocket. One from the top goes in your pocket. Everybody's doing this, and Carlos is just putting it right here next to his heart. That's yep, that's fast, Carlos. Okay, let's grab two cards from the top, 1 and 2 cards from the top, and put those to the bottom. Good job. One card. Hey, yeah, let's take one card, and you know what? This time, put it anywhere in the middle. Just put it anywhere in the middle. Doesn't matter. Just put it in the middle and push it in. Now we're going to spell some cards. So Carlos, can you unmute and give us any word? We're going to spell that word. Just unmute, Carlos.
Party.
Party. Oh, did I hear it right? Party?
Yeah.
Say yes. Okay. So because Carlos said party, we're going to spell that word. So take the top card and put it to your other hand and say P. A goes on top. R on top. T on top. Y on top. And the rest goes on top. Now bring those cards to your left hand. And I want you to all have a different amount of cards. So take 1, 2, or 3 cards from the top. You can take 2, you can take 3. You know what? You can take 4 cards from the top. 3, 2, any, doesn't matter. Just take some from the top. And throw it to your computer. Just throw it to your computer. It's snowing. Now spread the cards like this. And grab all of the cards from the middle, except the bottom and the top. Just grab all from the middle. And the bottom is in the bottom, top on the top. Just all from the middle. And throw it away. Just throw it. Yep, perfect. I really like how everybody is throwing and Amir is just like sliding because he knows that he has to pick them up later. So he's just sliding it next to the computer. Okay. Michaela, am I saying it right? Michaela?
Yes.
Michaela,
Yeah.
Where are you from?
Originally Glasgow, Scotland.
From Scotland. Michaela, we're down to 2 cards. And now it's all on you. We have the bottom card and the top card. You're going to choose for everyone which card you want to choose, the bottom or the top. It's up to you.
Bottom.
You sure?
Yes.
Would you like, I have to ask this because if it doesn't work, it's your fault. So the bottom or the top? You can change your mind. You can stick to your mind. It's your choice. You're the boss. You're the president.
Bottom.
Sure?
Yes.
Okay. Michaela said the bottom one. So everyone take the bottom card. Take the bottom card. Keep it. Keep it. This is the card that Michaela said that she chose. And whatever you have left, just throw it away. And Amir, you can slide it away. That's okay. So here's what happened. We had 4 pieces of paper. Okay, we shuffled it. We wrote our dreams on it. We mixed them. We threw some away. We spelled party. Then we took some from the middle. Then we shuffled again. I don't even remember how many moves we did. And then the last move was down to one choice. And Michaela said, yeah, let's keep the bottom card. And we have that card in our hands. But also, there's one card inside your pocket. Take it out. Take it out. And look if it matched. Show to the camera if it matched. Show to the camera. Can we unmute ourselves and make a big round of applause for everyone? To bring that energy for those who are watching. This is called slow clapping works too. Slow clapping works too. So keep this, keep it in your wallet next to your desk, and always remember about this goal. And my wish is that it comes true faster than next year. That's my wish. And my name is Rokas. I'm a magician, and have a magical rest of the day. Have a magical year, and hopefully we can see each other very, very soon. So thank you very much. Thanks.
Thank you.
Congrats.
Thank you.
Thank you. It was amazing.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rokas, for spreading the magic and getting all of us together with you. So, after seeing all the tricks, we are more than sure that you are ready to announce the winners in some magical way, don't you?
Oh, the winners, right. I can do that. I'm like, why everybody's waiting? My show is done. Yeah, that's the reason why everybody's waiting. Everybody wants to know who is the winner, right?
I'd like to remind you that we're still on the ClimateLaunchpad European Final 2021, and we have 3 winning positions and one
special prize for the audience favorite. So
yes, perfect, perfect.
Extra tricks for us to show.
You know what? I'm actually ready. I just want to keep the suspense because people maybe want to go outside, enjoy their family. But I was like, maybe we should keep the suspense and have this call tomorrow and announce the. No, just kidding. Okay, you know what? Let's do this. I don't think I can do this, but I'm a magician, so a deck of cards should tell a story and reveal those winners. So let's go to my hands. And, you know, I've traveled all around the world and I've been to some places. Well, not a lot, a few countries basically, but I watch a lot of YouTube videos, a lot of films, a lot of movies, and how people shuffle cards all around the world. So, for example, in India, they shuffle it like this. It's called Hindu shuffle, and Rishabh is doing this. He approves this. In Las Vegas, people shuffle it like this. In Taiwan, they shuffle it like this. In Japan, just like that. Lithuania, we shuffle like this. It's Lithuanian shuffle. Not that impressive. What else? Oh, for example, Guinness World Record holders, they shuffle like this. Magicians, it's shuffled. So a lot of different ways to shuffle a deck of cards, okay? But for example, in Estonia, they don't even shuffle for some reason, they just cut a few times. But as I said, playing cards should reveal this. And we are on this amazing live stream of ClimateLaunchpad, which actually started in 2014. 2014. With only 11 European countries in the family. Now it is a truly global competition happening in more than 50 locations worldwide. This year, more than 20,000 startups applied to participate in the competition. And in 8 years, 30,000 plus startups successfully completed the competition. Each participating country has chosen top 3 teams to represent their country in the regional final. So today, 30 teams from 10 European countries have presented their green business ideas. The best ideas from each team were invited to pitch again the final round of the European final. Anyone with access to the internet could vote for their favorite team, and the deck of playing cards will reveal the results. So the audience award goes to, not Joker. The audience award goes to Portugal. Congratulations, Portugal. Congratulations. And now, 4 jury members have chosen 3 winners. Cards will tell us who are those winners. So I will start with the 3rd place. And the 3rd place is Joker again. And the 3rd place is Portugal. Fantastic. 2nd place. It should go on the top. And 2nd place goes to, ladies and gentlemen, not again. Why it's all jokers? Okay. We're still doing magic and we have to blow. 1, 2, 3. And the 2nd place, Switzerland. A huge round of applause to Switzerland. And now it's time to reveal the 1st place. Who won the Launchpad? Are you ready? People are doing this on the Zoom call. I'm excited to do that. And honestly, I still don't know. But these playing cards should reveal the secret. So let's go to my hands again. And let's try this. The winner of ClimateLaunchpad is 1, 2, and 3. That is Austria. Sleepify. Austria, congratulations, you won.
amazing announcement of our 3 winning places and of course the public vote, right?
Anders, I believe you would agree with me that was by far the most magical announcement that I've ever seen. It's super impressive. Thank you very much for your help.
Congratulations to all the winning teams, guys. And this was the very much Climate Launchpad European Finals 2021 award show.
So congratulations to Sleepify once again. And as mentioned, we'll see one more team here visiting Lithuania. So that's Mutatuga.
Congratulations to all the winners and good luck to you guys with the grand final. We want to thank all the participants. You've been simply amazing. Thank you to the jury members, speakers and partners who made this program possible.
Thank you for everyone who put their hearts and souls into developing those solutions and for making our future better. Thank you to our viewers, and we hope you enjoyed the whole event and had interesting time. Let's fix the climate change, one startup at a time.
Goodbye, everyone.
Goodbye.
Woohoo!